Chapter 12:16. Thinking of this, Master Tiangang looked at Daoist Master Hao Yun, who was struggling to hit the heaven-shaking drum with the heaven-breaking mallet as if he was lifting a heavy object. He also shouted loudly and quickly formed a seal with his hands. From afar, it looked like a blooming lotus flower. "Quick!" Master Tiangang pointed his finger, and the mortal wheel that was about to reach Daoist Master Hao Yun's chest suddenly jumped up and disappeared. Then, it appeared below Daoist Master Hao Yun's heaven-breaking mallet. With a "wung" sound, it charged towards the heaven-breaking mallet. Bang! The two magic treasures collided with each other. The mortal wheel was sent flying horizontally far away, while the heaven-pounding hammer was also knocked up. Of course, it was only knocked up half a foot. Daoist Master Hao Yun's arm moved again, and the heaven-breaking mallet continued to strike. Just as the heaven-breaking mallet was about to hit the heaven-shaking drum, a "bang" sound was heard as the Molu pearl hit Daoist Master Hao Yun's back. Daoist Master Hao Yun's body moved slightly, and with a series of crackling sounds, all the lotus flowers on the plain cloud white flag exploded. Finally, with a boom sound, the demon-subduing mallet that was as light as a feather fell on Daoist Master Hao Yun's head. At this time, the drum was silent and the heaven-shaking drum's defense was gone. Daoist Master Hao Yun's body had been broken through by the Molu pearl and the plain cloud white flag. Daoist Master Hao Yun's body was already dried up and weaker than an ordinary person. At this time, the heaven-breaking mallet was only a finger's distance away from the heaven-shaking drum. That was close. Seeing the demon-subduing mallet succeed, everyone was overjoyed. They put away their magic tools and no longer spoke. They took out pills and sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing. The heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-breaking mallet quietly floated in the air. No one went to collect them. The three disciples of the aroma religion were pale, but they seemed to have calmed down. Only Nun Xuezhen was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. At the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian had already rescued Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Lu Qingyang. At this moment, they were staring coldly at the Righteous Alliance's alliance leader Zhang San, who was shrouded in a cloud of reddish-black smoke. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Not far away, Bai Yanqiu was not affected by the sky-shaking drum because he had taken precautions in advance. He fought alone against Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi, and originally had the upper hand. However, Daoist Master Hao Yun was smashed into meat paste, and the sound of the drum stopped. Bai Yanqiu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Seeing that he could not hold on, Bai Yanqiu waved his hand, and a signal flew into the air. He then sneered and said, "You Immortal Dao experts are now seriously injured. This sect leader wants to see which martial Dao disciple cut off your heads." At this moment, Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi finally realized that under Bai Yanqiu's mountain and river map, there must be many Immortal Dao or martial Dao experts on the same level as Liang Zongxiu and the others lying in ambush. Now that they were injured, killing dozens of them was not a problem. However, it was impossible to kill hundreds or thousands of them. Seeing the change in Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi's expressions, Bai Yanqiu was very proud. But, after waiting for a while, no one came. 1,000 feet was not very far away, and, at this time, the sky was already bright. It was almost dawn, and they could already see things 1,000 feet away. What's going on? Bai Yanqiu was very proud and did not find it strange. It was like extreme joy begets sorrow. However, before Bai Yanqiu could turn around to look at the mountain and river map 1,000 feet away, her eyes casually fell on the corpse of Reverend Hao Yu, who was flying close to the ground. At this time, Reverend Hao Yu's head was shattered. It should have been a mess of flesh and blood. The ground where Reverend Hao Yu's body brushed past should also have a trail of blood. However, what Bai Yanqiu saw was a dried-up lump where Reverend Hao Yu's head should have been. She could not see anything. There was not a single trace of blood on the withered grass and snow behind the corpse. Ah? Bai Yanqiu's heart trembled. Her body immediately floated in midair and looked around in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Reverend Hao Yu's corpse was not far ahead. It should be Reverend Hao Feng. Reverend Hao Feng's chest was cut horizontally by the yen fan wheel. He should have been dripping with blood and looked very bloody. However, at this time, Reverend Hao Feng was lying there diagonally. Beside him, there was already a thick layer of snow, but it was still pure white. It was as if there was no blood at all. Tenryu sect, Bai Yanqiu hysterically screamed in midair. At this time, she was extremely convinced by Zhang Xiaohua's words. The Daoist Temple, Chuan Xiang sect, Misty School, the Righteous Alliance and Between the Clouds and the Water were already here. If there was someone who had the strength to spare, if it was not the Tenryu sect, who else could it be? And the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water that she brought with her did not heed her signal to come out. Was there even a need to say the result? Seeing Bai Yanqiu flying in midair in horror and hearing Bai Yanqiu's terrified scream, although Master Changxing and Nun Jingyi did not notice the abnormality of the corpse on the snow, their hearts jumped. Before they could ask, they heard a shrill laughter from the mountain map that was 1,000 feet away from Bai Yanqiu. Following that, Sakura, dressed in black and wearing a cloak on his head, appeared from 1,000 feet away with a few people dressed in strange clothes and dozens of ordinary-looking disciples of the Tenryu sect. In the middle of the dozens of disciples was a woman dressed in purple. This woman had big eyes, thick eyebrows, a beauty mark on her left chin and a dimple on her right cheek. This was the dream that Zhang Xiaohua had been thinking about day and night. Sakura? It's really you? Seeing this, Bai Yanqiu couldn't help but laugh. Beidou School's sect leader Ren said that the trap under Yao Mountain was set up by your Tenryu sect. We didn't believe it and thought that you were already hiding in the Tenryu sect to recuperate. Now, it seems that we have all fallen into your trap. Sakura's figure floated in the air and he said shrilly, "What? Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing are all seriously injured. If they don't retreat to recuperate, how can I go back?" Then, looking at the corpses on the ground from afar, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He smiled and said, "If I leave, how can this place be lively? How can Yao Mountain be lively?" Seeing Sakura approaching, Bai Yanqiu didn't dare to stay any longer. After weighing the pros and cons, he turned around and flew to Master Changxing and Nun Jingyi's side. Seeing that Master Changxing and Nun Jingyi were still confused, Bai Yanqiu pointed to the Righteous Alliance's disciples on the left and reminded them, "Master, can you see if there is any blood under the bodies of the Righteous Alliance's disciples? See if they are the same as the corpses under Yao Mountain." Only then did Master Changxing and Nun Jingyi understand. With just a glance, they knew that the corpses of those disciples were the same as the dried corpses without blood on Yao Mountain. Alliance Master Zhang. Seeing the abnormal corpses of the Righteous Alliance's disciples, everyone also saw Alliance Master Zhang San's scarlet flag and the black and red fog around it. When Alliance Master Zhang San saw this, he knew that he couldn't hide the secret, so he smiled and said, "This is the immortal cultivation method that XNG Town's Ma family offered to our alliance. Our alliance's cultivation isn't deep enough, so we don't dare to embarrass ourselves in front of everyone." Immortal cultivation method? Master Changxing frowned and looked at Nun Jing. Both of them looked at each other in surprise. Sakura, who was far away, seemed to have heard them and shouted, "Alliance Master Zhang San, welcome to our Tenryu sect. What immortal cultivation method is this?" "It is the supreme cultivation method of our Tenryu sect." Nonsense. Alliance Master Zhang San almost jumped up. "Your demonic sect's cultivation method. Does it need vitality stones?" "Who said that demonic sect's cultivation method doesn't need vitality stones?" Sakura laughed sharply and took a few steps forward. "Sakura, how did you know about this place?" Master Changxing shouted angrily. "This is the inheritance of our immortal Dao ancestor." Changxing, oh Changxing, don't forget that your Daoist Temple, although it's also a immortal Dao sect. It's different from Fragrance Cult, Misty School, and Shen Dao sect. Your inheritance is different from theirs." Sakura replied. "What's more, my Tenryu sect's ancestor Sakura also stayed in this forest before, so why can't my Tenryu sect know about this place?" Then he clapped his hands and said, "Since your Shen Dao sect has Situ Ping, Why can't my Tenryu sect have Sita Liang? As he said this, a disciple walked out from the crowd. Ah? Sita Liang? You're actually a disciple of the Tenryu sect? Others didn't recognize Sita Liang, but how could Bai Yanqiu, the head of Between the Clouds and the Water, not recognize him? That's right, this disciple is indeed a disciple of the Tenryu sect. By Zhangmin, your Shindao sect's threshold is too high, this disciple can't pass it, so I can only become a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Sita Liang sneered. Bai Yanqiu's face turned green and red. Back then, by chance, Bai Yanqiu met Sita Ping and Sita Liang. She chose Sita Ping to be a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water and sent him to the evil tiger gang to be Wan Jianfeng's spy. She threw Sita Liang to the side, but she never would have thought that Sita Liang was already a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Alright, Bai Zheng, it's not that I want to scold you, but you've been planning for so long, yet you're so overcautious. You didn't even dare to deal with O Peng from the Misty School. If you did it earlier, how would you be in such a predicament today? I have to say, Speaking to here, he paused for a bit, then continued, you're really too soft-hearted. I was far away in the northwest, but I still received the message sent by Sita Liang. If it wasn't for some unforeseen circumstances, I would have come here personally. Since you didn't participate in the excitement of the secret plane last time, this time, don't disappoint me, okay? Sakura revealed a mocking smile. How can your Tenryu sect meddle in my affairs? What unforeseen circumstances did you have? Don't decline. If your Tenryu sect had come earlier, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess Between the Clouds and the Water. Bai Yanqiu also sneered without any trace of politeness. Right now, she was all alone and had already disregarded her own life, so how could she still have any fear towards Sakura? If I have any matters, why would I need to inform you? Sakura said proudly. Looking at Bai Yanqiu, who was Between the Clouds and the Water, as well as Tenryu sect's Sakura, Master Changsheng and Nun Jing-yi were both speechless. That's right, everyone was scheming, but none of them succeeded. Chapter 12:17. After a long while, Master Changsheng sighed. He looked at Nun Jing-yi, Alliance Master Zhang San, and Zhang Xiao. Then he looked at Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing, who had yet to recover from their injuries. He took a step forward, put his palms together, and chanted, Amitabha, Sakura, you've been plotting for a long time. You just want to find the sheepskin scroll and go deep into the forest to find the inheritance. Just as you said, my Daoist temple is not a sect founded by the three ancestors of the immortal Dao. But since my Daoist temple has the sheepskin scroll and has the right to enter the secret area, it's not impossible for your Tenryu sect to enter as well. Moreover, the three immortal Dao sects and my Daoist temple may be different from your Tenryu sect, but we haven't had any fierce conflicts for tens of thousands of years. Today, although we're all injured, we may not necessarily lose to your Tenryu sect. This old monk is not talented, but I still want to make a deal with Sakura. When Sakura heard this, he was slightly stunned. With a strange smile on his face, he said, Master, please speak. Master Changsheng repeated the method of sharing the profits that he had told Alliance Master Zhang San just now. Without waiting for Sakura to answer, he turned around and asked Alliance Master Zhang San, Alliance Master Zhang San, what do you think of this old monk's suggestion? Alliance Master Zhang San was now alone, and his hatred was mostly added to by Yanqiu Between the Clouds and the Water. Now that the strength of the four immortal Dao sects had been greatly reduced, if they fought with the Tenryu sect again, it would most likely be a lose-lose situation. He himself was very likely to be killed by the Tenryu sect. Who in this world was truly unafraid of death? At this moment, Alliance Master Zhang San also gave up the idea of using the sheepskin scroll to threaten Master Changsheng. He only nodded slightly. Great Master's understanding is beyond my expectations. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Take out the sheepskin scrolls and let me see if you really have the so-called sheepskin scrolls. I'll see if you really have the qualifications to enter the jungle. Grandmaster Changsheng frowned slightly and became cautious. He shook his head and said, Of course we have sheepskin scrolls. However, you don't seem to have one. What right do you have to look at our sheepskin scrolls? Ha! Indra laughed shrilly. According to the records of my Tenryu sect, the method of entering and leaving the forest has already been destroyed. Where did you get the sheepskin scroll? Are you sure that the sheepskin scroll can enter the secret plane? Then he looked at Sidu Ping and said, if I didn't know that the method to enter and exit the secret area was long gone, how could I not pay attention when Situ Liang reported the mysterious actions of Situ Ping and the others to the Tenryu sect? What? The method to enter and exit the forest has already been destroyed? Grandmaster Chang Xing was slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at Nun Jing-yi, then looked at the Misty School. He used this sheepskin scroll to enter the secret plane personally a few years ago, when Wenhai's injuries had already recovered. He was already able to stand up. He cupped his hands and replied, furthermore, I have already told Grandmaster Chang Sheng and the others about what I saw in the secret plane. There really is such a magical sheepskin scroll? Indra's tone was a bit hesitant. Then he asked, can you let me take a look? Of course not. Indra, your Tenryu sect is trying to gain something without risking anything. It's better for you to follow behind us. There will be benefits for you guys anyways. Why are you in such a hurry? Nun Jing-yi was a bit dissatisfied. However, looking at both sides, she still said calmly, Hee, is that sheepskin scroll with you guys? Indra seemed to be worried. He asked casually, it might not be with me. However, if I don't say it, then no one will know where the sheepskin scroll is. Then, no one will be able to enter the secret plane. Alliance Master Zhang San said quickly. Really? Indra laughed. If that's the case, then, that's great. Before he finished speaking, Indra waved the hand hidden in his sleeve. A faint black line that was almost invisible to the naked eye shot towards Alliance Master Zhang San. How dare you! A shout came from behind Grandmaster Chang Sheng. It was none other than Grandmaster Tiangang's voice. Along with his voice came the Wheel of Buddha's Radiance. The Daoist Temple's technique was indeed the nemesis of the Heavenly Dragon sect. The Wheel of Buddha's Dharma artifact was also worthy of being the Daoist Temple's famous Dharma artifact. Before the Wheel of Buddha's Dharma artifact could reach Alliance Master Zhang San, the Radiant Dharma artifact had already dispersed the black lines. Indra saw this and his expression changed slightly. He seemed extremely uncomfortable. Indra, what are you doing? Grandmaster Chang Xing was furious. He also raised the Buddha beads in his hand. Hearing Grandmaster Chang Xing's question, Indra looked up to the sky and laughed. Bai Yanxiu from the Shindao sect wants to enter the secret plane with you guys. Do you think my Tenryu sect is the same as her? To tell you the truth, the things in this secret plane, my Tenryu sect doesn't care about them at all. What I want to do today is to destroy this sheepskin scroll. None of your disciples from the 4 immortal Dao sects can enter the secret plane. Ah? Everyone was stunned. It turned out that the Tenryu sect was actually planning to destroy the sheepskin scroll. Haha, I understand. Grandmaster Chang Xing laughed. Presumably, in this secret plane, the 3 ancestors of the immortal Dao sects must have left behind a method to restrain the Tenryu sect. Moreover, this method is extremely vicious. Maybe it can even wipe out the descendants of the Tenryu sect. So, Benefactor is hiding nearby and waiting for us to enter the secret plane to destroy the sheepskin scroll? Cut the crap. Indra waved his hand and shouted, Go! First, kill Zhang San from the Righteous Alliance. Then, capture the people from the Misty School alive. I want to see how your Daoist Temple and incense cult can enter the secret plane without these 2 sects. When Grandmaster Chang Xing heard this, he looked at the disciples of the Tenryu sect who were pouncing over like tigers and wolves. He threw his Buddha beads and chanted, Amitba! Shanzai, Shanzai! Watch how I subdue demons! Old ball donkey! Upon seeing this, Sakura stretched out his hand that was hidden in his sleeve. His pale and slender hand was holding a palm-sized magic tool that was shaped like a horse-head zither. However, the horse-head zither that was commonly seen had strings and a lifelike horse head on top of the zither. However, in Sakra's hand, not only did it not have strings, the horse head was also a horse skull. That zither was even surrounded by a faint black fog. Zhu Xin. Grandmaster Chong Xing narrowed his eyes and said, "This Zhu Xe? I have admired it for a long time. Ha, old bald donkey, then let Zhu Xe have a taste of your heart." Indra laughed shrilly. The horse's head zither suddenly jumped into the air. The faint black fog spread slightly and an extremely soft sound shot towards Grandmaster Chong Sheng. "Indra, your opponent is me." Seeing this, Grandmaster Tiangang threw the wheel of evolution. The Buddhist magic weapon lingering around the Buddha light flew towards the horse's head zither. "I knew you would make a move. However, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Indra muttered and made a gesture. 3 wisps of black fog separated from the horse's head zither and wrapped around the wheel of evolution. Before Indra made his move, he had already ordered his disciples to kill Alliance Master Zhang San and capture the disciples of the Misty School alive. The disciples of the Tenryu sect had already received their leader's order. They waved their weapons and shouted as they rushed towards Alliance Master Zhang San. At this time, Alliance Master Zhang San was surrounded by the disciples of the Incense sect. Peacock and the others had taken the Yuandan pill and their injuries had been suppressed. Nun Shuezhen had also slowly regained consciousness, but she was too injured to get up. Seeing the disciples of the Tenryu sect attacking, Peacock, Chin, and Swift all drew their weapons and went up to meet them. On the right of Alliance Master Zhang San were the disciples of the Misty School. Similarly, when Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Lu Qingyang's injuries had also been greatly alleviated. Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian's bodies were not seriously injured. Seeing the disciples of the Incense sect protecting Alliance Master Zhang San, although they were extremely unhappy, they had to draw their weapons and step forward to meet them. Although the disciples of the Incense sect and the Misty School were injured earlier, they were still first-class experts, especially Peacock, Chin, and Zhang Xiaohu. The weapons in Peacock and Chen's hands were the magical weapons they obtained from the Yaoshan Immortal abode. Their cultivation levels were still low and they could not control the flying swords. However, by infusing their vital energy, they were able to force the sword light out by more than 4 feet. It was a terrifying sight. The jade water sword in Zhang Xiaohu's hand was also about 1 foot long and the sword light rushed out to meet the disciples of the Tenryu sect. With a wave of his sword, the disciple could not dodge in time and the sword light cut through the copper rod. There was no sound at all and the copper rod was cut in half. Zhang Xiaohu's swordsmanship changed again and the sword light pierced towards the disciple's throat from a strange angle. The disciple hurriedly dodged, but when he saw that he was more than 2 feet away from Zhang Xiaohua, the sword light would not be able to pierce him. He subconsciously let down his guard. However, at this time, the sword light that swept past the disciple's throat suddenly increased and became more than 3 feet long. It had slashed through the disciple's throat. The disciple didn't even have time to react before a flash of blood appeared. Blood continued to flow out from his throat and his body collapsed on the ground. He was dead, and the blood that flowed out slowly seeped into the ground. From where his blood seeped into, strands of black gas appeared from the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's figure did not change. The sword light of the broken water sword in his hand swallowed and spat out as he fought with the other disciples of the Tenryu sect. Li Jian and the others did the same. They waved their weapons and fought with Zhang Xiaohu and the disciples of the Tenryu sect. When the remaining heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect saw that Sakra had made his move, they also floated up and took out their magic weapons. They howled and flew towards Master Yuandao and the others. The one flying in front was Maharaga of the Tenryu sect. His hands were empty except for a small whip made of grayish-white bones in his right hand. When he got closer, Maharaga waved his right hand, and the small whip made of white bones transformed into a 2-foot-long whip made of white bones. The whip made an ear-piercing sound that was like the howling of a malicious spirit. It directly pierced one's mind. The whip stirred up a gust of wind and attacked Master Chongqing from all directions. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 12:18. When Master Longevity saw Maharaga's white bone whip coming, he took a deep breath and swung the Buddhist beads in his hand. The beads shimmering with Buddhist light spun and met the attack. The head of the white bone whip hit the edge of the Buddhist beads first. The Buddhist light expanded and dispersed the snake-like black gas coming out of the whip. The white bone whip seemed to be extremely afraid of the Buddhist light and quickly retracted. But after retracting about half a foot, it suddenly wrapped around the side of the Buddhist beads and inserted itself into the middle of the beads as if it had a mind of its own. Before the white bone whip could wrap around the Buddhist beads, there were a few crisp pops. The 108 tiny Buddhist beads suddenly scattered and spun separately. They formed a formation and collided with the white bone whip. At this time, the white bone whip had already been surrounded by the Buddhist beads. It couldn't dodge in time. With a few crackling sounds, the white bone whip was hit by several Buddhist beads, causing the white bone whip to flicker with a black brilliance. The black gas on the whip also lessened a little. Ah, old monk Longevity, you really have some skills. You are indeed worthy of being the abbot of the Daoist temple. Maharaga laughed wildly. After saying a few words, he formed a seal with his right hand and quickly muttered a few words. A few needle-like objects flew out of his hand and pierced into the white bone whip in midair. The moment the needles entered the white bone whip, it was as if a fuse had been ignited. The entire white bone whip suddenly grew 30% bigger. The white bone whip was like an explosion, expanding to about 10 feet and wrapping around the 108 Buddhist beads. When Grandmaster Chongqing threw out his Buddha beads to fight Maharaga, Grandmaster Yuandao's demon-subduing pestle also flew up. It picked up a heavenly king behind Sakura and slammed him down. However, before the demon-subduing pestle could land, a tall and thin heavenly king jumped up and shouted, "Demon-subduing pestle? Hee, that's exactly what I want to meet." With that, the heavenly king flew into the air. He didn't take out any magic weapon, but he stretched out a fist. Although the heavenly king was thin and small, his fist was the size of an alms bowl and looked black. With a bang, the fist collided with the demon-subduing pestle. The heavenly king's body was smashed down 3 feet and almost fell to the ground. And the demon-subduing pestle was also bounced back. This, Master Yuandao, who had always believed in the power of the demon-subduing pestle, was dumbfounded. This was the demon-subduing pestle that had smashed Daoist Hao Yun into meat paste, but it was actually bounced back by the heavenly king of the Tenryu sect with his fist. For a moment, Master Yuandao actually forgot about the demon-subduing pestle in the air and let it in the air. Haha, as heavy as a mountain, the demon-subduing pestle is just SOS. As the heavenly king laughed, his body flew up again. When he was 4 feet above the ground, his heroic spirit was unleashed. With a tisk, he tore off his shirt and cloak, revealing his upper body and head. This heavenly king was skinny and not as muscular as Kong Jian. The bronze color of his skin was slightly darker. On his skin, a lifelike dragon was entrenched on this heavenly king's body. The ferocious dragon head was tattooed on this heavenly king's head. Dragon King? Master Yuandao saw this and couldn't help but gasp and blurt out. The Tenryu sect's Dragon King had always been strong and had the strength of 1 dragon and 9 elephants. He had never heard of it but had never personally experienced it. Seeing what the Dragon King had done just now, was it not even more terrifying than the legends? Monk Yuandao? I have long heard of your reputation as a disciple of the guardian of the Daoist temple. Today, I would like to see it for myself so that the world will know that the one with great strength is the one who is respected in the Tenryu sect. The Dragon King roared and flew up again. He clenched his fist at the dragon claw with the dragon tattoo. When he swung his fist, a faint black light flashed at the dragon tattoo. Then, a faint black gas floated out and hit the demon-subduing pestle that was still tumbling. Master Yuandao came to his senses and his eyes narrowed. He flew up and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle flew back to his hand. Master Yuandao waved his hand and the demon-subduing pestle made a sharp sound as it hit the Dragon King's fist. Master Yuandao didn't forget to mock the Dragon King. I will show you that the demon-subduing pestle can subdue a demon like you. Haha. The Dragon King laughed and the momentum of his fist didn't change. The two of them started fighting. The Daoist temple only had Master Yuanming left. The Molu pearl flew in the air and shone brightly. There were still two heavenly kings from the Tenryu sect attacking. When they got close, Master Yuanming turned to look at Nun Shuqing and Nun Jing. He pointed his finger and the Molu pearl shone brightly and covered the two heavenly kings. Hee, old monk Yuanming, do you think that you can withstand the two of us? One of the heavenly kings flipped his hand and pulled out a white magic tool from his back. With a casual slash, a fishy wind followed that white, blade-like magic tool and attacked the Mao pearl. Azura blade? You mean Azura? Master Yuanming laughed. I have long heard that Azura Heavenly King's Azura blade is the sharpest. I would like to see how your Azura blade will split my Molu pearl. Ha, old monk Yuanming is indeed powerful. It really is this Heavenly King. Azura Heavenly King laughed loudly. The Azura blade suddenly shone with a dark red brilliance. A wave of ghostly wails and howls came from the Azura blade. Then, a blood-like scarlet mist came from the Azura blade and collided with the Molu pearl. With a pu sound, the Molu pearl was trapped in the bloody mist of the Azura blade. It was as if it was in a quagmire. Then, with a pung sound, the Azura blade struck the Molu pearl. With a schwa sound, the Molu pearl shone brightly and opened up a space of 3 feet around the bloody mist. However, this brilliance wasn't as bright as when Master Yuanming took out the Molu pearl. Master Yuanming caught Azura. Nun Jing-yi and Nun Shuqing of the Tenryu sect looked at each other. One waved her peach blossom whip while the other waved her plain cloud white flag. A whip formed by peach blossoms and a lotus flower formed a brilliance and rushed towards the last heavenly king. The last heavenly king looked extremely dark and was abnormally skinny. However, he was also extremely short. He probably only reached Zhang Xiao's waist. However, the dark and skinny heavenly king held an extremely rare magic weapon. It was a pitch-black fork that was longer than the heavenly king's height. The front part of the fork was a ghost head with a ferocious expression. A tongue came out of the ghost head's mouth. The tongue split into 3 parts. They were the 3 prongs of the fork. Two old ladies. The heavenly king chuckled, as if he didn't care about Nun Jing-yi and Nun Shuqing at all. He waved his trident and a pitch-black fog was emitted from it. The tip of the trident shone with a cold light. I was originally looking for Bai Yanqiu. Since you're here, I'll let you have some fun first. Great Yiksha. You're just the last of the 8 divine dragons of the Tenryu sect. What's there to be proud of? Nun Shuqing saw the heavenly king's magic weapon and immediately knew his identity. She sneered. The masters of the Tenryu sect were all caught by the masters of the Daoist temple. A weakling like you can only be caught by the women of the Tenryu sect. It's only because your Tenryu sect lost people under Yao Mountain that there's no one else. Otherwise, I can deal with you alone. There's no need for the hierarch of the Tenryu sect to do it personally. The great Yaksha seemed to be extremely lecherous and easily angered. After hearing these words, he flew into a rage. His thin and small body suddenly leaped up and dodged the peach blossoms of the peach blossom whip. He pushed his trident forward 3 times and 9 streaks of black gas shot out from the tip of the trident towards the 2 nuns. As for the great Yaksha himself, he waved his trident around himself and countless streaks of black gas shot out, blocking in front of the white lotus on the plain cloud white flag. When the countless white lotuses came into contact with the black mist, it was as if they had met their nemesis. Puff puff puff. They all exploded and disappeared. At the same time, the black mist rippled and gradually became thinner. Nun Jing-yi smiled when she saw that she had successfully angered the great Yaksha. Her wrist moved slightly and the peach blossom whip suddenly changed its direction. It went from top to bottom and hit the black mist above the great Yaksha's head. Crack crack crack. The countless peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip cracked, and the black energy above the great Yaksha's head exploded. The great Yaksha was shocked, and he said anxiously, "This old woman also has such a technique?" As she spoke, she raised her trident and thrust it straight at the peach blossom whip. Nun Jing-yi didn't shrink back. The peach blossom whip followed like a shadow and collided with the trident. With a muffled sound, the peach blossom whip was sent flying into the air by the trident. Nun Jingyi's face turned slightly red at first, but then it quickly faded, revealing a ghastly pale face. The trident was also shaken away diagonally. The brilliance of the trident's tip was extremely dim. Shock appeared on the great Yiksha's pitch-black face again. Actually, in a battle of the immortal Dao, most people used immortal artifacts to mobilize the qi of heaven and earth to activate the immortal artifact's power. It was very rare to use the immortal artifact's body to fight. However, there wasn't enough qi of heaven and earth at the moment. If she only used the immortal artifact's power, the effect would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be as powerful as when the immortal artifact's body collided. However, this kind of collision would hurt the immortal artifact's cultivation the most. Nun Jingyi's attack just now had sent the great Yiksha's prongs flying and caused him to suffer a great loss, but she herself had also suffered a slight injury. The great Yiksha suffered a great loss and the light of his prongs dimmed. His pitch-black face was filled with shock and heartache. In his opinion, the peach blossom whip was a woman's immortal artifact and its body couldn't compare to the prongs of his prongs. However, when it collided, not only was his prongs damaged, but his cultivation was also shaken. The great Yiksha took a few deep breaths and suppressed his roiling qi and blood. His fighting spirit was even higher. He muttered and used the Tenryu sect's secret technique. The prongs of his prongs hummed and the ghost face at the prongs seemed to come alive. The prongs of his prongs moved slightly and the black mist that seeped out gradually solidified. Old woman, watch grandpa's power. The great Yiksha roared and swept the prongs of his prongs. His body suddenly flashed and he stabbed at Nun Shuqing's body. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 12:19. In this way, the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect fought against the Daoist temple and the incense cult. The disciples of the Tenryu sect fought against the Misty School, the incense cult, and the leader of the alliance of the righteous sects, Zhang San. Only Bai Yanqiu, between the clouds and the water, was left in front of the dense forest of Five Claws Peak. He held the sky-shaking bow in his hand and looked blankly at the people in the field. Meng, who was standing not far away, was wearing a purple dress, and several disciples of the Tenryu sect who were armed and on guard around her. Bai Yanqiu. Logically speaking, he should have picked up the sky-shaking bow and directly dealt with the remaining disciples of the Tenryu sect. He could even capture Meng and use her as a hostage. The saintess of the Tenryu sect was a person who was slightly inferior to the Sakura. If Bai Yanqiu could capture her, would the Sakura not stop? However, there was only Bai Yanqiu in between the clouds and the water. Leader Zhang San had made it clear that as long as between the clouds and the water entered the secret plane, he would never take out the sheepskin scroll. The Daoist temple and the incense cult were the main culprits who killed the three immortals between the clouds and the water. At this time, they had revealed their true intentions and certainly would not have any chance with between the clouds and the water. As for this dense forest, Bai Yanqiu definitely could not enter. Since he could not enter the dense forest, how could Bai Yanqiu continue to work for the path of immortality? She stared blankly at the arena, looking for an opportunity to decide the outcome of the battle. She wanted to see if there was an opportunity for her to take advantage of. She was thinking about whether she should make a move or not, and which side she should help. She also had to consider whether she would be killed if she made a move. Perhaps, the best thing to do right now is to run away. Bai Yanqiu thought, looking left and right. However, when he saw Meng Hao off in the distance, he couldn't help but be surprised. Bai Yanqiu had never seen Meng between the clouds and the water. She had only heard from the disciples of the sect that she was a disciple of the inner sect, Zixia. The first time she saw Meng was at the martial arts assembly of the Huayu Palace of the Cult of Fragrance. At that time, Meng was very cute. She was standing beside Zhang Xiaohua, like a cute and lovable little bird. At that time, Bai Yanqiu already knew that Meng was the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect. She was terrified and didn't dare to stare at her for too long. Between the clouds and the water wasn't on par with the Tenryu sect. She was really afraid that Meng would vent her anger on her for being captured. Of course, Although she didn't look closely, she still had a deep impression of the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect, the one and only holy maiden of Jianghu. Should I capture her? Bai Yanqiu's previous thought arose again. Perhaps I can gain some benefits from this? While Bai Yanqiu was lost in thought, Meng seemed to have sensed something. She turned her gaze away from the battle in the field and met Bai Yanqiu's gaze. Ah! Bai Yanqiu was shocked. She felt that Meng's eyes were filled with endless bewitchment and mockery. It made her feel as if her divine sense was being sucked in. Bai Yanqiu stumbled in her panic. It took her a lot of effort to shift her gaze away. She didn't dare to look in Meng's direction again. She thought to herself, the Tenryu sect's cultivation method is so domineering. This Meng has only been back for a few days. How could she have improved her cultivation by so much? Does this Tenryu sect's saintess specialize in the cultivation method of intimidating one's mind? Meng Hao smiled when she saw that Bai Yanqiu had tactfully avoided meeting her. It was as if Bai Yanqiu was just a clownfish that couldn't make a big wave no matter how hard he tried. She then looked at the sky. There was no frown. She then looked at the people fighting in the field. Although there were many ordinary disciples in the Tenryu sect, their martial arts were inferior to that of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Peacock and the rest seemed to be handling the situation with ease. However, because they were injured by the sky shaking drum, they didn't have time to heal their injuries. Once they started fighting, it was obvious that they weren't in good condition. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, there weren't many casualties. Looking at Master Tiangang, Sakura and the rest, it was different from the fight between the Immortal Dao seniors at the foot of Yao Mountain. At the right time, the various sects couldn't choose which sect would be the first to enter Immortal's abode. According to the rules of Jianghu, the one with the biggest fist would be the first to enter Immortal's abode. Although it was said that they wouldn't show mercy, the leaders of the various sects didn't make a move. Only the seniors of the various sects used their Immortal Dao skills to fight for the sake of the future agreement and the reputation of the various sections. If it wasn't for the Tenryu sect's sneak attack, the Dalin Temple lost Master Yuanwu, the Incense sect lost Abbess Shu Jia, causing the Incense sect and the Dalin Temple to have a grudge. Abbess Shu Qing changed sides and challenged the Dalin Temple together with Between the Clouds and the Water. Later on, the nirvana of the phoenix attracted the vital energy of heaven and earth, triggering the bloodthirsty emotions of the crowd. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been bloodshed at the foot of Yao Mountain. Today, the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect finally found such a good opportunity to gather everyone from the Immortal Dao here. Moreover, the Immortal Dao had internal strife, causing everyone to be injured. The Tenryu sect had the upper hand in terms of strength. The Tenryu sect had the intention to finish this battle in one fell swoop, so they didn't show any mercy at all. The heart executioner in Sakura's hand was already spewing out black gas from the 7 apertures of the skull. The black gas was like a spirit snake, winding around the mortal wheel and slowly entangling it. The Dalin Temple's technique was the nemesis of the Tenryu sect's technique, and the faint Buddha's light was also the nemesis of the black gas. Early on, when Master Tiangang and Sakura were fighting, the black gas that Sakura released was purified by the faint Buddha's light and disappeared between heaven and earth without a trace. However, after fighting for a while, the Buddha's light was only a little bit. Master Tiangang was injured twice, and the magic power in his body was already somewhat exhausted. Sakura was also strange. Previously, he was injured by Master Tiangang, and that injury was caused by both of his hands passing through his body. At this moment, it seemed that Sakura was using some kind of secret technique of the Tenryu sect, so it was impossible to see the injury from a month ago. The black gas in the heart executioner became more and more concentrated, and it almost enveloped the entire mortal wheel. Moreover, the black gas was like silk that entangled the mortal wheel tightly. Master Tiangang felt as if the mortal wheel had fallen into a quagmire. His divine sense was already somewhat unable to move the mortal wheel flexibly. And the most terrible thing was that the reason why the heart executioner was called heart executioner was because this horse head zither could make a mournful sound like a ghost's cry, and it was like a sharp sword that pierced into the opponent's heart. Master Tiangang might not have been able to care about this kind of sound attack if it was on a normal day. However, just an hour ago, the ancient divine weapons, the sky-shaking drum and the sky-breaking hammer, had appeared here. Under the desperate urging of Master Hao Yun, these killing weapons had already injured Master Tiangong's heart meridian. If he could meditate for a few years, Master Tiangong's heart meridian might be able to recover, and he wouldn't be afraid of the heart executioner then. However, when it rains, it pours. Master Tiangang had just killed Master Hao Yun when Sakura came and used the heart executioner to attack Master Tiangong's heart meridian. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Master Tiangang already felt a dull pain in his heart meridian, which had already affected the use of his magic power. If we fight for another 2 hours, I'm afraid I'll really fall in the hands of Sakura. Master Tiangang thought in his heart, but then he suddenly realized, the Tenryu sect may not only want to destroy the sheepskin scroll. They only need to destroy the operation of the 4 sects to enter the secret land, and we can only wait until next year to enter the secret land again. And we're all injured, so they have enough time to deal with us and destroy the sheepskin scroll. They have a whole year's time. Maybe, in the secret land, there really is a secret left by the immortal Dao's 3 ancestors to deal with the Tenryu sect? Master Tiangang suddenly realized. Tisk. Thinking of this, Master Tiangang felt an incomparable pain in his heart meridian. It was so painful that Master Tiangang almost cried out. He took the time to look at the sky. Although it was still covered with dense clouds and snowflakes, the sky was already bright. Master Tiangang felt that there was not much time left until the first ray of sunlight rose. But, the whole sky is covered by clouds, how can the sunlight pass through? Master Tiangang thought of this question for no reason. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence was injected into the wheel of divination with Master Tiangong's incantation. Master Tiangong's eyes suddenly lit up. The wheel of divination was the same as Master Tiangong's eyes. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the wheel of divination. While the surrounding rings were rotating rapidly, the cross in the middle suddenly broke away from the ring and shot towards Sakura like lightning. Sakura was startled. He flicked his hand and a wisp of black silk was formed. It guided the black gas that came out of the heart executioner and formed a net in front of the cross-shaped lightning. When the lightning touched the black gas net, it made a sizzling sound. The black gas was like snow that was poured with hot water, and it instantly melted. Sakura was surprised. He pointed his finger and more black gas wrapped around the lightning. However, the lightning didn't stop there. It kept forming a net of black gas, and it was about to shoot in front of Sakura. Puff! Sakura frowned. He had no choice but to open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas gradually turned into the shape of a short sword in the air, and it quickly blocked in front of the lightning. The lightning seemed to have exhausted its strength. It was blocked by the black gas and stopped. Hee hee, old bald donkey, what else? Before Sakura could sneer, the lightning suddenly split into 2. One of the 2 halves was even faster, and when Sakura wasn't paying attention, it shot toward the skull of the heart executioner. With a pop sound, the skull was actually pierced through, turning into a few white pieces that floated in the air. The black gas within the skull suddenly burst out, enveloping the surrounding area. Old bald donkey! Sakura was furious. Just as he was about to pick up the pieces floating beside the zither, a kind of vigilance suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't think and didn't care about the pieces. He immediately soared up and was about to float away. However, at this moment, at the place where Sakura Yaoshan was ambushed by Master Tiangang, the same pair of white jade-like palms appeared in the same posture. It was Master Tiangang who used the Wheel of Evolution to make the final attack, attracting Sakura's attention. As for himself, he didn't care about the corrosion of the heart executioner's black gas. He forcefully channeled his magic power and went deep into the black gas. Using the same method, he heavily injured Sakura again. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1220. Sakura's blood-curdling screams shook the 9 heavens. That was anger, that was grief, that was a kind of remorse and guilt. Sakura had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that great Master Tiangang would actually also imitate Daoist Master Hao Yun, disregarding everything, and actually rushed into the black gas that was incomparably poisonous to great Master Tiangang. And he himself actually had this old bald donkey stabbed into the same part of his body twice. Just as Master Tiangang was about to wave his hand and destroy Sakura's body again, Sakura had already moved. Like a black wind, he instantly disappeared from Master Tiangang's hand. Master Tiangang was already seriously injured, and with the sharp pain in his heart meridian, his true qi stagnated, and he immediately fell to the ground. How could he continue to pursue Sakura? While Sakura and Master Tiangang's battle was progressing, the battles of several people beside them were also beginning to take shape. The one closest to Master Tiangang was Master Longevity. Master Longevity had already spread out his Buddhist beads at the very beginning. The 108 small Saraira Buddhist beads shone with boundless Buddhist light. Although the white bone whip was extremely powerful, and after several head-on clashes, the dozens of Saraira Buddhist beads dimmed, but the Buddhist beads lived up to their reputation as Buddhist holy objects. Under Master Longevity's control, they formed different arrays, attacking and defending well, and still managed to suppress the sharpness of the white bone whip. Seeing that he was already at a disadvantage, Maharaga's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes darted around, and a resolute look appeared on his face. At that moment, the white bone whip lashed down, and the Buddhist beads turned into a shield formation to meet it. Just as the white bone whip touched the Buddhist beads, Maharaga opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then he tapped with his fingers, and a small blood-shaped array instantly formed. Once the blood array was formed, it immediately shot toward the white bone whip and stuck to the shaft of the white bone whip. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After the white bone whip stuck to the blood array, a blood-red color spread out. After it turned completely blood-red, it immediately turned into countless tiny blood-red beads that whistled toward Master Longevity and the 108 Saraira Buddhist beads. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of crisp sounds rang out. It was the sound of the bones and the Saraira beads colliding and exploding. Every time it rang out, Maharaga's face lost a bit of color. Every time it rang out, Grandmaster Longevity's face also turned a bit paler. Dozens of blood-colored bones penetrated the Buddhist Saraira beads and shot straight towards Master Longevity. Seeing the white bones close in on him, Grandmaster Longevity clenched his teeth and waved his sleeves. It was the Heaven and Earth sleeve ability, and he wanted to collect the dozens of white bones. Unexpectedly, just as he collected the white bones into his sleeves, Grandmaster Longevity's expression changed drastically. Popping sounds came from his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves actually exploded. Grandmaster Longevity hurriedly flung his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves flew toward Maharaga along with the explosion. "Ha, old bald donkey, do you know what it means to reap what you sow?" Maharaga grinned viciously and waved his hand nonchalantly. Several streams of faint black qi stopped the remaining dozen or so skeletons in front of him. But, just as Maharaga was mocking Grandmaster Longevity, one of the skeletons suddenly moved. It flew through the black qi Maharaga had set up and shot right into Maharaga's chest. Do. That small sword pierced right through his chest. When Maharaga saw it with his divine sense, he realized that it was the Daoist Temple's magic weapon, the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword, why is it in your hands? Maharaga asked in panic as he used the Tenryu sect's secret technique to stop his wound. That demon-slaying sword was the absolute nemesis of the Black Qi. All the magic weapons of the Tenryu sect were extremely afraid of it. Ha, cough, cough. Grandmaster Longevity had just laughed a few times when he started coughing again. Presumably, his injuries were also very serious. After coughing a few times, Grandmaster Longevity straightened up and said in a low voice, "This old monk is the abbot of the Daoist Temple. Isn't this old monk the one who uses all the magic weapons? Grandmaster Yuanwu has passed away. Isn't this demon-slaying sword left behind by this old monk?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger. His face was slightly flushed, and the demon-slaying sword returned. The battle between Grandmaster Tiangang and Indra, as well as the battle between Grandmaster Longevity and Maharaga, was spectacular. However, the battle between Dragon King and Yuandao was the most entertaining. The Dragon King was so engrossed in the battle that he tore off all his clothes, leaving only his private parts to cover. The Dragon King's body was painted with a huge dragon from head to toe. As the Dragon King twisted and turned in the air, the dragon seemed to come alive. As the saying goes, dragons follow the clouds and tigers follow the wind. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, thin black clouds appeared around the Dragon King's body. Following those black clouds, the dragon on the Dragon King's body expanded and shrunk in the clouds, abnormally vigorous. Ping, ping, ping. The whole place was filled with the sounds of the Dragon King and Grandmaster Yuandao's demon-slaying pestle colliding. The Dragon King's body was also unusual. His fists were even weirder and did not match the Dragon King's slender body. However, these fists did not seem to be made of flesh at all. Perhaps, these fists were the magic weapons that the Dragon King had been refining all this time. The demon-subduing pestle was something that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered before. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's divine strength, she did not dare to face the demon-subduing pestle head-on. She could only use the great wisdom sword to deal with it. As for the Dragon King, he had been using his fists to fight the demon-subduing pestle from the beginning to the end. Moreover, as time passed, the true energy in Grandmaster Yuandao's body gradually dried up. The demon-subduing pestle became lighter and lighter, while the Dragon King's fists became stronger and stronger. Every time, the demon-subduing pestle would be blown away by the wind from the fists. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Grandmaster Yuandao could not help but have other thoughts. He flicked the sweat on his forehead and glanced at the Dragon King. Seeing that the Dragon King was excitedly raising his fist and exerting more force on the demon-subduing pestle, Grandmaster Yuandao flicked his sleeves lightly. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "What a good Dragon King, this old monk." However, before he could leap up, he fell to the ground. "Ha!" The Dragon King shouted, "Old bald donkey, hurry up and get up. This daddy has not had enough yet." As he spoke, he swung his fist and flew towards Grandmaster Yuandao. But just as his fist was about to reach Grandmaster Yuandao's chest, a thin black ray of light suddenly appeared and pierced into the Dragon King's back. This black ray of light was the black needle that Grandmaster Yuandao had used the Heaven and Earth box to collect from Daoist Master Hao Yun. Since he knew that Daoist Master Hao Yun was the culprit who injured Grandmaster Yuandao, how could Grandmaster Yuandao return it to him? To think that he would be able to use it here today. Old bald donkey, when did you learn to be so despicable? The Dragon King did not care about the attack at all. He had cultivated the Tenryu sect's secret technique, and his entire body was tempered like a magical weapon. The tiny black ray of light would not be able to pierce through his skin. But that's just how things are. When you think it's impossible, it just happens. That tiny black ray of light flashed and disappeared into the Dragon King's skin. Ah? The Dragon King let out a cry of shock and immediately rolled on the ground. He activated the secret technique in his body and tried to force the black ray of light out. But this black ray of light was a mysterious object. Back then, Grandmaster Yuandao had died under this black ray of light. Even though Grandmaster Yuandao did not have the secret technique to refine it and did not have the ability to control the black ray of light, once it entered the Dragon King's skin, it immediately flowed through the Dragon King's blood vessels and into his heart. Grandmaster Yuandao was overjoyed when he saw the Dragon King panicking. He immediately jumped up from the ground and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle came crashing down like a mountain. The Dragon King roared and straightened his body. He raised his fist and with a loud bang, the demon-subduing pestle was sent flying. However, the Dragon King's face changed. The black ray of light that he had blocked earlier was now moving closer to his heart. Good. Grandmaster Yuandao seemed to know that the Dragon King was in an awkward position. He used what little spiritual energy he had and slammed the demon-subduing pestle down like a mountain. The Dragon King could only retreat as he fought, Grandmaster Yuan Ming was perhaps the most stable of the grandmasters in the Daoist temple. In other words, he was the only one who could fight evenly with the Tenryu sect's heavenly king and was at a slight disadvantage. The Azura heavenly king of the Tenryu sect had always been known for his battle prowess. He was also a bloodthirsty and cruel person. The Azura saber in his hand was passed down from the ancient Sakura Buddha. In the past 10,000 years, it had drunk the blood of countless people and reaped the lives of countless people. When the Azura saber was swung, it was filled with the pungent smell of blood, and the faint wails of countless vengeful spirits could be faintly heard. Grandmaster Yuan Ming did not have many magical instruments. The Mao bead was one of the few magical instruments in the Buddhist sect. However, Grandmaster Yuan Ming did not have any great supernatural powers and could not use the power of the Mao bead. He could only use his spiritual energy to drive the Mao bead to strike like a pellet. Of course, this method could not compare to the true power of the Azura saber. Fortunately, the Mao bead shone brightly and suppressed the blood and black energy of the Azura saber. Grandmaster Yuan Ming also held his ground. The Mao bead did not fly more than 10 feet away from him. The Buddha's light protected his entire body firmly. He did not seek to make any mistakes. Therefore, although Grandmaster Yuan Ming was at a disadvantage, he was not in any danger in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Beside Azura was Wuxia King. The ghost face's three-pronged trident was being used smoothly. Endless black energy was spat out from the ghost face's tongue, tightly entangling Nun Shu Qing and Nun Jing Yi on the opposite side. However, although there was a lot of black energy and it was extremely corrosive, the plain cloud white flag lived up to its reputation. Every time it waved, countless white lotuses would appear and block the black energy. Although the white lotuses were not as useful as the Buddha's light of the Daoist temple, the white lotuses would constantly explode and annihilate most of the black energy. As for Wuxia King's trident, Nun Jing Yi was not afraid at all. Her peach blossom whip danced and turned into peach blossoms. The peach blossoms changed formations, and she always had endless methods to block the trident in front of the two, rendering Wuxia King's attacks ineffective. However, there was still one thing that made Nun Jing Yi and Nun Shu Qing angry, and that was Wuxia King's abnormal lecherousness. Although the two nuns were rather old, Wuxia King's mouth was still flirtatious. He rambled on, and his words were very unpleasant. The two nuns became more and more furious. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 12:21. Shu Qing, your body is not bad. You can even withstand my soaring pole strike. TSK, when you were young, you practiced a lot. You are getting stronger as you get older. Wuxia King laughed and said, Jingyi, your move is not good. Your strength is too weak. Did Changsheng from the Daoist temple teach you this? Oh no, it should be Changsheng who used it on you. Yes, it must be. That old monk always has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Of course he would be gentle with you. Good girl, you must have enjoyed it. But have the two of you tried the candles? It is very painful and ecstatic. Jing Yi was furious. She didn't need to transform the peach blossom whip in her hand to whip Wuxia King's face. The whip stirred up the wind and seemed to be able to tear the space apart. The Wuxia King flicked his trident and hit the top of the whip in a split second. A few peach blossoms on the tip of the whip were smashed. When the peach blossoms reappeared, their shadows were already dim. Jing Yi, did I hit the nail on the head? What are you afraid of? Love between a man and a woman is a matter of course. Monks are also men. Oh right, you preach the incense cult and call yourself a nun. Could it be that you want to hook up with a monk from the Daoist temple? Wuxia King damaged the peach blossom whip a little. He was pleased with himself and said with a lustful look in his eyes, Oh Shu Qing, how did Yuan Tian die? Others may not know, but I know very well. Didn't you suck him dry? Did Shu Jie snatch him from you? Lord Sakura of the Tenryu sect killed Shu Jie just as you wished. Didn't you want her dead for a long time? Go to hell. Shu Qing Nun had been holding it in for a long time. When she heard Wuxia King slandering the junior sister she had just lost, She couldn't help but feel angry. She waved the white flag and countless lotuses appeared. Under Shuqing Nun's control, the lotuses turned into a flying sword and pierced toward Yiksha King's chest. The Yiksha King chuckled coldly and flew forward. He waved his trident and spat out black gas from his mouth. The black gas quickly fused with the trident. The two empty eyes on the ghost face turned into two beams of black light and shot straight at the flying sword. With a sizzling sound, the flying sword slowly melted into two halves. Then, the black gas on the tips of the trident grew stronger and gradually melted the remaining lotus flowers. Ouch! Yiksha King suddenly jumped up into the air as if his butt was on fire. Sure enough, there was a peach blossom whip under his butt. It was like a long spear, piercing his butt from bottom to top. Alas, it would have been better if the whip didn't hit him. Now that it hit him, Yiksha King started to drool. You bitch, you really want to kill me. I only told you a little about your relationship and you did this to me. I like women the most. I don't like women behind my back. Have you been fooled by the monks of the Daoist temple too much? That's why you thought of doing the same thing? As a result, the faces of the two nuns looked as if they were dripping blood. They both shouted loudly. Although the shadow of the peach blossom whip dimmed, Nun Jingyi still activated the little true qi in her body and directly lashed it at Yiksha King. Nun Shuqing also struggled to wave the plain cloud white flag. Ignoring the broken meridians in her body, she poured true qi into the flag as if it was free. The two nuns of the aroma cult were infuriated by Yiksha King's words. They injected the last of their genuine qi into their weapons. The peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip shone brilliantly, and the lotus blossoms on the plain cloud white flag shone brightly. Both weapons were launched at Yiksha King, who was holding his buttocks and leaping into the air. My goodness, you two still have energy left? I'm already exhausted. Although Yiksha said this, his body that was suspended in midair seemed to be dissatisfied. His short body shook and suddenly expanded. His body rose to a height of more than 3 inches. His ugly, pitch-black face suddenly elongated and his small eyes widened. He shouted loudly, "Ha!" and threw out the trident in his hand that had been accumulating power for a long time. When the three-pronged fork rushed out of Yiksha King's hand, it suddenly expanded just like Yiksha King. When it stabbed down with extreme speed, a pitch-black brilliance flashed and the shadow of another three-pronged fork appeared from the ghost face. The shadow of the three-pronged fork seemed to be solid as it whistled and rushed towards Nun Jingyi while the main body of the three-pronged fork stabbed towards Nun Shuqing. With 2 loud rumbles, the three-pronged trident swayed and turned into wisps of black smoke, disappearing from the world. Yiksha King's expression changed. His body shrunk, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nun Jingyi was in an even worse state. All of the peach blossoms on her peach blossom whip were annihilated, leaving only a soft silk ribbon floating in the air. There were countless bright peach blossoms imprinted on it. Nun Jingyi's body flew backward, and she fell to the ground with a bang. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and her face was abnormally pale. At the same time, on Nun Shuqing's side, with a boom and a tearing sound, the lotus flowers around the Suiyun white flag completely dissipated. A large tear appeared on the flag's surface. Like Nun Jingyi, Nun Shuqing fell to the ground. Although she didn't vomit blood, her face was even paler than Nun Jingyi's. With the Suiyun white flag broken, Nun Shuqing's mind was injured. It was several times worse than Nun Jingyi's. The three-pronged fork that collided with the white flag also shone brightly with black light. Then, it lost its luster and fell to the ground with a clang. It was no different from an ordinary copper rod. Yiksha King spat out another mouthful of blood. His thin body curled into a ball in the air. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't stand firm and fell from the sky as well. Yiksha King actually fought against 2 nuns from the incense cult. It had to be said that the Tenryu sect was indeed the #1 sect in the pugilistic world. There were only 5 heavenly kings from the sect: Sakura, Dragon King, Yiksha King, Azura Heavenly King, and Maharaga Heavenly King. Yet, they were able to fight against the immortal path experts from the incense cult and the Daoist temple. If this sect was in the pugilistic world on a normal day, who would be qualified to compete with them? Speaking of which, Grandmaster Tonggeng had heavily injured Sakura, and he himself had also fallen onto the ground, powerless to chase after him. When he stood up with difficulty, other than the battle between Azura Heavenly King and Grandmaster Yuan Ming, which had no result for the time being, everyone had a rough idea of what was going on. The two sects of Immortal Dao could be considered to have the upper hand. The disciples of the Misty School and the Incense Cult were heavily injured. However, they had also gained the most. All the disciples from the Tenryu sect had been killed on the spot. Master Tiangang couldn't help but smile when he saw this. At this moment, a five-colored light suddenly appeared in the eastern sky. Following the light, the surrounding thick black clouds were like boiling water, gradually rolling around the light. After a short while, a round clear sky appeared in the middle of the light. A blood-red sun peeked out from the round sky and gradually rose along the clear sky. At the same time, a shadow quickly swept over from the west side of the dense forest, coincidentally passing between two jujube trees at the edge of the dense forest. Then, the shadow quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. The multicolored light in the eastern sky flickered a few times before disappearing. Looking at the other side of the sky, it was once again filled with rolling dark clouds, completely covering the round clear sky from before. There was not even a trace of the morning sun. Quick! Master Tiangong's face lit up with joy. He forcefully channeled his magic power and flew to the front of the Misty School disciples. He waved his hand and threw a sheepskin scroll to Wenwenhai. He shouted, "Quick, follow the method you used last time and enter through these two jujube trees." Then, he pointed to the two jujube trees at the side and flew to the opposite side of Sakura. He looked at Sakura, who had just climbed up from the ground with blood flowing from his body. He waved his hand and the wheel of evolution that was floating in the air just now slowly flew back to the top of his head, when Wenhai took the sheepskin scroll and was slightly stunned. Then, he understood and said loudly to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect leader Zhang, quickly take out the sheepskin scroll and smear your blood on the back of it." Then, he turned his head and shouted to Alliance Master Zhang San and Peacock of the Incense Cult, "Quick, take out your sheepskin scrolls and smear your blood on the back." Alliance Master Zhang San woke up and immediately stood up. He took out a sharp dagger from his bosom and walked over to the Righteous Alliance disciples who had died on the ground. He casually picked up a corpse and used the dagger to cut open the skin on the back of that person's head. He stretched out his hand and took out a small and thin oil bag. When he opened it, there was a sheepskin scroll inside. Sigh, it was hidden so well. Just as Alliance Master Zhang San said, if he did not do it himself, who would have thought that he would hide the sheepskin scroll in the back of an ordinary disciple's head? The incense cult was even simpler. Chen Chen raised her hand and took out a jade hairpin from her hair. She twisted off the phoenix head of the jade hairpin and pulled out the sheepskin scroll that had been rolled into a thin stick. The four people saw that the sheepskin scrolls were gathered and smeared their blood on the back of the sheepskin scroll. Sure enough, the sheepskin scroll gradually revealed writing. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. A figure flashed by, and before the four of them could react, their hands were empty. The four sheepskin scrolls were snatched by that person. Ah? Everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and looked at the person in midair. They were dumbfounded. At this moment, Sakura of the Tenryu sect was closely watched by Master Tiangang and could not take a single step. Maharaga was injured by Master Chongqing and had almost no strength to move. Yuxia King was injured by Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing and also fell to the ground. The Dragon King was injured by Master Yuandao's black light and was struggling to deal with Master Yuandao's demon subduing pestle. He also had to spare some magic power to prevent the black light from entering his heart meridian, so it was impossible for him to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had the upper hand, Azura King, was also entangled by Master Yuandao and would not have the chance to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had a chance to come over was the sect master of Between the Clouds and the Water, Bai Yanqiu, who had been wandering around, looking for an opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The world was nothing more than this. Please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, Please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 12:22. However, when everyone present was certain that the person who had the ability to snatch the 4 sheepskin scrolls was by Xianxia of Aqua Cloud Club, when they saw the person who stopped in midair, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That was because the person standing in midair with a frown and looking down at her hand was none other than the purple-clothed dream. The dream that Zhang Xiaohua had been yearning for day and night. The dream of being the saintess of the Tenryu sect. By Xianxia, whom everyone suspected, was standing in the distance in horror. He covered his mouth with one hand and stared blankly at Meng, who was in the air. Meng ignored everyone's astonished eyes and looked at the parchment scrolls from left to right while muttering, How could this be? Wasn't the jade slip used to enter and exit the dense forest destroyed? How could there be such a strange thing in the world? Where did this parchment come from? Meng's face lit up with a strange expression when she heard these questions. But in an instant, Meng raised her head and looked in a direction in the distance. She said with a smile, No matter where this parchment came from, I'll just destroy it. As she said this, she rubbed her hands and was about to destroy it when Xianxia, a disciple of the incense sect, called out, Junior Sister Xianxia, wait. Meng was stunned. She slowly turned her head and looked at Xianxia. She smiled and said, Xianxia? Are you talking to me? Xianxia was stunned and said, Of course I'm talking to you, Xianxia. Then he turned to look at Nun Jingyi and the others and said, Junior Sister Xianxia, I know you're the saintess of the Tenryu sect and should work for the Tenryu sect, but you have to think about it. When you lost your memory, it was Master Jingxian of the incense sect who brought you back to the sect, accepted you as a disciple, taught you martial arts, and took good care of you. In the Valley of the Orchid at dusk, I also took care of you all the time and saved you from the herd of beasts. When Ren Xiaoyao broke into the incense sect with a sword, it was our sect master who helped you too. Even in the martial arts competition, you left as you wished and the sect master didn't say anything. Do you still remember? When you left Lingering Fragrance Peak, did you say anything? When we met, you even wanted me to call you Junior Sister Xianxia. You said it yourself. I called you Junior Sister Xianxia. Why didn't you agree? Haha, Jingxian. Do you think I want to preach the incense cult to you? If Jingxian hadn't done this out of the goodness of her heart, I wouldn't be like this right now. Before Dream could finish speaking, she suddenly frowned and muttered. Her eyes, which had been full of life, suddenly became hollow and painful. Dream screamed and fell down, rolling on the ground. Get out! Dream screamed and jumped up from the ground. She blinked and looked at everyone with a confused expression. Junior Sister Xianxia? When Xianxia saw this, he suppressed his astonishment and said in a low voice. Senior Sister Qin, you're here too? Meng Yi stroked his messy hair and forced a smile. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Yes, we're here. Give me the sheepskin scroll in your hand. Sheepskin scroll? Dream naturally looked at the sheepskin scroll in his hand. Sakura shouted from a distance, Destroy it quickly. This sheepskin scroll must be destroyed. This? Dream hesitated. At this moment, a surprised voice came from a distance, Dream. But this voice suddenly stopped. When everyone looked over, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua, who had disguised as Master Panin, was flying over from a distance. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was red and his mouth was open, as if he had screwed up. But then, before Zhang Xiaohua could hide anything, he was shocked by the tragic situation in the field. Then he suddenly looked up. When he saw that everyone in the Misty School was still alive and his second brother was only injured, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. He did not care about what he said to Dream. After all, Panin did not know Dream, so he only took a deep look at Dream, turned around, and flew to Zhang Xiaohu's side. Zhang Xiaohua's appearance could be considered to have solidified the advantage of the 4 immortal sects. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Azura Heavenly King also put away the Azura sword and stood there steadily, quietly watching the development of the situation in the field. Master Zhang, are you okay? What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dead bodies on the ground, looked at Bai Yanqiu who was a distance away, and then at the 5 heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect beside him. He was very confused. Master Pan and Peacock said calmly, "The situation here is very complicated. I can't explain it in a short time. Please, the 4 sheepskin scrolls of the 4 immortal sects have been taken away by the Tenryu sects. Xianxia. Master Pan, please hurry and get the scrolls back so that we can enter this secret place. If any of the scrolls are destroyed, our years of hope will go up in smoke." Xianxia? She can take away the scrolls? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out. "Why can't she?" Peacock was stunned and asked back. "Oh, it's nothing." Zhang Xiaohua turned around and saw that Dream was indeed holding the 4 scrolls in her hands. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and said in a low voice, "Miss Xianxia, please pass these 4 scrolls to I. I promise that no one will hurt you here." But a pensive look appeared in Dream's eyes as she calmly said, "My heavenly dragon sect has suffered heavy casualties. The 5 heavenly kings are all injured. Can you guarantee that they won't fall?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua definitely had the right to decide the current situation, but he was representing the Misty School. If he let the Tenryu sect's heavenly kings go, the Misty School would stand on the side of the Tenryu sect and the 3 immortal sects would definitely go against the Misty School. But if he killed the Tenryu sect's heavenly kings, would Dream agree to it? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood that his previous thoughts were ridiculous. Zhang Xiaohua turned around helplessly and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. He wanted to hear his second brother's opinion. "Master Zhang, what should we do?" Zhang Xiaohu knew about the relationship between Dream and Zhang Xiaohua. He was also helpless. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss and Peacock, Qin Chen and the rest wanted to persuade him, Dream's voice came from behind Zhang Xiaohua. "Zhang Xiaohua, you're awake? But you can stop pretending." "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and turned to look at Dream. The pain on Dream's face had just subsided and there was still sweat on his forehead. The panic in his eyes was replaced by a mocking look. Zhang Xiaohua was about to explain when Dream laughed again. "I followed you all the way from Lingxiang Peak to the Dalan Temple to deliver the letter. We were then captured and brought to between the clouds and the water together. How could I not know what happened to you? I know better than anyone how many immortals there are in this world. Where would Master Pan and come from?" But Zhang Xiaohu, guys, TSK, it's really good. Even I can't see through it. You're not Dream. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. "Where did Dream go? Who are you?" "Of course I'm not Dream. I'm the saint of the Tenryu sect." Dream sneered, "Your face has been exposed. Why don't you quickly restore your flat nose and small eyes? Though it's quite pleasing to the eye. It's much better than that little boy with white flower." Zhang Xiaohua's face was flushed red. He glanced sideways at Nun Jingyi, who was extremely shocked, and Master Changsheng. In the distance, Bai Yanqiu's eyes were wide open. She had never thought that there would be so many changes today. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and withdrew the genuine qi of the shape-shifting spell, revealing his original appearance. "Ah?" The others were not surprised, but Ya, who was facing Zhang Xiaohua, suddenly shouted hysterically, "Xiaohua? Master Xiao? Why you here?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did the name Xiaohua sound so familiar? Then he realized that he seemed to have heard of it in Yu Mingxin's primordial spirit projection. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua came to his senses, Ya also came to his senses and he cursed loudly, "Zhang Xiaohua, you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you just had to disguise yourself as Xiaohua. Quickly return to your original form. Otherwise, I won't be courteous to you." This. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. This was his original appearance. However, after thinking for a while, he still reverted to his original flat nose and small eyes. When you saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he let out a long breath and scolded, "In the future, you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you can't disguise yourself as him. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." "Xiaohua? Who's that?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Don't ask. You'll never meet him." Ya frowned. Don't mention this name in the future. It's a dream. Zhang Xiaohua answered casually, but immediately realized that this was not a dream. She sneered, "Yeah, where's my dream? Where is she?" "Hee, where's the dream? Isn't it right in front of you? I'm Ya, but you insist on calling me a dream. Then, of course, I'm a dream?" Ya chuckled. But Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. She just shook her head. "You're definitely not a dream." "How is that possible?" Ya took a step forward and pressed her lips against his. "Have a taste. It tastes the same as before. How could I not be dreaming?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and stepped back. Seeing this, Ya laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the sheepskin scroll in Ya's hand and said, "Then, why don't you give me the sheepskin scroll first?" "Give it to you? Why should I give it to you?" Ya giggled and moved his body forward. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would have been happy to see her dream like this. She would have hugged Meng's waist without saying anything. But now, there was a gap in her heart. She leaned her body slightly and dodged. Ya covered his mouth and chuckled. "Look at you. It's not like you haven't hugged me at night. Why are you shy now?" "What's your relationship with Meng?" Zhang Xiaohua was sure that Ya, who looked exactly like Meng, was definitely not Meng. Ya knew everything about her and Meng. "Didn't I say it? I'm talking about Meng." Ya smiled and the dimple on her right cheek was deep. Wasn't it Meng's appearance? Seeing that Ya was a little distracted, Zhang Xiaohua took a big step forward and flew over to snatch the sheepskin scroll in Ya's hand. With Zhang Xiaohua's current skills, everyone present might not be her opponent. Even if this sheepskin scroll was in Di Shitian's hands, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would be snatched away by Zhang Xiaohua. But Meng raised his hand slightly and his entire arm was like an illusion. Zhang Xiaohua's hand grabbed nothing. "Oh, my little husband, why are you so anxious? This servant originally wanted to spend a lifetime with you, but your way of doing things is breaking this servant's heart." Ya smiled tenderly. She did not seem angry at all. With a rub of her hands, the 4 sheepskin scrolls turned into ashes and disappeared. The seniors of the 4 immortal sects saw that the sheepskin scrolls were destroyed and their spirits were gone. They all fell to the ground limp. "Why did you destroy it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked angrily. "Why can't this servant destroy it? This servant has already destroyed one before. What's wrong with destroying another one?" Ya smiled. "Already destroyed one?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She didn't think that there was another sheepskin scroll in the pugilistic world that could be used to enter the forest. "Xianxia, let me ask you. Just now you said that Martial Uncle Jing Xian had good intentions but did something bad. What's going on? Don't tell me." Peacock asked. "Little Peacock? Do you want to know?" You looked at Peacock with disdain and smiled. "It's fine if Jing Xian went to look for treasures. Why did she bring this seat to Lingering Fragrance Peak for no reason? She delayed this seat's cultivation for a few years for no reason. Killing her with one palm is considered a bargain for her." "What? Treasured? You killed her?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at her familiar face in disbelief. "But can't I? This seat was cultivating when she took me to Lingering Fragrance Sect. Even this seat couldn't break the sect's protection array. If it wasn't for the demon core in Yulon Grand Canyon, this seat," Ya said with a cold smile. Before she finished, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again and suddenly realized something. He pointed at Ya and said, "You cut Xiao Hei's mother into 2 and took away the demon core in her stomach?" "Hee, that's right. Little Lang Jun. You actually went to that mountain? This seat thought that only little Chunshin and I were there. You didn't hide anything. Xianxia, the beast tied in Yulon Grand Canyon, was it you who provoked it?" Chunshin asked in disbelief. It's me. "Alas, I'm sorry. My cultivation was still shallow that day. I didn't expect that I would provoke another little thing." Yes smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "However, I won't do it again from now on. My husband, even though I haven't fully recovered my cultivation, it won't be a problem for me to deal with little Martin. I have to thank you for this." But Zhang Xiaohua was really stunned. He really couldn't figure out the relationship between Ya and Meng. Could it be that they were twins? He had never heard Meng mention it. Of course, who should I thank if not you? With that, Ye raised her right hand, revealing the dark ring on her right ring finger. She smiled and said, if it wasn't for little Lang Jun giving this storage ring to me, how could I find the long-lost cultivation method of the devil cult in this ring? This is a storage. What kind of ring? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What? Why can't my divine sense detect it? Little Lang Jun, you are a cultivator. Of course, you can't use things from the devil realm. What's so strange about that? Ye was still smiling and raised her hand. This storage ring is a good thing even in the cultivation world and the devil realm. I didn't expect little Longjuan's luck to be so good. I have never found such a wonderful thing here. Alas, it's a pity that there is only the lower part of the cultivation method in this ring. There is no basic incantation for the upper part. I have to think about it. Ye sighed softly. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the black jade slip he found with the ring in his money bag. Suddenly, Ye's face twisted, as if she was in extreme pain. She stopped Zhang Xiaohua from saying what she wanted to say. Looking at Ye's painful face, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. Ye's eyes were full of vigor, then emptiness, and then color returned. When she came to her senses, she saw Zhang Xiaohua and said in surprise, Xiaohua, you're here too? Then she looked around, covered her mouth, and whispered, Ren Xiaohui, you're here too? But then, before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, she closed her eyes again. After a while, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of pain and tears. Xiaohua. Meng Yi was not as arrogant as before. She said in a low voice, I don't know how to tell you. Are you a dream? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go forward, but she stopped after taking a step forward and asked tentatively, Of course I'm a dream. Tears flowed out from Meng Yi's eyes. She cried and said, But I'm going to disappoint you. Similarly, I am also Ya. Ah? Not only Zhang Xiaohua, everyone present, except for Di Shitian, had a face full of surprise. Azura Heavenly King leaped and was about to rush over. Stand there. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. Dream-chasing sword flew over and turned into 64 small swords, blocking in front of Azura. If you take another step forward, I will take your life immediately. Azura looked at the flashing swords in front of him and was extremely shocked. He looked at Di Shitian who was sitting on the ground not far away. Di Shitian seemed to have a card up his sleeve and nodded slightly. Azura then sat down. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. The 64 flying swords turned into a rod and flew to her side like a fish. She didn't care about Azura at all and only asked with concern, Meng Yi, if you... What about ya? Why are you her? Xiaohua, it's a long story. I also just fused with Ya's memories and only then did I know some of the secrets. Meng Yi said with tears flowing down her face. Fused with memories? Zhang Xiaohua murmured, not knowing what to do. Xiaohua, do you still remember what I told you on Lingxiang Peak? I often dream that I kill people and my hands are full of blood. And I remember, that is not a dream, it's real. Meng said bleakly, there are two consciousnesses in my body, or rather, there are two people. During the day, I am your Meng. After midnight, I will go to sleep. The other person is Ya. She will wake up. I don't know what she has done, but she will know what I have done. When the sun rises, I will wake up again, but Ya will be asleep. There's actually such a thing? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. But, it's daytime now, it should be. Why did you come out? Isn't it because of the ring you gave me? That day when I saw the ring in your hand, I felt that I liked it. I don't know the reason, but Kia knows. She found a cultivation technique in the ring, and after cultivating, her cultivation has improved greatly. Has already begun to gradually devour my consciousness, so, she can also appear during the day, and at the same time she devoured me. I also learned of her secret. When she devours my consciousness, this dream will disappear. It will become Ya or the Meng Yi you mentioned. Then, You won't be you anymore? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. How can I help you? No, you can't help at all. Meng Yi shook her head sadly. Then she murmured with pain on her face, Shall I have to go back? Then Meng Yi's eyes flashed with a scarlet brilliance. There was no trace of pain on her face. Her face changed into another expression, just that, this expression was more ferocious than before. You woke up, looked around and sighed, Sigh, Meng Yi, just obediently follow me. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? It seems that I still need more food. Before Ye finished her words, her whole body floated up and flew directly to Master Tiangang, who was closest to her. Master Tiangang saw this and frowned. He waved his hand and the wheel of Yen Fan spun and rushed towards Ye's waist. Meng, be careful. Zhang Xiaohua blurted out, then she covered her mouth. She knew that she said something wrong. However, he didn't understand why Ye suddenly left. Perhaps she had something to do with Master Tiangang? Don't worry, little husband, nothing will happen. When the wheel of Yen Fan flew to her side, Ye didn't forget to turn her head back and said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Just as he lowered his head, the wheel of Yen Fan hit Ye's hand. However, something strange happened. The wheel of Yen Fan seemed to have seen the person closest to it. With a buzzing sound, it only rotated slowly on Ye's hand and didn't make any attack. Everyone was horrified, including Sakura. You demoness! Master Tiangang reluctantly rose up and attacked Ye with both hands in his sleeves. Seeing that Ye didn't move at all, Sakura became anxious and shouted, Lord, be careful! Lord? Before everyone came to their senses, Ye's hand stretched out slightly and grabbed Master Tiangang's head. Master Tiangang didn't even move and let Ye do as she wished. With a cracking sound, Master Tiangang's head split open and blood dripped down to the ground. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. His impression of Master Tiangang wasn't bad. With a push of his divine sense, Chasing Dream turned into sword light and lingered around Ye. Ayaya, little husband? Are you going to fight with me? Ye laughed. If you want to eat, just ask Sakura for it. Why do you have to kill people? Zhang Xiaohua said angrily. Little husband, this Daoist temple's monk, is this servant's food? Ye looked innocent. How is that possible? Everyone was horrified. At this moment, black gas rose from the ground and dripped along Master Tiangang's blood. In just a moment, Master Tiangang turned into a dry corpse. Then, a strange scene stunned Zhang Xiaohua. Black and red flames were emitted from Ye's hand, and Master Tiangang's corpse was immediately set ablaze. In less than half a cup of tea's time, it was reduced to ashes, leaving behind over 10 sparkling and translucent Buddhist relics on the ground. Ye waved his hand, and over 10 tiny relics appeared in his hand. He took a look at them, shook his head and sighed. How did the monks of Daoist Temple cultivate? It's really getting worse with each generation. As he said, he opened his mouth and poured all the relics into his mouth. Ye's teeth made a crunching sound as he chewed the relics and swallowed them into his stomach. Seeing everyone's stunned look, Ye didn't have enough and looked at Master Yuan Dao as if Master Yuan Dao was a delicious meal. Who are you? Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Not far away, another voice said in unison. When everyone looked, it was the Daoist Temple's abbot, Master Changxing. Master Changxing stood up and walked in front of Ye. He put his palms together and said, Almsgiver, who are you? What? Did you say that my Daoist temple is your food? Ha, Ye laughed. Little monk, you're really brave. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Little monk Changxing, what do you think is the difference between your Daoist temple's relics and my Tenryu sect's bones? Master Changxing had just fought with Maharaga and witnessed his white bone whip turning into bones. Now that he heard it, he felt that there was no essential difference between the two except that their attributes were completely opposite. Are they the same? Ye smiled. Then look again. What's the difference between your relics and the inner elixirs of demonic beasts? Master Changxing was speechless again. Zhang Xiaohua also understood. No wonder when she heard the great Master Changgang talk about relics, the first thing she thought of was the inner elixir. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Buddha's space. Also, don't you think that the 8 divine dragons in the Buddhist scriptures are very similar to the 8 heavenly kings of my Tenryu sect? Of course, some of the Buddha statues in the Daoist temple were very similar to some of the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect. This had always been suspected by many people, but after all, the Daoist temple's Buddhist light was the nemesis of the Tenryu sect. No one thought that the Tenryu sect had anything to do with the Daoist temple. Do you understand? You Daoist temple recite Buddhist scriptures and practice Buddhist techniques. The only purpose is to be my food. When I founded your Daoist temple, I wanted to raise a flock of sheep for myself. When I need relics, you can deliver them to me. Everyone was shocked. Was this ya? Hee little Langjun? Are you scared? This servant is the real Sakura, and this Daoist temple is nothing but this servant's kitchen. Amitba, good. Master Changxing chanted the name of Buddha and shook his head slightly. Don't call me Amitba. I just took it from the Buddhist sect for temporary use. You smiled. Although all the techniques of your Daoist temple can restrain the Tenryu sect, the foundation is the techniques of the demon realm. Therefore, in my hands, you don't have the slightest ability to fight back. Who? Our Master Xian Kong? Not far away, Master Yuan Dao still didn't believe it. Master Xian Kong is a man. How can you be? Hee, little monk, I am from Xian Kong. The Daoist temple was created by me, and so was the Guiyuan Tower. Every 100 years, I have to go to the Guiyuan Tower to eat. You laughed. Every 100 years? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. How old are you? Before you could answer, Master Longevity laughed and said, I've always laughed at Wu Xiu, saying that he didn't understand Dharma and didn't cultivate the true scriptures. Now it seems that they are the only ones who cultivate the true Buddha, while we are just animals in the shed, food for human flesh. Forget it. Now I know that everything is empty. Now I know that sex is really empty. As he spoke, his figure suddenly rose. In a flash, the demon-slaying sword in his hand stabbed toward Ya. Ya chuckled softly. He nimbly snatched the demon extermination sword and stabbed it into Grandmaster Longevity's abdomen. A stream of blood flowed out, splashing onto Ya's face. Coupled with Ya's sinister smile, it looked extremely terrifying. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was shocked. Wasn't it what she saw in the river of karma? In the river of karma, the Lady Aya that Zhang Xiaohua saw was actually not Lady Aya. It was actually... Ya? Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Ya. At this time, Master Changxing's blood had flowed into the ground. A wisp of black fire was born from Ya's hand, burning Master Changxing's corpse. You are Ya, then? The Lady Aya that I went to find with you earlier? Who is she? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Sigh, little husband, you are really smart all your life, but stupid this time. Lady Aya is of course my mother. You smiled as if it was a matter of course. But, aren't you Sakura? Or, the founder of the Daoist temple? Master Shenko? How can Lady Aya be your mother? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Also, I accompanied you to find your origins. Lady Jiu, Sikong and Granny Chiu. Where did they go? When I went back again, why couldn't I find that place? Hee little husband, you are really considerate. You actually went there again. Since little husband wants to know, then I will explain it to you clearly. You smiled charmingly. She looked at the corpse that was burning at her feet and said, actually, that small mountain village didn't exist at all. It never existed. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then she heard Ye say, actually, when little monk Chang Gung told you about my appearance, I knew that maybe you would find out that I was the saintess of the Tenryu sect. But, at that time, I didn't have a good foundation for the demonic arts and didn't want to leave Lingxiang Peak, so, you notified the Tenryu sect? You asked them to kill the whole family in Yixia town and the small mountain village in Baiquan Mountain in advance? Zhang Xiaohua said indignantly. Oh, little husband, you guessed wrong. You smiled. At this time, Master Changxing had been burned to ashes, and there were more than 10 relics on the ground. Xiao's face relaxed and said, "Then who is it?" "Nonsense, of course it's me." Ya waved her hand and more than 10 relics appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, "The disciples of the Tenryu sect just came to find you after hearing the news. I didn't want to attract your attention." "You?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ya in a daze. Yes, this was definitely not a dream in her heart. "You go to sleep at midnight. How would you know what happened at night?" Ya said disdainfully. "What about Dragon Mountain? Why didn't you do anything?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Nonsense again. You've already arrived at Serpent Mountain and coincidentally met Chu Zhigao. Even if I killed his mother, wouldn't you be even more suspicious? Besides, you slept at the entrance of the cave that night and even set up a restriction on the cave. How could I bear to break your heart to protect me? What about the small mountain village? It really doesn't exist?" Zhang Xiaohua found it hard to believe. "Of course. I had no choice but to inform the disciples of the Tenryu sect and let them set up a temporary trap on the top of the mountain next to Poyang town. Fortunately, I met you there that day. Jingxian is already dead. Who would know where I am? It's just that. Those disciples are too stupid. They don't even look like villagers. There was no movement at night." "Did you find some clues and went back to check?" Ya said hatefully. "Also, there was no corpse in the tomb at the top of the mountain. If you really used your divine sense to check, wouldn't you make me think again?" Of course, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized why she felt that the small mountain village was a little strange that night. When she was in the Guozhuang house, other than the chirping of insects, there was also the sound of teeth grinding, babbling, crying, and even moaning. But, in the small mountain village, other than the sound of the wind, there was nothing else. They were all disciples of the Tenryu sect. They were conscientiously carrying out the orders of the saintess. Who dared to sleep? Who dared to do anything else? As for the tomb, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't use his divine sense to check it. Even the second time, he used his divine sense to check if it was a tomb. "Why did you appear at the ferry outside Poyang town?" Zhang Xiaohua's mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure out the reason. Looking at Ya chewing on Master Changsheng's relic, he didn't know whether he should kill her or not. He couldn't bring himself to kill her. Meng didn't appear at the ferry. Perhaps he wouldn't have met her and wouldn't have started this unforgettable love. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "How would this servant know?" Ya spread out her hands and answered unexpectedly, "That's because this servant really doesn't have any memories. I also don't know why I was met by Jingxian. As for why I went to the ferry, young master, didn't you find the treasure Jingxian was looking for?" Then, as if she thought of something, she turned to Sakura and asked, "Sakura, why do you think this lord got lost from the Tenryu sect?" When Sakura heard this, he replied respectfully, reporting to Lord, that period of time was the day of Lord's return. Lord should have been recuperating in Heavenly Dragon sect, but, I don't know why, Lord suddenly disappeared from the hall. At that time, this servant was scared to death. I sent a lot of people but couldn't find you. However, at this point, Sakura looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. However, this servant understands now. Must have gone to look for the next Sakura of the Tenryu sect. Ha, Ya giggled. She covered her mouth and said, "That's right. The heavens have given me this fate. I met you at the ferry. Since then, I've benefited greatly from your great fortune. So, I've been able to get a lot of benefits. If it wasn't for young master, how could this servant obtain the demonic scripture? If it wasn't for this demonic scripture, how could this servant find the method to refine the demonic flag? If I couldn't refine the demonic flag, this servant could only be trapped here until death. But with young master, all of these things became possible. Young master, do you think you and this servant are destined to be married by the heavens? If we can't help each other in difficult times and treat each other with respect, how can we face the heavens?" While she was talking, Ya's body suddenly flashed with a red light. At the same time, the ground started to shake and rumble. A look of surprise flashed across Ya's face. She pointed her finger and a wisp of black gas separated from her finger and seeped into the ground. Zhang Xiaohua only saw darkness in front of her eyes. A pitch-black flag flew out from the ground. It was the demonic flag that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Buddha's space. At this moment, the surface of the demonic flag was no longer pitch-black. Instead, there were many blood vessels. The blood vessels were densely connected together. Moreover, the blood vessels seemed to be suspended on the surface of the flag. Under the sunlight, they were shining with scarlet brilliance. It looks very familiar, right, young master? Ye pointed at the demonic flag. The demonic flag flew up and wrapped around Ye's curvaceous body, covering her purple robe. I really can't imagine. Where did you get such great luck from? I used the demonic flag to suppress the 9th grade lotus platform that I couldn't use under the demonic flag. I used the Buddhist power of the 9th grade lotus platform to provide the Buddhist light to the tower. Yet, you actually took drastic measures and took away the 9th grade lotus platform. If it weren't for the fact that I can no longer use the tower in the future, the tower would no longer have the Buddhist light. Ye said with a smile. Then he turned to Master Yuan Dao and said, "Little monk, I am the great Daoist Master Xiankong. You have to believe me. A month ago, I took this demonic flag from the Origin Returning Tower. I even made the Origin Returning Tower emit Buddhist light. Yes, this is the Origin Returning Tribulation that I mentioned. Aren't all of you here to face the tribulation? Hee, little monk, do you know now? What is the real Origin Returning Tribulation?" With that, Ye waved her sleeve and a scarlet light hit Master Yuan Dao. Master Yuan Dao immediately began to wither like a tree branch that had lost its moisture. And you all, ha! Ye laughed wildly. Several red lights shot out. Master Chang Xing and Master Yuan Ming couldn't dodge in time and began to wither. "Stop!" Zhang Xiaohua shouted, wanting to stop Ye. Ye looked at him with a smile and asked curiously, "Little husband, these are all my pets. Why do you want me to stop?" Then she waved her hand again. Alliance Master Zhang San, who had been standing at the side with his mouth agape, involuntarily flew into Ye's hand. "What are you doing?" Alliance Master Zhang San shouted in horror. "What am I doing? What else can I do?" Ye continued to smile and said, "I used some demonic kung fu in XNG Town's Ma family. It's exactly the same as the Dalan Temple. Since you've cultivated it, of course you'll end up like the monks of the Dalan Temple, right?" Alliance Master Zhang San's expression changed drastically. Before he could speak, all the blood in his body was drawn out by Ye. Chapter 12:23. Master Zhang San's blood turned into a red bead the size of a fist and spun around in the air. Ye opened her mouth and the blood bead was sucked into her mouth. Master Zhang San turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Then, Ye looked at the people from the Misty School. "How dare you?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to delay any longer. He reached out his hand and the lotus throne appeared in the air. He pointed his finger and the lotus throne emitted a rainbow light that covered Zhang Xiaohu, Peacock, and Qin Qin. "Ha!" Ye covered her mouth and laughed. "Little husband, don't be afraid. Zhang Xiaohu is your second brother. Why would I hurt him? Besides, their cultivation is far from enough. Their blood can only be used to refine the demon flag. There are many people like that in the martial arts world. I have no reason to make you unhappy." Then she waved her sleeve and 2 rays of red light shot out towards Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing. "Stop it!" Zhang Xiaohua was furious. The dream-chasing sword flew out again and turned into 64 rays of light that shot towards Ye. "Oh, little husband, you are so cruel. How dare you attack me? You wronged me for loving you so much." Ye smiled and did not retract the red light. It was as if the rays of light could not hurt her at all. Sure enough, when the 64 rays of light hit Ye's body, the demon flag's clothes shook slightly and countless black gas blocked the rays of light. "Little husband, do you know why I have been talking to you so patiently? Why I have been answering your questions?" Ye smiled brightly. "You attacked me as soon as you arrived. I'm tired of dealing with you." "Well, it's not just you. Look, I've been attacking the monks of the Dalan Temple since the beginning. Why didn't I attack the people of the cult of fragrance? That's because the monks of the Daoist temple are pigs. No matter how high their cultivation is, they are no match for me. As for you Mingxin's disciple, I still have to think about it. I can only wait until the first layer of the demonic flag is successfully refined before I can make a move. Then, a bitter expression appeared on her face. This devilish flag is far too difficult to refine. There was so much blood at the foot of Yao Mountain, as well as the quintessence blood of so many experts from the Tao of Immortals, but I've only just reached the first level. Only after reaching the first level can I dare to stand tall and face you directly. Do you know how nervous I was in front of you just now? You. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. She gritted her teeth. But don't be afraid, my husband. I'm sincere to you and your family. In the future, this world will belong to the two of us. Let's build your Beidou school into a first-class school. We'll let the Tenryu sect, the incense sect, and the Misty school become our Beidou school's puppets. What do you think? While Ye was talking to Zhang Xiaohua, the other two red lights had already killed the heavily injured Nun Shuqing and Nun Jingyi. Their quintessence blood had also been sucked out by Ye. Zhang Xiaohua looked on, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ye's expression suddenly changed. She frowned and closed her eyes. Her body fell from the sky. When she regained her balance, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and filled with pain. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, I'm Meng. Meng. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. She looked at the familiar eyes. Yes, I have to go. Xiaohua, Ye's consciousness is getting stronger. I'm destined to be devoured by her. And the more I'm devoured by Ye, the more I thought. Meng cried. I really love you. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. I know you love me. Xiaohua, you don't understand. Meng panicked. Meng said anxiously, Xiaohua, I don't have much time. You have to hear that what you said just now was true. But what she said to you were all lies. She didn't kill you because she wanted to keep you captive. When your cultivation is high, she will absorb your quintessence blood. Also, she needs to refine this demonic flag 9 times. Not only does she want to raise her cultivation, but she also wants to use it to break open space and return to the ruins. Refining one level of the demonic flag used so many people's blood and lives. Every time the demonic flag is refined, the amount of quintessence blood used is 9 times that of the previous level. Xiaohua, you have to calculate how many people's blood is needed to refine this demonic flag successfully. Even if you kill the entire pugilistic world and the entire human world, it won't be enough. Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, the entire human world would become hell. Quick, Xiaohua, before Ye is stopped by me, you kill me. Meng said and wanted to take down the demonic flag. But, no matter how hard she tried, the demonic flag didn't move. Meng was about to cry. She shouted, Xiaohua, use the flying sword, use chasing dream. Let chasing dream become killing dream. Zhang Xiaohua was in tears as well. Chasing dream could not get close no matter how many times he tried. Meng, how can I bear to let you go? How can I kill you with my own hands? Is there no other way? Zhang Xiaohua's voice was hoarse. Meng smiled bitterly when she saw that chasing dream didn't move forward. She shook her head and said, Xiao, you are wrong. You don't love me at all. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. Meng, what nonsense are you saying? How can I not love you? It's true. It's not your heart that loves me, and it's not my heart that loves you. It's the heart-binding curse that you used that's causing trouble. You used the heart-binding curse to bind our hearts together. Meng smiled bitterly and cried. Heart-binding curse? Zhang Xiaohua was dazed and didn't know how to answer. Xiao, do you think we only met once outside Poyang town and it'll be engraved in our hearts forever? Can you think about it every day and night? Can you not eat or drink? Meng said while crying. Why not? Meng, I've always treated you like this. And sometimes when I think about you, my heart aches and I feel happy. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Meng's eyes lit up and she said happily, I feel the same. But then she shook her head and said, But we were trapped by Ye using the heart-binding curse. This is all Ye's doing. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand, Meng wiped her tears and said, In fact, as early as, when you came here, she first established the Tenryu sect. She called herself Sakura and trained a few heavenly kings. In order to increase her power, Ye established the Daoist temple. She combined the kung fu of the devil world with some exercises she got from the Buddhism sect and formed the Daoist temple. On the surface, the exercises of the Daoist temple were Buddhism sect's exercises, but the foundation was the exercises of the devil cult. All the monks of the Daoist temple had succeeded in practicing them. After they passed away, their relics became elixirs for Ye to increase her power. Later, when Ye was fighting with Wan Wuxin, Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoye for an extremely rare thing, she was seriously injured by the three of them. When Ye hid in the Guiyuan Tower of the Daoist temple to heal herself, she accidentally found a kind of mantra of the Buddhism sect. Xiaohua, you also know that the monks of the Daoist temple abstain from sex. The reason why they abstain from sex is because of this mantra. And this mantra was unintentionally copied from the Buddhism sect. Ye comprehended this mantra and combined it with some kind of secret method of the devil cult. Ye found a way to live forever. Live forever. Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Yes, live forever. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Didn't you see me? How many years have I lived? Zhang Xiaohua nodded blankly. Meng sighed and continued, Ye's method was to find a man and according to the mantra, cast the Heart Unite mantra in the hearts of Ye and this man. Then Ye and this man fell in love and got married. This man was the second generation Sakura apart from Ye. Then, Ye and Sakura gave birth to a daughter, which was the first generation saintess. This saintess was an independent person, but because Ye and Sakura had the Heart Unite mantra, this saintess had the seed of Ye's consciousness in her consciousness. When the saintess was 6 years old, according to the secret method, Ye quietly died. Once Ye died, her seed in the saintess consciousness began to germinate. At that time, the saintess consciousness began to become chaotic. After a few months or years, Ye's consciousness grew up and swallowed the saintess consciousness. This saintess then became Ye. At this time, Ye wasn't much different from an ordinary person. She should spend most of her time in the Tenryu sect. Ye would go to the Daoist temple's Guiyuan Tower and swallow the relics in the Guiyuan Tower to increase her power. When Ye's power was successful and reached a certain age, Ye would go to the pugilistic world to find another man and cast the Heart Unite mantra again to let herself and another man fall in love and fall in love. Like this, the saintess of the Tenryu sect will always be Ye. Do you understand? Xiaohua, this is what the Tenryu sect passed down. The child of Sakura and the saintess must be a girl. First there was the saintess, then there was Sakura, then there was Sakura, then there were the 8 heavenly kings. This was how they came to be. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with tears in her eyes again and said while crying, And I am this generation's saintess, which is also the reincarnated Ye. Xiao, you are the man that Ye will choose from the pugilistic world in this life. You are destined to fall in love with Ye and help each other in difficult times. You are destined to be this generation's Sakura, your daughter, the next generation's saintess, and also the next generation's Ye's reincarnation. This matter should have been done after you became an adult, but I don't know why she actually did it when she met you at the ferry. Perhaps it's because you look very similar to that immortal Xiaohua, and Ye was extremely afraid of this immortal Xiaohua, so when she met you at the ferry, she felt that you were her biggest threat at the first moment and cast her most powerful Heart Unite mantra on you. Meng seemed to be recalling something and said, This is also the only reason why you fell in love with me. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen as she listened. Her eyes were at a loss and she didn't know how to answer. She had never thought that her painstakingly engraved love for Meng was just a method that she used to play with the human world, a method for her to live forever. So, Xiaohua, I don't have the qualifications to talk about love with you. Our love is really a kind of absurdity. Meng cried with tears in her eyes. However, according to Ya's memory, it seems she found another method from the ring you gave her. Perhaps in the future, your daughter won't have this kind of tragedy again. But it definitely won't. She wants to swallow you. Speaking up to here, Meng's eyes turned blood red and her face turned cold. Her tone changed again. Humph, what kind of storm does a little consciousness want to cause? I don't know how many of these little things I've swallowed. She then looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said coldly, since you already know, I won't say anything more. Although I've found a way to live forever without reincarnation, I can't guarantee that this method will be completely useful. So, as the man of this generation who was implanted with the heart-binding curse with me, you have to stay by my side for the rest of your life. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't abandon you. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were already filled with determination. She stared at Ya and said coldly, your method is the demon flag? Yes, it's the demon flag. It's a method to refine the blood of 10,000 spirits. If it succeeds, not to mention me, even you, I can guarantee that you'll live forever. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. This kind of longevity, it's better not to have it. This kind of longevity, it's better not to have it. What a big tone. Ya laughed maniacally. I've been struggling at death's door since tens of thousands of years ago. I've reared the Daoist temple in captivity, released the techniques of the demon realm, and searched for the saintess and Sakra. Isn't everything I've done for the sake of longevity? How long have you lived? How do you know the wonders of longevity? Humph, humph, as the ancient people said, if you can understand the true meaning of life, if two people have truly loved each other, even if you only live for a day, it's enough. If you don't understand why you live, don't know what love is, and only treat love as a tool to prolong your feeble existence, then, even if you've lived for tens of thousands of years, what's the use of living until you're as old as heaven and earth? Ya laughed maniacally again. You're just a little human, but you're just my food. You actually want to talk about love with me? What is love? I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. You're just despicable creatures, and your emotions are even more despicable. And the love you speak of is fake. It doesn't even exist. It's just one of my techniques. You actually treat it as real? I saw that little thing tossing and turning over there. It's really stubborn. It actually doesn't want to be devoured by me. Then he pointed at Peacock, Zhang Xiaohu and the rest and said, I know, Yu Mingxin from the incense cult, and Yang Haoya from the Misty School, they should have been able to cultivate successfully, but they were delayed by this so-called love. Both of their Dao foundations were damaged. One of them was wallowing in self-pity beside the sorrowless lake, while the other came to the Daoist temple to look for me, Sakra from the demon realm, to find a way to cut off their love. What happened to them in the end? One was suppressed under the frowning tower by me, never to be reincarnated, while the other died on the misty peak, never to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. But after all, they've loved before. Zhang Xiaohua was enraged. She moved her divine sense and a few sword lights pierced towards Ya, aiming at Ya's head which was not covered by the demonic flag. You're finally willing to do it. Ya laughed. If you kill me, you'll never see your dream again. The small sword was like lightning, piercing Ya's face. But just as the flying sword touched Ya's face, the demonic flag quietly extended upwards, covering Ya's entire face, blocking the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to succeed so easily. She reached out her hand and wanted to take out the Hao Tian mirror at the same time, but the Hao Tian mirror was connected to the other 9 instruments. Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry and could not take it out. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Sangharama plate. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the Sangharama plate, Peacock gritted her teeth. She did not know what to feel. Although she had guessed that Great Elder Jing Gang was killed by Zhang Xiaohua, she did not want to admit it. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less. He held the Sangharama plate in his hand and formed a seal with his right hand. True energy shot out from his fingertips and he pointed at the plate. A ball of light blue light emerged from the Sangharama plate, and the sound of surging waves could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and pointed his finger. The ball of light was like a pillar of water, heading straight for Ya's head. "Huh," Ya laughed. "You're just a cultivator in the qi refining stage, what can you do? This little bit of congenital water is not even enough to wash my feet." As expected, Ya did not move at all. When the innate water that was as heavy as a mountain fell, he only waved his sleeve. A faint black gas was produced from the demonic flag and turned into a faint black lotus. It was supported by the faint blue brilliance. Although the water was turbulent, it could not smash down no matter what. Next, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He took out the dragon binding hoop and tossed it into the air. The dragon binding hoop grew in the wind, and flames appeared around it. It turned into a hoop that was about 1 zhang wide, and it covered Ya's head. "These are just some toys that I used to play with." There was a faint smile on Ya's face. He did not activate the demonic flag and only pointed his hand in the air. A red light flashed and hit the dragon binding hoop. With a kung sound, the light on the dragon binding hoop was extinguished, and the flames were extinguished. With a sound, Ya fell from the air. "Mph," Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. She took out 2 purple phoenix hairpins, 1 in each hand, and channeled all her true qi into the 2 hairpins. Kacha, kacha, 2 thunderous sounds came from the 2 hairpins. In an instant, 2 bolts of lightning were emitted from the 2 hairpins. These 2 bolts of lightning were different. The one in the left hand had a golden glow, and the one in the right hand had a white glow. The 2 bolts of lightning flew out of the purple phoenix hairpins, and immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from the surrounding air. They kept expanding. When the 2 bolts of lightning flew closer, countless tiny bolts of lightning were formed between the 2 bolts of lightning. When they reached Ya's head, they had already turned into a net of lightning. This purple phoenix hairpin is the token of love between Yuming Xian and Yang Haoya. How could I not have seen it before? If the 2 of them were to use it, I might be a little afraid. Although you have tried your best, your cultivation is too weak. The purple phoenix hairpin's power is like the light of a firefly. When you saw this, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. He just casually flicked his finger, and another red brilliance hit the center of the electric net. Boom! Countless thunderbolts were quickly annihilated under the red brilliance. In just a breath's time, they were completely annihilated. There was still a small wisp of the red light. It did not stop there, and it went straight for the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately put away the purple phoenix hairpin. She reached out and took out another item. It was the small seal that she had obtained earlier. Zhang Xiaohua threw the small seal into the sky. The seal immediately expanded and turned into a huge rock, smashing down on Ya's head. "Ha, little lover, I'm afraid you don't have anything good in your hands." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua throw out the small seal, Ya almost laughed out loud. He pointed his finger, and the seal immediately spun in the air and fell from the sky. However, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of things in her hands. Before the small seal fell, she took out another item. It was the so-called Tree of 7 Wonders. Hee, little lover, you have a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, this Tree of 7 Wonders belongs to the Buddhist sect. Can you control it? You sneered. Bang! The crimson light hit the wonderful Tree of 7 Treasures. Zhang Xiao's hand trembled, and then his chest trembled. He didn't know how you did it. She could no longer control her body. The Tree of 7 Wonders in her hand fell in the direction of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Zhang Xiao's body was in midair. Her blood was boiling in her chest, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to her throat. When she landed beside the lotus throne, she could only calm her blood. A small stream of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Xiaohua! Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua vomiting blood. He panicked and shouted. Peacock and Qianxia saw that there were traces of golden blood on Zhang Xiaohua's body, and they were shocked. How is it? You laughed maniacally. With the demon flag, even though I have less than 30% of my previous cultivation, but here, there is no match for me. As he spoke, a condensed divine sense was sent out from Ya. It swept towards Zhang Xiaohua fiercely. This. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The divine sense was extremely dense and heavy. Her divine sense was similar to Ya's. She was just an infant boy who did not know how to walk. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dreamlike face. No, it was a dream. She opened her eyes wide, gritted her teeth, and reached into her clothes again. She could not control the Hao Tian mirror just now. It should be because of the 10 magical items in the pouch. But now, other than the Hao Tian mirror, Zhang Xiaohua only had a few pearls and a few gourds. She did not know how to use them. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that the Hao Tian mirror was unwilling to appear. It was heavy in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Ah? Kunlun mirror. When Ye saw the Hao Tian mirror, his eyeballs almost fell out. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief and said, "You? When did you see Xiaohua? Is he here too?" As he spoke, his eyes didn't stop looking around. His divine sense also spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give her time to think. Although he hadn't mastered the first level of the clear sky mirror, and the clear sky mirror didn't listen to him, he still poured his vital energy into the clear sky mirror as if it didn't cost him anything. The clear sky mirror started to glow faintly after receiving his vital energy, and its surface started to blur. Ye looked around and didn't see any enlightened Master Xiaohua. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's method of injecting his Junqi into the clear sky mirror. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Young master, you must have never seen Xiaohua before. Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror is not something that a qi refining stage kid like you can control." But then he tilted his head and said, "But, why do you look so similar to Xiaohua? Also, you have not seen Xiaohua, but you can actually disguise yourself as him? It's really strange. Hee, but if this mirror is really the Kunlun mirror, then I can't escape into the void at will?" While he was talking, the Kunlun mirror shone brightly as if something was about to rush out. Ye did not panic. He only scanned Zhang Xiaohua with his divine sense and laughed again. "Don't use your strength, little lover. If this is not the Kunlun mirror, even if you can use it, you can't do anything to me. But if it is the Kunlun mirror, it is one of the 10 treasures of creation. Only immortals can use it. You are just immortal. How can you control it? Why don't you leave some of your true qi and we can sit down and have a good chat?" Before he finished speaking, the Haotian mirror dimmed again. Zhang Xiaohua felt a huge force coming from the Haotian mirror and hitting her dantian. A kind of incomparable discomfort surged out from her body. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which fell on the Haotian mirror. With a swish, the Haotian mirror shone brightly. A huge suction force came from the Haotian mirror and swept away all the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body like a whale swallowing water. With a buzz, the Haotian mirror trembled slightly. Suddenly, a misty light shot towards Ye. When Ye saw Zhang Xiaohua spit out a mouthful of blood on the Haotian mirror, he felt something was wrong. As soon as the light came out, he flashed and several black phantoms appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. The light of the Haotian mirror hit the phantoms and all the phantoms were shattered. It was Ye who appeared in midair. "Kunlun mirror? Is this really the Kunlun mirror?" Ye still didn't believe it. However, his body didn't slow down. The light of the Haotian mirror was like a maggot in one's bones. Wherever Ye flew, the light would follow. So what if it is the Kunlun mirror? After flying for a while, Ye's face turned cold. He landed and waved his hand. The demon flag was pulled out from his body. He raised it in midair and blocked the light. The light hit the demon flag with a puff sound. Black gas surged out from the demon flag. It was like a snowflake that was doused with hot water. It instantly disappeared. Ye looked at the demon flag with great heartache. The black gas on the demon flag gradually dimmed. Fortunately, the light of the Haotian mirror also gradually disappeared. When the light of the Haotian mirror completely disappeared, Ye let out a long sigh. He turned around and landed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe with an extremely strange expression. "For you, how did Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror fall into your hands?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ye. She had already put the Haotian mirror into her purse. She sneered and said, "Of course I am me. I don't know who Xiaohua is. This mirror is called the Haotian mirror. It is not the Kunlun mirror that you are talking about." "Ah. It really is the Kunlun mirror." Ya's face was filled with excitement. However, his face was also filled with confusion. The Kunlun mirror is a respectful name for the Haotian mirror. This mirror is the Haotian mirror. As he spoke, his face turned cold again. "I don't care how you know Xiaohua. You better hand over the Kunlun mirror." An unparalleled divine sense attacked Zhang Xiaohua. However, just when the divine sense touched Zhang Xiaohua, the divine sense suddenly stopped and quickly retracted. The red color in Ya's eyes gradually dimmed. "Me?" actually came out again. "Xiaohua, I am afraid that I can only see you for the last time. I have something that I have always wanted to tell you. If I don't say it, I will not be able to die in peace." Although Meng did not have any cultivation, she was also floating in the air with the help of the devil flag. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua still care whether she was Meng or Ya? She reluctantly used the last of her true energy to fly and come to Meng's side. "Xiaohua, don't despise me." As Meng spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "Although Ya's seed is in my consciousness, my heart and my body love you. And I know." Zhang Xiaohua nodded with tears in her eyes. "Little Blossom, I think I'm quite lucky. I don't know how many saintesses I've devoured before. Each of them was only a few years old. Those saintesses had never tasted love or the feeling of being loved. I'm very grateful to the heavens for arranging for me to meet you in my inevitable ending. I have a mutual love with you. Even though this love is just the effect of the heart-binding curse, but, little flower, it is the real love between us. No matter how it appears, if there is love, there is love. Even though this love is weak, shallow, and short, different from other kinds of love, it is still a kind of love, a love that belongs to you and me. This love is very pure and very sincere. I am willing to use my not long life to protect this strange love. Please believe that I really love you." Even Ya, she cannot deny it. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she could not say anything. Meng held his hand again and said, "I have always wanted to help you in times of need. Unfortunately, I am afraid that our promise will not come true. However, perhaps it is more suitable for us to forget each other in the martial arts world. Since it is better to forget each other in the martial arts world than to help each other in times of need, let's forget each other in the martial arts world. Although the martial arts world is very far away, I will always only have you in my heart." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightened, and Meng's eyes began to turn red again. "Quick, Xiaohua, there is no time. I feel that I am getting weaker and weaker. If you don't kill me while I am still alive, you will never have the chance to kill me. If you can't live, how can we forget each other in the martial arts world? If you can't kill Ya, then who in the world can stop her? I am afraid that everyone in the world will be killed by her as a sacrifice to the flag." Meng's eyes gradually turned red, and Meng's face was filled with reluctance and desperation. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth, and chasing dream turned into countless sword lights and stabbed towards Meng's throat. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce Meng's throat, the demonic flag extended upwards and blocked the flying sword. The flying sword could not pierce any further. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She moved her divine sense again and attacked Meng's head. However, the demonic flag covered the entire head just like before, and the flying sword could not enter. "Ha! You finally appeared and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand. What an affectionate husband. However, what kind of intimate method are you using?" The flying sword had no effect, so it flew back to Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Chasing Dream, her eyes lit up. She reached out with her left hand and grabbed it. Then she used the nameless sword skill and stabbed towards Ya's throat. A strange flow of energy flowed out from her left arm and flowed along her arm into Chasing Dream. "Heh, can such a small sword hurt me?" Ya was extremely disdainful. Like swatting a fly, She swatted the small sword away from her throat. Zhang Xiaohua did not stop there. He continued to stab at Ya's heart. Little lover, don't tell me. You want to get physical now? Ya smiled and straightened her perky chest. However, before she could say another word, chasing dream stabbed towards Ya's chest. The demonic flag's black fog churned and a red light flashed. However, with a poochie sound, the demonic flag that the flying sword could not pierce was pierced through by chasing dream. Just as Ya was still smiling, chasing dream stabbed into her heart, and the flow of energy flowed into her heart. This. Ya's face was pale. She said in disbelief. What kind of magic weapon is this? Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to answer. Chasing dream in her hand had pierced an extremely hard spot. As the energy flowed in, that extremely hard spot immediately exploded, releasing an extremely strong force that hit chasing dream. Chasing dream. It should be called chasing dream now. It instantly turned into powder, and purple blood flowed out from Ya's heart. It flowed onto the demonic flag. The demonic flag absorbed Ya's blood. Immediately, a red light flashed again. Ya was shocked. She hurriedly used her mental cultivation method, wanting to heal the wound in her heart. Unfortunately, that mysterious flow of energy had already destroyed Ya's heart. No matter what method Ya used, the blood in her heart continued to flow out, and her heart was gradually destroyed along with the flow of energy. Ya pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. She wanted to use her powers to kill her, but it was too late. In just a moment, the demonic flag gradually fell off from Ya's body, revealing Ya in purple robes. Xiaohua, you finally succeeded. The red light in Ya's eyes receded. Dream came out again and said with a smile, I will never see you again in the future. But you finally hit Ya's vital point. Ya no longer cares about devouring me. She is looking for a way to save herself. Then, Dream looked at the snowflakes that were still fluttering in the sky and the red clouds in the sky. She said in disappointment, Is this leaving? Am I going to leave this world just like this? But, to be able to accompany the man in my heart for so long, I am already satisfied. Shall you say? Is there really immortality in this world? She is so heartless. What's the point of living for so long? There is some elixir of immortality, I will not use it myself. If you want to use it, let's use it together. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew forward and held Meng in his arms. He took out the longevity pill from his money bag and held it in front of Meng's eyes. He said sadly, Perhaps this is your so-called elixir of immortality. Dream felt strange. She reached out and took it. She opened the bottle and looked at the pill inside. But then, a strange smile appeared on her face. She shook her head slightly and said, I know this thing. From Ya's memory, this seems to be an extremely precious beauty pill in the cultivation world. After taking it, you can keep your face at that time for the rest of your life. Dream's eyes turned red again. Ya said, this kind of elixir is the love of women. I can still get it before I die. Then, let me take it. Then, Ya put the beauty pill in her hand into her mouth. But just as her hand was about to reach her mouth, she stretched it out again and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. Dream said, Xiaohua, take it. I hope you can keep your face now and not change after 100 years. Wait for my next life. I will come and find you again. Dream's eyes just stared at Zhang Xiaohua's face. It seemed that she wanted to imprint his face deeply in her heart. Even reincarnation could not erase it. Zhang Xiaohua had tears in her eyes. She sniffed the sweet fragrance between Dream's fingers and put the beauty pill in her mouth. The beauty pill melted in her mouth and turned into a medicinal power that went into her stomach. By the way, Xiaohua, Ya has destroyed the sheepskin scroll in the dense forest just now. But I know that she didn't destroy the previous one. She hid it in. Dream seemed to think of something and whispered a few words in Zhang Xiaohua's ear. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was very sad. How could she care about this? Although the blood in Dream's chest flowed slowly, it was still flowing. Zhang Xiaohua knew that when the blood stopped flowing, it would be the time for Dream to leave. who would not be able to see his beloved again. The two of them interlocked their fingers and looked at each other. For a long time, they did not speak. Suddenly, Dream's face changed. She pushed Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiao, go. Ya is staking everything. She wants to die with you." Then, Dream looked deeply at Zhang Xiaohua for the last time. She used her left hand to pull Zhang Xiaohua's head over and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips deeply. She smiled and said, "I guessed the process, but I didn't guess the ending. This process will forever be engraved in my heart. Xiaohua, wait, in the next life, I will love you again." As she spoke, she waved her hand and tightly grasped the demonic flag before closing her eyes. Meng's expression started to change. First, it was pain. Then it frowned. After that, it started to emit lights of various colors. In the end, Meng's body suddenly flew up into the sky. With a bang, she exploded and the demonic flag was blasted away. "Dream!" Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew into the air. She reached out and grabbed the demon flag, but besides the disappearing bloodstain on the flag, there was only the ring that Zhang Xiaohua gave Dream. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a popping sound in her heart. It was as if a lock had been opened, and the key was in the air in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua paused for a moment, then seemed to understand. She opened her left hand and released all of the divine sense in her Naiwen palace into her Dharma eye. When the silver-white eyes opened, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that Dream was not far away from her. Next to her was Ya, who looked exactly like Dream, but was pitch black, had horns on her head, and had wings on her back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think and quickly chased after her. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to catch up to Dream, a pitch-black crack appeared beside Dream, and the two of them were about to enter that crack. "Dream!" Zhang Xiaohua shouted as he reached out with his right hand to grab Dream's hand. Dream seemed to sense it and turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua. It was a pair of large eyes, thick eyebrows, a dimple, and a beauty mark. End of Volume 1. Published on November 24, 2011, 22:53. Chapter 12:24. There are many details in the story of cultivating God that are worth everyone's consideration. If you look at it carefully, there are really a lot of things for everyone to think about. The love in the novel can be used for everyone's reference. Therefore, I will write a little bit of the third flower first. It can be considered as throwing a brick to attract jade. The first love, needless to say, was Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. The love of these two people seemed a bit far-fetched, but if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. Lu Qian was from a scholarly family in the countryside and could be considered a pretty daughter of a humble family. Her view of love was to find a scholar like her father, Mr. Lu, and her brother, Lu Kai, and marry them. This way, the husband and wife would have a common language and the wife would follow suit. Who knows, they might even sing and write poems that would be passed down for generations to come. However, things didn't go as she wished. When she went to Lu Town to shop for the new year, she was actually harassed by a bully. At this time, no young handsome master or scholar stood up. Well, Li Jinfeng was not there at that time, so Zhang Xiaolong, a righteous bumpkin, stood up. It didn't matter if he stood up, but Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, and Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. Not to mention that it provoked Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing, but it also provoked the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua and the Misty School. Perhaps Lu Qian was grateful to Wen Wenhai at that time and had some good feelings, but Xue Qing next to him was a good match for Wen Wenhai. Of course, Lu Qian couldn't express it casually. Then, Lu Qian stayed in the Zhang family in order to take care of Zhang Xiaolong. Lu Qian, who lacked maternal love since she was a child, envied the warmth of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaolong was not bad-looking. Although he lacked the influence of a scholar, he spoke well. More importantly, he had a manly spirit and dared to take responsibility. This made Lu Qian, who was a weak scholar in the family, very curious. Naturally, she had a good impression of him. Since ancient times, when a hero saved a beauty, the beauty would repay the hero with her body. This was a good story. Perhaps it was because Lu Qian had seen too many good stories from the ancient people, so she had a bold idea. Of course, Mr. Lu was against this kind of relationship. Saving a life was one thing, but getting married was another. He did not wish for his daughter to become a peasant woman. It was impossible for Mr. Lu to not have a sleepless night at that time. When he arrived at the Guizhuang house, he saw the Zhang family's dilapidated state, and then looked at the Zhang family's lack of etiquette. He probably already gave Zhang Xiaolong a big red cross. It was a pity that Lu Qian was determined to pursue her own happiness. She wanted to make this marriage come true. What could Mr. Lu do? Perhaps he was thinking for his daughter, or perhaps he was learning from his own mistakes. Of course, it could also be that he was afraid that his daughter would elope with Zhang Xiaolong. Well, he had read too much about this in books, so he reluctantly agreed. The spring water of the Zhang family was, of course, a very important tool. However, thinking about it now, the spring water was just a reason for Lu Qian to persuade Mr. Lu. Similarly, this spring water was also a way for Mr. Lu to step down. It was just that this step was a little big. It was indeed a good thing. Lu Yeye's love. An old saying, there was a love in front of Lu Yeye's eyes, but she did not cherish it. If she knew that Zhang Xiaohu would be the big gang leader of the Misty School in the future, she would definitely choose Zhang Xiaohu if she was given another chance. However, who would know about this matter? Even Chang'e absolutely did not know about Zhang Xiaohu's future development. From Lu Yeye's point of view, Zhang Xiaohu saved us, and I am grateful from the bottom of my heart. However, it was impossible for me to repay him with my body. I have my own right to love. Lu Yeye's choice was not wrong. It was the choice of a pretty girl from a humble family. Her life was not wrong, and it was also happy. It was also Lu Qian's earliest choice. However, it depended on who was compared to. Lu Qian? Compared to a woman who lived in an immortal's mansion, and a woman whose son was destined to be an immortal in the future? Lu Yeye's love was only a comparison of Lu Qian's love. Mr. Lu's love. There was not much in the text, but it could be seen that this love was a failure. Although Mr. Lu had literary talent, he was not good at socializing. Even if he got an official position, he would be ostracized by others, and he would not have a happy life. It was better for him to resign and go home to teach. However, this made Lu Qian's mother suffer. She was the daughter of a rich family, and she was spoiled since childhood. For the sake of her ideal love, she married Mr. Lu. She had hoped that Mr. Lu would be able to show his ambition in his career and prove her vision. However, unexpectedly, although their life in Bali village was as sweet as honey, their life was poor and the most pitiful. For Mr. Lu and Lu Qian, Miss Jiao had to work, and her body was exhausted. She died after giving birth to Lu Qian. This love showed that it was the right choice to be matched in terms of social status. If this principle was abandoned, there was a high chance that life would not be happy. I think that the text did not mention whether Lu Qian's mother regretted it, but in the end, she died of exhaustion. There must be some element of regret. Xue Qing and Wen Wenhai's love. It was the kind of love that belonged to the office. The two people in the sect were usually quiet, and neither of them expressed their feelings to the other. Neither of them could tell that the other was interested in them. Even when they went on business trips together, there was nothing ambiguous. However, it was precisely this kind of indifferent feeling that maintained the good feelings between the two of them until the company suddenly went bankrupt, and the two of them were acquired by another company. They were in the most basic and most tiring positions, suffering the supercilious looks and unfair treatment from others. So, as fellow sufferers, the indifferent good feelings gradually turned into love. This kind of situation was extremely common. The most important thing was that the original company was reorganized, and the two of them were rehired by their own apprentices as executives of the company. As a result, it was natural for them to be together. Naturally, the two of them were the disciples of the sect. The love between O Peng and Yang Ruping was very tragic. To be honest, the two of them were like Romeo and Juliet. The two of them belonged to different sections. On the surface, these two sects were very close, but because of the sect's interests, there were bound to be conflicts. When this conflict became prominent, it would affect the relationship between the two. In particular, O Peng was the leader of the Misty School, and Yang Ruping was the disciple of the leader of the fragrance cult. Their relationship was even more affected by the relationship between the two sects. However, when the two of them met by the sorrowless lake, they fell in love at first sight. Although their parents were against it, the two of them, like Lu Qian's mother, ignored the opposition and insisted on being together. In order not to affect her family, Yang Ruping did not ask about the matters of the Misty School. In order not to affect Peng, the two of them did not even want to have a child. But in the end, in the face of the absolute sex interests, the interests of the small family must be abandoned. One must look at the big picture and sacrifice. Thinking about Peng's feelings at that time, from the perspective of others, he did not have to commit suicide at all. At worst, he could just go to the fragrance cult and be an idle son-in-law. But, presumably, when Peng married Yang Ruping, he said something big, but now? He was forced by his mother-in-law, and he did not have any strength to deal with it. Of course, his heart was extremely regretful, so he died. Of course, there was another reason. Peng may not believe that Yang Ruping did not inform the fragrance cult about the secret plane, but he did not dare to confirm it for fear of destroying the love in his heart. Peng was infatuated and a good man. He wasn't sure what Yang Ruping would do after his death, but for insurance, he still handed over the disciples of the Misty sect to Yang Ruping. He believed that no matter whether Yang Ruping informed the fragrant religion about the secret plane or not, she would treat the disciples of the Misty sect well. And Yang Ruping naturally wouldn't commit suicide to follow him. In fact, what about this love? It was a tragedy, just like Romeo and Juliet. If it were not for Peng, maybe Yang Ruping would have passed the test of the refining heart cave and got the inheritance. And without Yang Ruping, maybe Peng would not commit suicide? Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, the love of these two people was very universal. It was like a new employee in a company who admired a senior beauty in the company. Although he knew that he was not qualified to pursue, he always did not want to give up his own ideas. During the period when Zhang Xiaohua disappeared, Zhang Xiaohu returned to the Misty School to practice martial arts hard and asked Peng to find Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu must have looked for Chang'e a lot. On one hand, he reported his thoughts, and on the other hand, he talked about his pain. Women were generally soft-hearted. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu had his own family and love in his heart, and such a manly man also had such tenderness in his heart, it was easy for pity to turn into love. There must be many male disciples in the Misty School who pursued Chang'e, but they must have used their strength to show their manliness. They were all the same, and Chang'e naturally did not like them. They could not be compared to Zhang Xiaohu's twisted path. Another opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu was that when the Misty School was destroyed, he had the opportunity to be a hero and protect the beauty. The article did not mention that the Misty School was brought back by the fragrance cult, but it must have been difficult. Zhang Xiaohu must have used this opportunity to show his manly side again. Although this was similar to the male disciples in the Misty School, the timing was different. Chang'e also saw it differently, so naturally, the effect was different. Therefore, Chang'e was captured by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu and Qin. Everyone said that this love was very sudden and felt incredible, but think about it again. What does it mean to say that the sister-in-law is half of the brother-in-laws? But Qin followed Chang'e every day. When Zhang Xiaohu was courting Chang'e, of course, Qin was listening by the side. Even later, when Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu's relationship deepened and she sent Qin away, Qin must have been eavesdropping. When a young girl yearned for love, of course, she would use Zhang Xiaohu as a standard to find her other half, but if she used Zhang Xiaohu as a standard, did that not mean that she used Zhang Xiaohu as her other half? Moreover, feelings were born with time. The three of them were often together. How could Qin not have feelings for Zhang Xiaohu? Also, in the novel, Zhang Xiaohua said more than once that Zhang Xiaohu and Qin were senior brother and junior sister. It was said that one should guard against fire, burglars, and seniors. After the experience of the Misty School being destroyed and the process of Zhang Xiaohu protecting Chang'e and Qin, this senior brother, naturally, Qin fell in love with him. As for Zhang Xiaohu, It was easy for a man to have feelings for a woman. After spending a lot of time together, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaohu not to know Chen Chen's feelings. It was also because of Chang'e that Zhang Xiaohu dared not face it. However, things took a turn for the better. In Mo Xian's palace, Nun Jingyi randomly matched a couple and betrothed O Yen to Zhang Xiaohu. For the sake of the Misty School, O Yen and Zhang Xiaohu both agreed, but because Chang'e objected, Zhang Xiaohu finally went back on his word. Why did Chang'e object? It was very simple. O Yen was better than her in all aspects. O Yen was O Peng's biological sister. Chang'e was just an ordinary disciple of Mingcui Hall. O Yan's appearance was also slightly better than Chang'e's. O Yen could even gain the support of all the disciples of Ethereal Sect. Therefore, after O Yen and Zhang Xiaohu were together, even if Chang'e wanted to marry Zhang Xiaohu, she had to get O Yan's consent. Of course, O Yen would know the feelings between them and might agree, but in this way, Chang'e would be inferior to O Yen forever. Chang'e was very arrogant and would feel uncomfortable, so she decided to withdraw at that time. Zhang Xiaohu was sincere to Chang'e and made the decision to marry Chang'e even if he didn't want to be the gang leader. This certainly made Chang'e feel gratified, but she also saw that the non-existent relationship between O Yen and Zhang Xiaohu had been exposed. For the sake of his position as the gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu might have something to do with O Yen in the future. Moreover, O Yen had also agreed to be with Zhang Xiaohu at that time. She might even take the initiative to find Zhang Xiaohu in the future. Therefore, when Chang'e later heard that Zhang Xiaohu asked Chen Chen to go back to the Guizhuang house with him, she also agreed. Of course, this agreement was because she thought that Zhang Xiaohu might be sacrificed this time. In order to satisfy Zhang Xiaohu's wish, it could not be ruled out that she had been thinking about it for a long time. Chang'e was not necessarily unaware of the flirting between Zhang Xiaohu and Chen Chen, but she never said anything before Zhang Xiaohu made it clear. What about her consideration during this period of time? How to get rid of the threat O Yen? How to get rid of her? The best way was to find another wife for Zhang Xiaohu, one that Zhang Xiaohu was satisfied with. Chen Chen was of course the most suitable. She had been with Chang'e since childhood and listened to everything Chang'e said. In the future, she would not pose a threat to Chang'e. Chang'e did this to tell Zhang Xiaohu, "Look, I know you and Chen Chen are close, so I let her follow you so don't think about others anymore." As for O Yen, she knew that Zhang Xiaohu had 2 wives. How could she be the second one? Therefore, Chang'e's threat was gone. This was also the reason why Chang'e agreed to Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua and Ye Qianyu. This love story is the most discussed in this article. It can be said that it's the main love story of Zhang Xiaohua. It's just that you don't understand love when you're in your first love. Everyone can recall how many of your first loves were able to be together. It's precisely because they couldn't be together that it's unforgettable. Then let's think about it. Back then, was this pure and sweet love just a blur in your heart? Maybe you didn't even know. This is love? Maybe it's an inadvertent glance, maybe it's an inadvertent collision, maybe it's a deliberate conflict between you and her. Aren't these all the manifestations of first love? However, this kind of love. Did you say it out loud back then? Presumably most people didn't. And in the future, when you look back, it's both sweet and regretful. First love is sweet and bitter, especially for Nye Qianyu. In order to show her ability to Valley Master Nye Qianyu volunteered to go somewhere to get the key of the primordial stone. Valley Master Nye had the same idea as O Peng. He thought that Nye Qianyu was a little girl and wouldn't attract attention. He just needed to quietly take out the key. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by Between the Clouds and the Water, who had been watching the Fragrance Cult and Rejuvenation Valley for a long time. They chased her all the way. At the last moment, the little girl was saved by Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua's behavior at that time was vulgar, but she had an inner beauty. Moreover, young men and women mingled along the way, and it was easy for sparks of love to appear. Not to mention our Xiaohua, who was so righteous and would accompany her from thousands of miles away. How could Nye Qianyu, who had just awakened to love for the first time, not open her heart? Nie Qinyu was extremely intelligent. She had a unique view on the love between men and women. In this aspect, she was somewhat similar to Lu Qian. Yes, it was a girl chasing a guy. Zhang Xiaohua, if you don't say anything, then fine, I will. When I say something, I won't say it clearly. I will only use some vague words and some concrete actions to express my love for you. Of course, the competition on the arena had fully demonstrated Nie Qinyu's feelings for Zhang Xiaohua. If she didn't have feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, would she be worth it to enter the wolf's den after just getting out of the fire pit? Unfortunately, on one hand, Zhang Xiaohua had dreams in her heart. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua still missed her second brother. Therefore, although she was aware of Nie Qinyu's feelings, she was as ignorant as us when we were young and didn't know how to cherish it. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty in her heart. When they parted ways at Rejuvenation Valley, she couldn't help but impart the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nie Qinyu when she saw how sad she was. Of course, this way, on one hand, she had resolved their fate. On the other hand, their status had been confirmed. First love would always be the deepest memory and would never have a happy ending. Therefore, from the beginning, the two of them didn't have a happy ending. Senior brother and junior sister were already not bad. Zhang Xiaohua and Little Orange. These two actually didn't have any love to speak of. What they did have was a budding affection for Zhang Xiaohua. It was a kind of unrequited love. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua's acting was really too good. Little Orange thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a young man from the countryside and that Little Orange's status was more than enough for a farmer's boy. In addition, when Zhang Xiaohua appeared in a crisis, his glorious image immediately filled Little Orange's trembling heart. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the petty character of a farmer's boy. He was a refreshing new experience for Little Orange. Therefore, she couldn't help but have feelings for him. Actually, it was understandable. Although Nie Qinyu wasn't young in Rejuvenation Valley, she matured late and definitely didn't have many suitors. However, Little Orange was different. She was Nie Qinyu's personal servant. In Nie Qinyu's words, she never treated Little Orange as an outsider. If Nie Qinyu got married, Little Orange might have to follow her. If Little Orange didn't follow her, then who in Rejuvenation Valley would be more favored by Nie Qinyu? It must be Little Orange. Therefore, among the disciples and servants of Rejuvenation Valley, there must be countless people who tried to curry favor with them. Little Orange was used to seeing people trying to curry favor with them. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's attitude of not taking him seriously, he naturally had a rebellious mentality. You're just a child of a farmer's family. How dare you look down on me? I'm going to pay attention to you. Therefore, it was still the same old saying. The more you ignore her, the more she will stick to you. Unfortunately, when Little Orange found out about Nie Qinyu's thoughts, she would probably be angry and shy. She couldn't snatch him away and could only avoid him. Fortunately, she was Nie Qinyu's personal servant. If she got married, she could follow them. Even if she couldn't monopolize Zhang Xiaohua, she could still get a share of the action. Therefore, while she was feeling bitter, she probably didn't want Nie Qinyu and Zhang Xiaohua to be together, but she also wanted the two of them to be together. When Little Orange found out about Zhang Xiaohua's supernatural power, which was Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the arena, her thoughts were probably the same as when Zhang Xiaohua saw Little Orange. She embroidered mandarin ducks on her handkerchief and had some unknown dreams in her heart. She buried this unknown relationship deep in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua and Peacock, Chen, these two relationships shouldn't be love. It should be Peacock and Chen's feelings towards the heavenly axiom when they were pursuing it. However, if the heavenly axiom fell on Zhang Xiaohua, then it would be love and pity. Everyone remembered that in Rejuvenation Valley, when Peacock saw Zhang Xiaohua, the whole world was filled with his shadow. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's shadow was engraved in Peacock's heart. As for Peacock, because of the Earthly Heart Sutra, she was unable to resist the temptation of the heavenly axiom. But who was Peacock? In her heart, she must be resisting her feelings towards Zhang Xiaohua, a servant from Rejuvenation Valley. It was not because she was annoyed when she heard Zhang Xiaohua calling herself a servant. If she was neither haughty nor humble, would she be pleasing to the eye? Chen Chen was the same, just not as obvious as Peacock. Although these feelings were usually not obvious, they came into play at crucial moments. Chen Chen always referred to Zhang Xiaohua as this servant, but there was something else in his heart. Peacock even mentioned Zhang Xiaohua at crucial moments. Of course, the refining heart cave pushed the relationship between the three of them to the extreme. And all of this was just an illusion. The three of them could never become real partners. Zhang Xiaohua was Chen Chen and Peacock's dream lover. Chen Chen and Peacock should also be Zhang Xiaohua's dream lover, whether they admit it or not. So, think about it, does everyone have the same feelings? Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. This love story is the most important part of the story. I should have written more about it, but when I really wanted to write about it, I realized that I'd already written everything that should have been written, and everything that shouldn't have been written had already been written. Their love, in Ya's eyes, was an inexplicable thing. Was it not the result of his spell? But love was love. It came. No matter the reason, for Dream and Zhang Xiaohua, this was love, a love that was engraved in their bones. Because of the heart-binding curse, this relationship came inexplicably and strangely. It was love at first sight. This is what many readers don't understand. But there's no need to explain. When you read the end, you'll understand. What I want to say is, no matter if it's the fate of parents, love at first sight, or blind dates, as long as two people are together and have feelings for each other, it's true love. There's no need to be envious of other people's forms of love, because love comes in strange ways. Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoya, a fallen cultivator who tasted the sweetness of love. She felt that she had found the essence of life. For the sake of her lover, she stayed by his side. This was a kind of attitude, a kind of persistence, and also a kind of price. Because she fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. And the other person, when he fell in love, he actually reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff, suddenly realized, and went to pursue his path of immortality. Unfortunately, the person he found was the devil's Sakra, so it was destined that there would be no ending. Sure enough, the ending was that Yang Haoya regretted it, but what was the use of regret? He was already a heartless man. This love was, of course, born from White Lady and Su Xian. Oh right, Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin's love. There's also an outer chapter, Yuewia. Chidian. http://www.quangsu.com/book 2002087. ASPX. Those who are interested can go and take a look. It's a very realistic love. Okay, I've thrown a brick to attract jade. The story of the cultivation god has finally come to an end. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote. Chapter 1225. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, in the dense forest of Wuzhua Peak, heavy snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. Not only did it cover Five Claw Peak with a thick layer of snow, but everything in the dense forest was also covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. It was impossible to distinguish the outlines of the objects. Only in the forest, in front of the hut, in the steaming hot lake, the boiling water was still making gulyalu sounds. Boiling bubbles emerged from the bottom of the lake and rushed to the surface of the water. Countless water vapor rose slowly. In the hot lake, which could boil an egg, a monster with a flat head and a slender neck was swimming freely. However, today the monster was different from the past. It looked at the east side of the lake from time to time. In the east, near the shore, there was a golden light that was shining. The light split the hot spring water, revealing a flight of stairs that went straight from the shore to the bottom of the lake. At the end of the stairs, there was a huge and irregular magic array that occupied the entire bottom of the lake. At this time, several people were standing outside the magic array. The person in the front was thin and tall, with slender eyes and a high nose bridge. He was carrying a sword embryo in his hand. On his left and right shoulders stood a black puppy and a yellow marten. Needless to say, this person was Zhang Xiaohua, the headmaster of Beidou School. Next to him was Zhang Xiaohu, who had a strong back and a bare waist and a stern expression. Next to Zhang Xiaohu were Chang'e and Qin. A little further away from Zhang Xiaohua, there was a beautiful woman whose eyes were full of reluctance. She bit her lips from time to time and her eyes did not leave Zhang Xiaohua for a moment. It was Nie Qinyu. Next to Nie Qinyu was Zhang Ping'er, who was holding Nie Qinyu's hand. Her face was cold, but her eyes were also full of reluctance. Further to the side, Xiaohua Ji stood with her hands down, holding a little boy in her hand. The little boy was about 4 or 5 years old with big black eyes. He was curiously staring at the strange magic array in front of him. Haha, I finally understand why Sakura didn't allow the 4 sects of the immortal Dao to enter this secret plane. Zhang Xiaohua stared at the array in front of her. She had long released her divine sense to check the array before she raised her head and said with a smile, "So this is the transmission array." Sakura had repaired it long ago. She was afraid that the disciples of the Tao of Immortals would destroy the transmission array after they came in, right? Then he pointed at the 9 empty grooves in the magic array and said thoughtfully, "She probably didn't find the right primordial stones to activate the teleportation array, so she has been staying here all this time, thinking of using the blood sacrifice method to leave." Then he raised his head and looked at the sky that was split by the brilliance. He said sadly, "If Meng hadn't told me the location of the jade slip, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to enter this secret place." Senior brother sect leader's cultivation is superb. Without the jade slip, we won't be able to enter the secret plane this year. But we will be able to enter in the future. Nie Qinyu said with a smile. Nie Xiaoyu, you don't understand. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. This secret plane is an ancient magic array. I can't break it in a short time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't smiled for a whole year, smiled, Nie Qinyu was overjoyed and didn't refute. "Xiaohua, are you really leaving?" Zhang Xiaohu asked beside her. "Yes, I'm leaving." Zhang Xiaohua looked around at the crowd and said with an unusually firm tone. "In fact, he has died. There are still many people here who you should care about. You should also have a new life," Chang'e said beside her. "Although you said that you saw Meng and you separated and went into a crack. But Meng is gone after all. Even if you leave here, where can you find her?" Chen, who had always been silent, said reproachfully, "If you leave like this, it's better to say that you're escaping than searching. What's lost has been lost. If you can't go back in time, you should cherish the things around you and don't let the people around you be sad. This is the truth. Do you have to wait until you lose it again before you know how to cherish it?" After hearing Chen's words, Nie Qinyu and Zhang Xiaohua both blushed. However, they knew that this was not the time to be shy. They first lowered their heads, then forced themselves to raise half of their faces and look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first, then looked up at them with a trace of gentleness in her eyes. She said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, although I'm stupid, I still know these principles. Meng is gone and has been separated from us. And the conjoined curse has been broken with the death of Sakura. Everything before the last, it can only be a dream. But after all, it's a feeling, a kind of love. I can't regard it as a kind of nothingness like Sakura. There's a saying in ancient times, once you've crossed the sea, you can't see water. This saying may be right or wrong, but there's some truth in it. I'm afraid I still need time." Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and looked at the array. He was a little puzzled. "If you want time, we'll give you time. But why do you want to leave here? What ruins are you going to go to?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Second brother, you don't understand. You've just stepped on the path of immortality for more than a year, so you don't know too many things about it. Alas, to be honest, half a year ago, I've practiced the mental cultivation method of Beta School to the extreme and reached the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm." "Ah? So powerful?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned, and then he was a little puzzled. "My Misty School's mental cultivation method seems to only have 12 hurdles. Why is your Beta School so special?" "Everyone's fate is different, so the cultivation method of each school is naturally different. Zhang Xiaohua was very proud of the fact that her Beidou school's cultivation method had 6 more hurdles. But, after reaching the peak of Lianqi realm, my cultivation hasn't improved at all in the past 6 months, not even a little bit. Senior brother sect master. Zhang Pinger said timidly, disciple is the same. I've been stuck at the first hurdle of Lianqi realm for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand and said, progress in cultivation requires the accumulation of time. You've just cultivated to the first hurdle of Lianqi realm. Without a few years of accumulation, how can you reach the second hurdle? Moreover, you're different from me. You may feel like you haven't improved, but your true qi has always been tempered, and your cultivation has also been advancing step by step. I'm very clear about this. But Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and sighed. My cultivation is like a frozen block of ice. It hasn't improved at all. But Xiaohua, your cultivation is already at the top of the Jianghu. Not to mention our Misty School, even the Dalin Temple's great master Zhan Hui, the cult of fragrances Peacock, and the Shendao sects by Yanqiu are far inferior to you in terms of cultivation. Why do you need to seek a higher cultivation? Zhang Xiaohu asked in confusion. Heaven's way. Eternal life. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, although Sakra's behavior is very despicable, what she said is reasonable. Immortality is the ultimate goal that we cultivators of the immortal Dao pursue. Only through cultivation can we obtain eternal life. That is the true essence of cultivation. Speaking until here, Zhang Xiaohu felt even more puzzled. With a look of disappointment, he pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, you really don't know how to be content. You're guarding the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. As long as you gradually refine the mansion guarding spirit steel, do you still have to worry about not being able to control the Immortal Mansion? Even you yourself said that you can only use the area used by the servants in the Immortal Mansion. If you open the other 9 colored pavilions, don't tell me you still can't find the method to cultivate to eternal life? Second brother, what you said is very true. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. This Yaoshan Immortal Mansion has a lot of secrets. As long as I can control it, there will definitely be a method to achieve eternal life. I can't do anything about this mansion guarding spirit steel. If my cultivation doesn't become stronger, I will never be able to control the mansion guarding spirit steel. Then I will never be able to find the method to achieve eternal life. If when my lifespan ends, my cultivation still can't improve, won't I become a pitiful thing that starves to death while guarding a golden mountain? Second brother, I only thought of this when I saw this Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Since we have an Immortal Mansion here, then the ruins where Sakra and the others came from must also have an Immortal Mansion. And in our Jianghu, the qi of heaven and earth is gradually recovering. Spiritual herbs and other things are very scarce, so it's not enough to support my cultivation. And in the ruins, I think it's just like what Senior Yu Mingxin said. There's a real cultivation world and a real immortal mansion. What you said is right. But when father and mother are here, don't travel far. This is an ancient rule. Mother is very worried when you leave the Guozhuang house. Moreover, you want to use the teleportation formation to go to some ruins? Zhang Xiaohu mentioned Zhang Kai and Guosufei who were in the immortal mansion. Hearing her mother and father being mentioned, Zhang Xiaohua was silent for a while. Then she said with a slightly hoarse voice, it's because I'm afraid that mother and father will be worried that I didn't let them come. Actually, second brother, the reason I left this place to go to the illusory ruins is also because of mother and father. Zhang Xiaohu frowned. Do you know? Second brother, when grandmother left, my heart was in so much pain. I wanted to reach out and hold her back, but she still left with me. No one could hold her back. Even if I were 100 times more powerful than I am now, I still wouldn't be able to hold grandmother's eyes as she passed away. Didn't you hear what Di Shitian said? In the cultivation world, there are elixirs that can make one live forever. Even if mother and father don't cultivate and can't live forever, if I can find an elixir that can make them live forever, then I can also keep mother and father by our side. After seeing the separation of life and death, I really don't want to let the family by my side leave me. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky. her tone full of determination. But Xiaohua, how long will you leave? Chang'e asked with concern. If mother and father ask, what should we say? Who knows how long it will be? Maybe a few days, maybe a few years. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the strange array and said blankly, what's on the other side of the transmission array, what's it like? For so many years, no one has come here, and no one has gone there. Everything is unknown. Alas, if father and mother ask, just say that I'm in seclusion. Hee, second brother and second sister-in-law, don't worry. I've already used all of my divine sense and left a divine sense imprint here. When I find an elixir or a cultivation method, I'll come back immediately. And even if I can't find it, I'll come back in time. It won't be too long. Then, he turned to look at Nye Qinyu and said with a smile, Nye Qinyu, while I'm gone, the Beidou school will be in your hands. Although you're the eldest senior sister, you're not as experienced as Yen. If you have any questions, ask her. Also, the Beidou school won't be involved in the matters of the Jianghu. Leave it all to the Misty school. Right, Xiaohua. Speaking of which, I still have to ask. Last year, you promised the Misty school that you'd help 3 of my disciples enter the path of immortality every year, but this year, none of the 3 people entered the path of immortality. If you find any elixir or spiritual herbs in the ruins, don't forget the Misty school. Zhang Xiaohu thought of something and quickly said, I thought second brother wouldn't mention this. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I did agree to the cooperation on behalf of the Beidou school, but entering the path of immortality requires luck and resources. My Beidou school has a spirit gathering array that can provide certain conditions for entering the path of immortality. However, this isn't the only condition for entering the path of immortality. Their aptitude isn't enough, and my Peiyuan pill isn't enough. They stayed in the spirit gathering array for 50 days and still couldn't sense the qi of heaven and earth. How could they enter the path of immortality? If 50 days isn't enough, then 100 days. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. You're really shameless. Other people pass on the incense cult's inheritance for 18 days, but your disciples stayed there for 50 days. You still have the nerve to say that. Sigh, let's not talk about your Misty School's disciples. If it weren't for the Peiyuan pill, even my disciples wouldn't be able to sense the qi of heaven and earth so easily. That's right, this Peiyuan pill is still very important. Zhang Xiaohu took the opportunity to say, my Misty School can't provide the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Peiyuan pill. This time, you can go out and take a look. Also, bring some seeds back. After my Misty School plants them, I'll let you refine the Peiyuan pill. I know, second brother. This is also one of the reasons why I went out. The qi of heaven and earth here is too scarce. If there aren't enough spiritual herbs, it would be really difficult to enter the path of immortality. Sigh. After talking for so long, I still don't know if this transmission array can be used. Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward. There must be difficult conditions to activate it. Otherwise, Di Shitian would have left long ago. Master! Ji Xiaohua, who hadn't spoken until now, opened her mouth. What's the matter? Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua called out, Xiaohua very smoothly. Master, be careful. If there's anything wrong over there, come back immediately. Ji Xiaohua said with concern. And Master knows. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. The 9 grooves on the transmission array were quite big, about the size of 2 fists. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it, stretched out her hand, and took out the primordial stones that she usually used for cultivation. Then, she took out a few pieces from the crouching ox stone and placed them in the 9 grooves. Then she took out a jade slip, released her divine sense and carefully looked at it. She closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. Then she turned her head and waved her hand. Everyone stand back. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath, and her 10 fingers continuously flicked out. One after another, simple to complicated spells were cast on the transmission array. As the spells were cast, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body poured out into the transmission array. The 9 primordial stones on the transmission array gradually emitted a pale golden brilliance. This brilliance became bigger and brighter, and gradually connected along the transmission array. Buzz buzz, the entire transmission array flourished with brilliance. That brilliance suddenly rose from the ground and gathered together in the air, forming a spherical light screen. And in the light screen, the transmission array on the ground had completely disappeared. That's strange. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat glad, but also somewhat confused. It seemed that this transmission array was very easy to start. Although it consumed a lot of true qi and a lot of divine sense, Sakra's cultivation was profound, which was far from what Zhang Xiaohua could reach. Since Zhang Xiaohua could start it, there was no reason why Sakra couldn't start it. Could it be these primordial stones? Zhang Xiaohua frowned, looking at the 9 primordial stones that had disappeared into the transmission array on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua cultivated from the first level of qi refining to the 18th level of qi refining didn't use many primordial stones, but this transmission array used 9 primordial stones at once, which was quite big. The jade slip said that all the primordial stones' primordial qi must be stimulated to make the transmission array play its greatest role. But it didn't mention anything about primordial stones. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled, but since he had already started the transmission array, he had no reason to doubt the method of this jade slip. After all, Sakra had left it for himself to use, and Sakra also didn't know that this jade slip would fall into Zhang Xiaohua's hands. With a wave of his hand, the transmission array's light screen revealed a small gap. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through, and seeing that there was no danger inside, he was about to walk in. "Be careful, Xiaohua," Zhang Xiaohua reminded. "And it's nothing, there seems to be nothing inside," Zhang Xiaohua said and walked in. Sure enough, the transmission array's light screen was rapidly rotating, covering everything. It was different from the calmness seen from the outside. That buzzing sound was emitted from the rotating light screen. Along with the buzzing sound of the rotating light screen, there were gradually some colorful scattered lights on the light screen, and following that scattered light, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be able to see some images inside, but when he looked again carefully, those images disappeared again. Little Black and Little Yellow jumped around on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, looking very excited. After nearly a year of intimacy, the 2 little things were no longer afraid of Zhang Xiaohua's aura. Looking at it with his naked eyes and divine sense for a while, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the transmission array. "Can it be used?" Zhang Xiaohu asked with concern, and the others also looked at it without blinking. "I'm not sure, but it should be possible." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "This can only be known after the last incantation is inserted." "Forget it, let's not play. Xiaohua, let's just go home. Who knows if Di Shitian did anything to this thing?" Zhang Xiaohu persuaded. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, and reached his hand into the money bag, taking out the mansion guarding spirit steel. This spirit steel was the same as a year ago, only there was a faint golden color on it. "Here, Byron, you take this spirit steel first." Zhang Byron was already sensible at this time, and very cleverly took it, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. "Remember, this mansion guarding spirit steel can only be used by you, no one else," Zhang Xiaohua said solemnly. "Yes, master." Zhang Byron nodded, but immediately asked, "But what if father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and second uncle want it?" Don't worry, they won't ask you for it." Zhang Xiaohua patted his head and said, "Those who can enter and leave Yaoshan Immortal Mansion now can also enter and leave in the future. Those who can't enter and leave now can't enter and leave before I come back. If you don't know who to let in, you can ask your father and mother first. If your father and mother don't know, then ask your second uncle. However, you have to remember, you are a disciple of Beidou School, not a disciple of Misty School." Saying this, Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. "That can't be right, Xiaohua. Can I still covet your Beidou School?" Zhang Xiaohu sweated profusely. "Of course you won't, but you can't guarantee your subordinates," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "All right, I've been defeated by you." Zhang Xiaohu also shook his head. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm just giving you detailed instructions." Maybe I'll go take a look, find nothing, and come back immediately. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and comforted Zhang Xiaohu's hurt heart. Think about it, what else have you not told us? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and asked. Senior brother sect master, actually, eternal life isn't that important. Even the elixirs for immortality for the elders aren't that important. What they want is for the juniors to stay by their side. Nie Qianyu's tears of parting slowly flowed out. She had an extremely bad premonition, so she tried to persuade them to stay again. Sigh, although the elders think this way, as a junior, I still hope to do as much as possible. Although a short parting is sad, it will be exchanged for a longer reunion. For this reunion, parting is worth it, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Take care, senior brother. Zhang Pinger's tears also swayed in her eyes. She knew that although Zhang Xiaohua said it well, if they didn't find any elixirs, they might not be able to come back. Moreover, there was an unknown place over there. How could she not be worried? Practice well. In fact, I'm also exploring myself. I hope that when I come back, you'll all be at the peak of the qi refining realm. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and looked at everyone deeply. Then she turned and walked into the transmission array. Be careful, Xiaohua. Come back early. Father and mother are waiting for you. Chang'e and Qin also reminded her. Well, I will. You should also be careful. If anything happens to the Misty Peak, just go to Yaoshan. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Byron will open the door for you. Well, I'm leaving. Second brother, take them up the stairs and go to the lake. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the teleportation formation's light screen, holding the great wisdom sword in his hand. Little Black and Little Yellow jumped on his shoulders. Finally, he waved his hand and then, with a hand seal, the light screen closed. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the transmission array and waited for a moment. She felt that everyone had gone out. Then she took a deep breath and used the last incantation. She firmly remembered what was written in the jade slip. She sent all the qi in her body into the incantation and stimulated the qi of heaven and earth from the 9 primordial stones. Boom! As Zhang Xiaohua cast his spell, there was a loud rumbling sound. Then, the light screen in the teleportation formation spun even faster than before, increasing its speed by an infinite amount. Buzz! Zhang Xiaohua heard a huge vibration and the transmission array suddenly stopped. Then, a huge pressure came from all around. This pressure was incomparably huge. It was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never encountered before. When the pressure pressed on her body, Zhang Xiaohua only felt a roar in her ears and her vision turned black. She actually fainted. This is Sakra's trap. Zhang Xiaohua's only thought before she fainted. After Zhang Xiaohua fainted, a bright light flashed. Zhang Xiaohua's figure and the 2 little things on her shoulders who also fainted, along with the great wisdom sword in her hand, suddenly disappeared. Poor Zhang Xiaohua, what Sakra recorded in the jade slip was of course correct. However, the transmission array, especially the long-distance transmission array in this dense forest, had a huge pressure during transmission. This kind of pressure could only be resisted by those with profound cultivation. Otherwise, they could only use some specially refined talisman. For a cultivator like Zhang Xiaohua who was only at the qi refining stage, if she didn't use a talisman and directly used the transmission array, she wouldn't be crushed into a meat patty on the spot and only fainted. It was still convenient for Zhang Xiaohua. However, at the same time when Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, a strange change suddenly occurred. The brilliance that should have disappeared didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more resplendent. All the brilliance poured in from the place where Zhang Xiaohua disappeared. Immediately after, the entire transmission array shook violently. In a flash, an incomparably brilliant light flashed, followed by a loud thunderclap. The entire transmission array was instantly shattered into pieces. And the brilliance that shrouded the entire bottom of the lake also dissipated. That violent explosion shook the scalding lake water into the air. With a "pooh" sound, the monster that was still leisurely cruising in the lake immediately flew into the air and looked at the lake's surface with astonishment. Everyone at the lakeside was originally nervous as they kept staring at the spherical light screen of the transmission array at the bottom of the lake. Everyone first saw the brilliance flash at the bottom of the lake, revealing the empty transmission array. They thought that Zhang Xiaohua had been successfully transmitted away, but when the brilliance appeared again, they felt that something was wrong. Now that they saw the brilliance and the explosion, as well as the lake water splashing everywhere, they all knew that something was wrong. Ignoring the scalding lake water, they all rushed forward together. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu even used the ethereal steps and flashed across the lake water. He saw the ruins at the bottom of the lake after the explosion, but he didn't see any trace of Zhang Xiaohua. This is bad. Just now, I clearly saw Xiaohua being transmitted away. There was nothing in the transmission array, and then there was an explosion. Could it be that something went wrong after Xiaohua was transmitted away? Then will something happen to Xiaohua? Changgu also asked from the side. How would I know? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. I hope that Xiaohua has already left. But, gang leader Zhang, this transmission array has already been destroyed. My sect leader's senior brother, how can he come back again? Nie Qinyu was attentive and had already thought of this. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Isn't that right? Zhang Xiaohu slapped his forehead and shouted, I forgot that this transmission array seems to be the only transmission array from the ruins to here. This array has been destroyed, how can Xiaohua come back again? How can I explain this to father and mother? This must be that Sakra's conspiracy again. Zhang Pinger gritted her teeth and said. Everyone nodded their heads when they were sad. Poor Sakra, he was wronged by everyone again this time. This long-distance transmission array naturally had to activate all the vitality of the supreme-grade primordial stones, but how could the primordial stones in Zhang Xiaohua's purse be ordinary supreme-grade primordial stones? Those were the primordial stones that accompanied the bracelet. The amount of vitality of heaven and earth in them was simply immeasurable. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know this and only released the vitality of the 9 pieces of primordial stones. How could the transmission array withstand it? Just at this moment, Zhang Byron suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky where the snowflakes came from with his dark eyes. Second uncle, look! Zhang Byron's eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly shouted and his little hand also pointed to the sky. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohu's mind was still unsettled. He looked up at the sky, only to see that in the sky, the snowflakes were coming towards them, blocking everyone's line of sight. The misty sky was densely covered with red clouds, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Nothing? Not only Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled, but everyone also had the same thought. But just when everyone was puzzled, a bright brilliance was born from the sky. After a few flashes, it expanded, and the golden brilliance expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, the entire sky was covered with golden rays. Not only everyone's faces were golden, even the falling snowflakes were inlaid with golden edges. There was a loud bang, followed by the sizzling sound of lightning. Amidst the lightning, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. The lightning and thunder struck the golden ball of light in the sky one after another. Boom! In a few seconds, the golden ball of light suddenly shrank. When it shrank to the height of a person, it solidified again. The center of the ball of light gradually dimmed and gradually became transparent. Not long after, it formed a rotating passage in the middle of the ball of light. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, another golden speck of light flashed from the end of the passage and flew towards them. The golden speck of light fell into everyone's eyes, reflecting a sense of confusion. But in Zhang Byron's eyes, it was full of fear. Second uncle, run! Zhang Byron shouted and reached out to grab Zhang Xiaohu's sleeve, trying to pull Zhang Xiaohu away. What's wrong? Byron, can you see what this is? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and couldn't help but ask. However, just as he asked this question, the golden spot of light had already passed through the seemingly long and deep golden passageway and flew into the snowy world. At this time, everyone could see clearly that this speck of light was a golden human figure. As for the The body was covered by the golden, flashing light, so they couldn't see it at all. The golden human figure stopped in the air and paused for a moment. An overwhelming pressure spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohu and the others who were close to this figure immediately felt a sense of fear, a sense of obedience, a sense of worship, and a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Their eyes looked at the sky as if it was a god, as if it was a supreme existence that ruled over everything. Then, the golden human figure raised its hand to the sky. No one saw anything, but in the sky, a ripple visible to the naked eye appeared. This ripple rippled and spread across the entire sky. And wherever this ripple went, the red clouds in the sky disappeared bit by bit. The falling snow also melted piece by piece. Not long after, the entire sky was clear and a bright red sun hung in the east. This, Zhang Xiaohu and the others were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the legendary Immortal? Just as everyone was puzzled and frightened, the golden human figure seemed to have noticed the dense forest and the people in the dense forest. In the blink of an eye, the golden human figure disappeared from the sky and appeared above Zhang Xiaohu and the others. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Ignoring the innate fear in his heart, he took half a step forward and stretched out his hand to shield everyone behind him. Seeing this, the golden human figure stood steadily, as if the people in front of it were ants. What do you want? Zhang Xiaohu asked in a trembling voice. The golden human figure didn't speak at all, and didn't move at all. The golden light on the human figure gradually dimmed. As the golden light disappeared, the person's appearance was revealed. Not only Zhang Xiaohu, but even Chang'e, Nye Qinyu, and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Chapter 12:26. At the center of the Dawn Rain continent, there was a place with beautiful scenery. It was precisely a continuous range of mountains and a dense forest. In this place that was like a paradise, there had been countless stories and legends of immortals and ghosts for thousands of years. Unfortunately, this seemingly empty and picturesque place had an extremely tacky name, Yellow Flower Ridge. Yellow Flower Ridge, although it sounded tacky, it couldn't hide the fact that it was famous because of immortals. In the vast low-lying area between the mountains and plains of Yellow Flower Ridge, there was a thick white fog that couldn't be dispersed by the wind. It blocked the path of ordinary people who went up the mountain in search of immortals, so people didn't know the truth behind the white fog. But this mysterious fog cut off the path of ordinary people's feet, but it couldn't cut off the path in their hearts. Therefore, stories about mountains, rivers, immortals, and demons were passed down one after another, generation after generation. The more they were passed down, the more mysterious they became. The stories in the mouths of ordinary people were mostly made up to express their beautiful wishes. But what the villagers near Yellow Flower Ridge didn't know was that in Yellow Flower Ridge, there really was a real cultivation sect. The name of this cultivation sect was the opposite of the tacky name of Yellow Flower Ridge. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also puzzling. This name was Shang Huaming. There was no way to verify how Shang Huaming got its name. Even the 36th generation head of Shang Huaming, Xiao Yuehong, had flipped through all the ancient records in the sect out of boredom, but couldn't find a single word about it. As for why Xiao Yuehong was so bored, perhaps one could understand the reason just by looking at Xiao Yuehong now. It was afternoon, and the sun had already moved to the southwest. Xiao Yuehong was on a high mountain in Shang Huaming's Yellow Flower Ridge. He wasn't practicing any martial arts. Instead, he was squinting his eyes and lying on his back on a small boat-shaped magic tool. The magic tool floated in the air above the high mountain. As the sun moved farther away, it gradually changed its angle and position so that Xiao Yuehong's entire body could be completely bathed in the warm sunlight. Since the sect leader of a cultivation sect had so much free time, it wouldn't be strange for him to rummage through chests and cabinets to find the origin of his sect's name. Xiao Yuehong, who was basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the mountain peak to the west. He smacked his lips and muttered with a very helpless expression, This child, use magic power. You, although you're very stupid, you're still a first-layer aura refining cultivator. If you can use magic power, then use magic power. Why use strength? Just as he was mumbling to himself, a loud rumbling sound came from the west side of the mountain. It seemed to be the sound of boulders crashing into each other. Fortunately, Yellow Flower Ridge has my mountain protecting grand array. Otherwise, who wouldn't know that there's someone on the mountain with you causing trouble every day? Sigh, isn't it just opening up a medicinal field? Is it worth such a big commotion? Xiao Yuehong turned over, letting the sun shine on him more fully. Just as he was about to close his eyes, they suddenly flashed again. He looked to the east and said curiously, "Strange. How come it's not night yet? How come the three of them are already back?" The child, Xiao Yuehong, spoke of was Shang Huaming, a boy who was responsible for planting medicinal herbs, refining pills, and all the miscellaneous tasks of the sect. This boy was about 18 years old, and his name was Xiaohua. Xiao Yuehong picked up Xiaohua outside Yellow Flower Ridge 3 years ago. At that time, he was unconscious and seemed to be on the verge of death. Xiao Yuehong examined him for a long time, but he couldn't find where he was injured. There was an extremely deep scar on his left palm, and his body was smooth, like silk. Moreover, Xiao Yuehong didn't know if he was suffering from some serious illness. Since he couldn't like him, he could only bring him to Yellow Flower Ridge. The strange thing was that Xiao Yuehong didn't do anything. After a day and a night, Xiaohua woke up on his own. However, after waking up, Xiaohua forgot who he was, where he came from, where he was going, etc. He completely forgot everything that he should know. Xiao Yuehong originally wanted to send Xiaohua down the mountain, but seeing that Xiaohua was very strong and also knew some farm work, and that Shang Huaming still lacked a disciple to do odd jobs, Xiao Yuehong kept him. Because Xiaohua didn't know his name, Xiao Yuehong gave him the name Xiaohua. Xiaohua had been with Shang Huaming for 3 years. At first, Xiao Yuehong was still wary and secretly paid attention to him, afraid that he was a spy sent by other sections. However, after half a year of observation, there were no clues at all. Xiao Yuehong was originally lazy, so he didn't investigate further. Half a year later, Xiao Yuehong began to let Xiaohua do odd jobs while he began to take over the matters of the medicine garden and the alchemy room. These things all required spiritual power, so Xiao Yuehong began to consider accepting Xiaohua as his disciple. However, Xiaohua's aptitude, Xiao Yuehong didn't know if it was poor or outstanding. Xiaohua had only been taught the first layer of Shang Huaming's secret cultivation method by Xiao Yuehong for the first time, and his meridians and lower dantian had the first strand of true qi. At that time, Xiao Yuehong was pleasantly surprised, thinking that he had picked up a treasure for no reason. He almost went to Shang Huaming's ancestral hall to worship the ancestors and kowtowed to thank them for being above the 9th heaven. However, there was a rule in the cultivation world of the Xiaoyu continent. The third layer of qi refining was the dividing line. Before the third layer of qi refining, one was an apprentice disciple of the sect. Only after passing the third layer of qi refining could one be officially accepted into the sect and be counted as an official disciple of the sect. Therefore, Xiao Yuehong restrained the ecstasy in his heart and increased the effort of cultivating Xiaohua. He wanted to raise Xiaohua's cultivation to the third layer of qi refining as soon as possible and bring him to the ancestral hall to worship and officially accept him as Shang Huaming's disciple. However, the development of the situation later exceeded Xiao Yuehong's expectations. Xiaohua, his cultivation had actually remained at the first layer of qi refining. No matter what spirit pills he took, no matter what secret cultivation method Xiao Yuehong used, Xiaohua's magic power constantly increased, but Shang Huaming's cultivation method just didn't increase. Xiao Yuehong worked hard for another year. The amount of energy and pills he spent on Xiaohua was almost the same as the other disciples, but he still didn't see any results. Only then did he have no choice but to stop. After all, the same amount of energy was enough to let the other disciples, and that is, the 3 of them in Xiao Yuehong's words, advance to the 10th layer of qi refining. Therefore, Xiaohua could only be regarded as Shang Huaming's half a disciple. If this half a disciple came from other sects, wouldn't he have long been reduced to a handyman or directly crippled of his cultivation and driven out of the sect? However, Xiaohua was personally picked up by Xiao Yuehong. Although he was a bit older, his name was also given by Xiao Yuehong. Furthermore, Xiao Yuehong was the one who taught Xiaohua from knowing nothing to the first level of qi refining. Xiao Yuehong couldn't bear to banish Xiaohua. Although he didn't receive the treatment of an official disciple, he didn't treat him unfairly in the slightest. And, needless to say, Xiaohua was very diligent. The medicine garden, the pill room, and the sex chores were all taken care of by him. He did more than 10 people combined. The 3 disciples Xiao Yuehong spoke of were the eldest disciple Gong Mingwei, the second disciple Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Yuehong's daughter Xiao Xinrui. Today was the day when the various cultivation sects in the country of Xi changed their markets. Xiao Yuehong was too lazy to go himself, so he sent his 3 disciples to carry Yellow Flower Ridge's unique spirit herbs and Shang Huaming's own medicinal pills to trade with other sects in exchange for medicinal pills, spirit stones, and other items used by cultivators for cultivation. Gong Mingwei and the others rarely went down the mountain. The changing market was a rare opportunity, and it was also a good opportunity to meet other cultivators. In the past, when they went out, they would only come back at night. Now that they returned so early, it was no wonder that Xiao Yuehong found it strange. Far away from Yellow Flower Ridge, outside the white fog that never dissipated, 3 streaks of light landed on the ground. 2 men and a woman flashed out. On the left were 2 men, one tall and one short, about 27 or 28 years old. They supported each other. The tall man wore a navy blue Daoist robe. His face was pale and thin, and his eyes were bright, and thick eyebrows made him look extremely energetic. However, at this moment, there were dark circles under his eyes. There was a slanted scar on his left cheek, and the corner of his mouth was also broken. Looking at his body, his navy blue Daoist robe had a large cut at the waist by a sharp weapon, revealing his white inner robe. There were also dark red bloodstains on the inner robe, indicating that he had suffered external injuries. This man was Shang Huaming's eldest disciple, Gong Mingwei. The slightly shorter man had a round face and a slightly plump body. He had small eyes on his face, faint eyebrows, and a few small dots scattered on his right cheek. Needless to say, this person was Shang Huaming's second disciple, Zhang Qingxiao. At this moment, he looked even more miserable than Gong Mingwei, who was supporting him. Zhang Qingxiao's hair bun had been shaved off, and his hair was loose and messy, covering his face. His lips were swollen, and there were some dried blood stains on his nose. His arms and legs were stained with blood. What's more, his left leg was slightly raised, and when Gong Mingwei occasionally touched it, a pained expression appeared on his face. When he fell from the sky and landed on the ground, his body tilted and he almost couldn't stand. The woman on the right was Xiao Yuehong's beloved daughter, Xiao Xinrui. She was also about 25 or 26 years old, with almond-shaped eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a tall nose. She was quite pretty, and although there was some dust on her body, there were no bloodstains or injuries. However, at this moment, Xiao Xinrui's face was deathly pale, and there was anger and unyielding in her eyes. Her teeth were tightly clenched on her lips, and it seemed that she hadn't calmed down yet. Seeing that the short and fat Zhang Qingxiao couldn't stand steadily, the woman quickly supported him and whispered, "Second senior brother, are you okay?" When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, a sweet smile appeared on his face, and he said, I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound." When Gong Mingwei heard this, he snorted coldly. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face immediately disappeared, and he revealed a pitiful look. Gong Mingwei said, "What do you mean by fine? You were bleeding the whole way. If you hadn't exchanged the Wu Xian pill for something useless, your external wound would have been healed long ago." Chapter 12:27. Looking at Xiao Xinrui, who was blushing and embarrassed, Zhang Qingxiao squeezed out a smile and said, "But, senior brother, that little thing is really fun. When you use your magic power, a five-colored phoenix appears. Even I am enchanted by it. Not to mention junior sister, I think it's worth exchanging those Wu Song pills for that thing. And Wu Song pills, we can ask Master to refine more. If we miss this trade, we don't know if we'll get another chance." "It's all my fault, senior brother. I shouldn't have been so stubborn and insisted on buying the Phoenix illusion," Xiao Xianrui said with a frown. "Sigh, I didn't blame you. If we hadn't met the disciples of the 10,000 Poison sect, we wouldn't have needed the Wu Song pills. I'm just saying that if we had kept 2 pills, we wouldn't have had to be so restrained." But that scholar saw that junior sister liked it and insisted on increasing the price. Zhang Qingxiao argued. He said it was some ancient divine object, and the idiot from the 100 Herbs sect also followed. "Forget it, don't talk about it. Let's explain it to Master." Gong Mingwei was too lazy to say anything more. "Junior sister, open the array." Hearing the words, "idiot from the 100 Herbs sect," Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed. "Yes, senior brother." Xiao Xianrui came to her senses. She quickly took out a round bead from her bosom and held it in her hand. The bead immediately emitted a dim brilliance. Xiao Xianrui looked at the bead, turned around and whispered, "There is no one following us. There is no one within 1,000 feet. Gong Mingwei nodded slightly. Immediately, Xiao Xianrui patted her waist and took out a yellow talisman from a small gray bag. She closed her eyes for a moment and the yellow talisman emitted a faint brilliance. Then, Xiao Xianrui patted her hand and stuck the yellow talisman on the white fog. A magical scene appeared. The place where the yellow talisman was stuck, the white fog retreated, revealing a passage about the height of a person in the middle. Seeing this, Xiao Xianrui nodded to Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao and went in first. Behind her, Gong Mingwei supported the limping Zhang Qingxiao and also went in. As soon as the 3 of them went in, the slender yellow talisman behind them flashed and turned into ashes. The white fog around the passage gathered again and returned to its original state. The 3 of them entered the passage of white fog. After walking for a while, their eyes suddenly opened up. It was a quiet place with birds chirping. The 3 of them seemed to be familiar with this place, so they didn't pay any attention to it. Xiao Xianrui nimbly patted the small bag on her waist, and another 3 yellow talismans appeared in her hand. Xiao Xianrui took one for herself and handed the other 2 to Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao. Then, the 3 of them moved their fingers and pointed at the yellow talismans. The yellow talismans emitted a faint light. The 3 of them patted the yellow talismans on their waists and the yellow talismans suddenly disappeared. Then, the 3 of them looked at each other and moved slightly. Unexpectedly, they rose into the air and flew towards the mountain peak in the distance like immortals. "Ha, why are you back so early?" Before the 3 of them flew to the top of Yellow Flower Ridge, they heard Xiao Yuehong's laughter. "Is it because my elixirs are very popular? They've been swept clean by other sects." Unfortunately, before his laughter fell, they heard him cry out in surprise. "You? How did you get injured?" Following the voice, a blue brilliance streaked across the sky. It was the boat-shaped celestial artifact that Xiao Yuehong was standing on. At this moment, Xiao Yuehong no longer looked as lazy as before. Instead, he stood firmly on the celestial artifact. As the mountain breeze blew past, his clothes fluttered and his slightly white hair was blown up. Although he looked to be around 60 years old, he still had the demeanor of a young man. "Father!" Xiao Xianrui heard Xiao Yuehong's voice and couldn't bear it anymore. Before she spoke, her eyes turned red. She flew to Xiao Yuehong's side and held his arm with her hand. "Master?" The 2 senior brothers next to her had a different reaction from their junior sister. Their faces were red and their eyes were apologetic and uneasy. "Why didn't you treat your serious injuries earlier?" Xiao Yuehong glared at them and didn't ask why they were injured. Instead, he scolded them. "Can't you just take a few Wu Song pills?" "Father, our Wu Song pills are gone," Xiao Xianrui whispered. "They've all been replaced?" Xiao Yuehong was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Was it because others fought over the Wucang pills? That's why they injured you? Hee, I didn't expect my pills to be so popular. Xiao Yuehong said to himself. I have to work harder and refine more, father. Xiao Xinrui muttered and stopped Xiao Yuehong from sighing with self-satisfaction. She said, quickly take out the Wucang pills. Second senior brother has already persevered all the way. Okay. Xiao Yuehong patted his waist and took out a yellow talisman. He said, Xiao Hua, quickly take out Master's Wucang pills. Then he patted it with his hand and the yellow talisman turned into a ray of light and flew to the west. Oh, father. Xiao Xinrui saw this and hurriedly stopped him. But was it too late? Looking at the yellow talisman flying away, she said, Father, are there no more Wucang pills in the storage bag? Why did you call Xiao Hua with a sound transmission talisman? Xiao Yuehong said in a bad mood, I'm fine. Why would I put those things in the storage bag? Xiao Xinrui's face was a little panicked. She looked at her two senior brothers and saw the strange expression on their faces. Xiao Yuehong didn't notice. He only waved his sleeve and the four of them landed on the hill. He stretched out his hand and said, Second brother, let Master take a look at your injuries. Xiao Yuehong looked at Zhang Qingxiao's injuries and his face turned cold. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a young man about 17 or 18 years old flying over from the west. The young man's face was slightly round, his nose was high, his eyes were long and narrow, and his eyebrows were thin and thick. They slanted into his temples like swords. His eyes were bright and full of spirit, but there was a hint of confusion in them. The young man's flying speed was even faster than Gong Mingwei's group. When he got closer, he looked at Gong Mingwei's group in surprise. He bowed and said, Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Senior Martial Brothers and Senior Martial Sister. When Xiao Xinrui saw this person approaching, she quickly winked as if she was greeting or hinting at something. But before the young man could react, Xiao Yuehong frowned and said, Xiao Hua, where are the Wu Yao pills that Master asked you to take? This. Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood Xiao Xinrui's hint. He frowned slightly, then said without hesitation, reporting to Sect Master, yesterday evening, Senior Sister Xiao came to the pill room with the Sect Master's token in her hand and took away all the Wucang pills in the pill room. Sigh, not only Xiao Xinrui, but Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao also sighed in their hearts. It's over. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xiao Yuehong's face sank. He didn't doubt Xiao Hua's words at all. He turned and scolded, Xiao, Master asked you to take 60% of the Wu Yao pills to E-City. You actually dared to take all of them? Hearing Xiao Yuehong call himself Master instead of Father, Xiao Xinrui knew something was wrong. She quickly put on a smile and said, Father, you misunderstood your daughter's meaning, heh? You disobeyed Sect Master's orders and took away the Wu Yao pills from the sect without permission. Do you have any reasonable reason? Xiao Yuehong sneered. Father, you also know that your Wucang pill has always been very popular in E-City. Every time, there's always a shortage of supply. Every time, your daughter and my two senior brothers have to be urged by others. Isn't your daughter thinking that instead of letting others look on with envy and wait for the next E-City, why not let them have their fill this time? Do you know of our Shang Huaming's generosity? This is possible. Xiao Yuehong nodded with a smile, but then looked at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's injuries and frowned. The Wu Yao pills were exchanged for spirit stones and other pills. What about your injuries? If Master wants to refine pills, I'm afraid it will take several days. It's okay. Hearing that her father didn't want to pursue the matter, Xiao Xinrui was overjoyed. She glanced at Zhang Qingxiao and said, Second senior brother's physique has always been strong. This kind of small injury will be healed in a few days. Zhang Qingxiao licked a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and also smiled. She said with an indescribable meaning, Little junior sister is right. Senior martial brother Su, little brother remembers. Little brother's room still has the Wucang pill bestowed by the sect master, but Looking at your physique, it seems you don't need it. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and patted his forehead with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao heard Xiao Hua's words and almost vomited blood. She stretched out her hand and looked at Xiao Yuehong from the side, but didn't dare to say anything. If you have the Wu Yao pill, why don't you hurry up and take it? Didn't you see that second senior brother, who usually treats you like a treasure, is injured like this? Xiao Xinrui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She glared at Xiao Hua and scolded, "Second senior brother really dotes on you." "Yes, senior sister, I'll go right away." Xiao Hua smiled, turned around and jumped into the air. His figure flew to the west. "That's right, little Ray, how many spirit stones did we exchange for the Wu Yao pill? Or did we exchange it for some spiritual grass? Take it out and let father see?" Xiao Yuehong was somewhat impatient to know how much people liked the Wu Yao pill he refined. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xinrui was still looking at the direction Xiao Hua flew in. Looking at the sky that had already disappeared, she nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Father, did you see that? This Xiao Hua's flying technique is becoming more and more skillful. Using the same flying talisman, he, a first-layer Qi refining cultivator, can actually fly faster than us 10th-layer Qi refining cultivators." Xiao Yuehong's train of thought was also led astray by his daughter. Looking into the distance, he stroked a few strands of his beard and nodded, "That's right. Xiao Hua indeed has some strange innate talent, especially when using flying talismans. Alas, it's a pity. Even if he has some innate talent, what's the use? If his Qi refining realm can't be increased, he can't do anything at all. He can only use flying talismans, but he can't cultivate true flying techniques. Tell me, Xiao Hua didn't eat any less medicinal pills than you did back then. How could you have already reached the 4th layer of aura refining in 3 years? His aptitude is clearly rare, so how could he remain at the 1st layer of aura refining?" Chapter 12:28. But, Master, Xiao Hua's magic power is also increasing. It didn't stop because his realm stagnated. Gong Mingwei interrupted. "What's the use of that?" Xiao Yuehong finally scolded in front of the 3 disciples. Cultivation isn't just about magic power. Realm and comprehension are the most important. As long as your realm increases, your magic power will naturally increase. If your realm doesn't increase, your magic power will have an end sooner or later. No matter how high Xiao Hua's magic power is, it's impossible for him to be a match for you 10th layer Qi refining cultivators. Master, you can try to let Xiao Hua take some medicinal pills. Or give him some Peiyuan pill to see if his magic power can stop increasing, or if he can reach the 2nd layer of Qi refining. Zhang Qingxiao thought for a long time and finally interrupted. "You're missing a string in your brain," Xiao Yuehong said unhappily. "If Master had enough Qi refining medicinal pills or Peiyuan pill, it would be enough to raise your cultivation by another layer. You would also have a chance to cultivate to the peak of the late stage of Qi refining. Then, you could help me cultivate a foundation establishment cultivator and let my Shang Huaming's legacy continue. Why would Master spend it on Xiao Hua for no reason? Wouldn't that be a waste of spirit stones for no reason?" "Oh, right. How many spirit stones did you exchange for this time?" "This." Hearing his words provoke Xiao Yuehong's thoughts about spirit stones again, Zhang Qingxiao's face had already turned pale. If it weren't for Gong Mingwei supporting him, he would have fainted immediately. Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xinrui also looked at each other in dismay. At this time, Xiao Hua had already flown to the western mountain peak and landed. In front of him was a small courtyard. Behind the courtyard was Shang Huaming's herb garden. There were more than 10 mu of various spiritual herbs planted inside. Xiao Hua was in charge of Shang Huaming's herb garden and usually lived in this courtyard. However, he didn't step into the courtyard. Instead, he walked to the door of the courtyard and looked back. He reached out his left hand and touched the side of his ear. A jade bottle appeared out of thin air in his left hand, and beside the bottle, there was a small section of grass. Where did the weeds come from? Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before tossing the weeds to the ground with a shake of his hand. He didn't even examine it carefully as he removed the cork of the bottle and brought it under his nose to sniff it. He nodded and said, "Haha, fortunately, I still have a bottle of parasol pills hidden here. Otherwise, second senior brother, you would have to suffer for a few more days." As he spoke, he flew up again and headed straight for Xiao Yuehong, who was in jailing. The way Xiao Hua took out the jade bottle was very similar to the way Xiao Xianrui took out the yellow talisman from her storage bag. It's just that he didn't have any storage bag on him. Who knows where he took out the jade bottle from? When Xiao Huafei arrived beside Xiao Yuehong and the other master and disciples, the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed as it was when he left. Xiao Yuehong's face was ashen as he coldly looked at Xiao Xianrui and asked, "Little Rui, do you know, it's easy to tell a lie, but you have to tell 100 lies to cover up this lie. Do you think that all these lies won't be discovered one day?" "Father." Hearing this, Xiao Xianrui's face also changed greatly. With a plop sound, she knelt down on the ground and reached out to take out a group of colorful brilliants from her bosom. A lifelike peacock spread its wings in the colorful brilliance and was about to fly. Between the wings of the peacock, all kinds of colors were spread out, which was really beautiful and attractive to the eyes. It was the peacock illusion that Xiao Xianrui had exchanged all her parasol pills for in this transaction. The beauty of the peacock illusion made Xiao Yuehong's eyes absent-minded for a moment. After a moment, he woke up and pointed with his finger, coldly saying, "I, Shang Huaming, exchanged all my parasol pills for this little thing?" "Father, I know I was wrong." Xiao Xianrui lowered her head and cried. "Humph! This thing, no matter how beautiful it is, it's just an ornament. Those parasol pills, how many spirit stones, magic tools, and talismans could they be exchanged for? Even some talismans could be exchanged. You actually exchanged them for this." The more Xiao Yuehong spoke, the angrier he became. He stretched out his hand and the peacock illusion flew into his palm. Xiao Yuehong glanced at his daughter's panicked expression and clenched his hand, about to crush it. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao were shocked. Ignoring their injuries, they also knelt in front of Xiao Yuehong and shouted, "Master, have mercy." But junior sister, she has never had anything that she likes since she was a child. After going to East City so many times, it's rare for her to see something that she likes. Can you be merciful and please don't destroy it? Zhang Qingxiao stuttered. "Yes, master." Junior sister has never had anything fun since she was young. It's the first time she's met something she likes so much. It's also the first time she's asked a disciple to help her buy it. You have never bought anything for her. Why don't you take it as a gift from master to junior sister for her 26th birthday? Gong Mingwei's eyes lit up and he hurriedly persuaded. Hearing his two disciples' words, Xiao Yuehong's heart ached. Shang Huaming was a small sect and had always been poor. Xiao Xianrui had never had a mother's love since she was young. As a man, he was careless and had never exchanged anything fun for his daughter. This was the first time his daughter had asked for it. How could he destroy his daughter's hope? Looking at Xiao Xianrui's gaze that made his heart ache, how could Xiao Yuehong do it? "Sect master, the Wu Cheng pills are here." Xiao Hua flew close and handed over the jade bottle. Looking at that beautiful peacock illusion, he smacked his lips and said, "This is over a dozen bottles of parasol pills." In a moment, lost both the pills and the goods. "You're here to anger me too?" Xiao Yuehong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He flew up and kicked Xiao Hua's butt, but his strength was too light. If it weren't for the fact that there were no flies in Yellow Flower Ridge, even if there were flies lying on Xiao Hua's butt, he wouldn't have kicked a fly's hair. Seeing Xiao Yuehong like this, the three people kneeling on the ground all breathed a sigh of relief. "Forget it, get up." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and sighed. "It's also father's fault for being careless. I never thought that a girl like you would have such a hobby. Just take this thing as your birthday gift." "Thank you, father." Xiao Xianrui replied with a smile. Handing over the peacock fantasy in his hand, Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, "Little Rue, in the future, if there's anything, you can tell father. Don't say any meaningless lies. Oh, right, after half a year, don't ask father what he wants." Daughter doesn't dare. Xiao Xianrui said shyly. Daughter wanted to find time to tell father, but unexpectedly, well, this time, you all used the Wu Yao pill to exchange for the peacock fantasy. Master won't punish you. Without waiting for Xiao Yuehong to finish, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao both bowed and said, "Thank you, Master, for your magnanimity. Don't, Master hasn't finished yet." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. "Master won't punish you for exchanging things, but you all lied in front of Master. That's against the sect rules, so Master punishes you to go to the solitary Staff Peak's Tranquil Heart Cave to reflect on your mistakes for 100 days. Sect Master?" Xiao Hua wanted to plead, but looking at Xiao Yuehong's face, he could only swallow the rest of his words. "Okay, second brother, you can take the Wu Yao pill." Xiao Yuehong threw the jade bottle that Xiao Hua handed over to Zhang Qingxiao and said to Gong Mingwei, "Eldest brother, tell me, how did your injuries come about? Could it be that you were too competitive with others?" "Disciple doesn't dare." Gong Mingwei glanced at Xiao Xinrui, then turned his head and said respectfully to Xiao Yuehong, "Disciple will remember Master's teachings. Cultivation is to pursue the heavenly Tao and break through the self. Magic competition is only a small Tao, not worthy of the Grand Hall." "Well said, but what about your injuries?" Xiao Yuehong sneered. "Father, don't blame eldest senior brother, and don't blame second senior brother. They're all disciples of the 10,000 Poison sect." Xiao Xianrui argued. "They said that our Shang Huaming is a 1,000-year foundation establishment, a 10,000-year qi refinement. Forever can only be the Dawn Rain continent, a low-level cultivation sect. That's it." Xiao Yuehong's reaction was not as calm as Xiao Xianrui thought. "That's it? Father, the 10,000 Poison sect is only a small sect. How can they compare to my Shang Huaming?" That's what eldest senior brother and second senior brother were anxious and tried to reason with them and unconsciously fought. "Do you think the 10,000 Poison sect is wrong?" Xiao Yuehong said neither quickly nor slowly. "Since the 10,000 Poison sect is a small sect, then how did you lose? How did you get seriously injured? What about the disciples of the 10,000 Poison sect?" "Father, the 10,000 Poison sect has several 7th level qi refinement disciples and one 11th level qi refinement disciple. How can the three of us be a match for them?" Xiao Xianrui argued. "A small sect like the 10,000 Poison sect has several 9th level qi refinement disciples and one 11th level qi refinement disciple. They're much more powerful than my famous Shang Huaming and the other 10th level qi refinement disciples. Tell me, in the end, who's the small sect and who's the famous one?" Xiao Yuehong asked calmly. "But my Shang Huaming's secret cultivation method can be cultivated to the golden core stage. Among my seniors, there were many golden core cultivators. And the cultivation method of the 10,000 Poison sect can only be cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment. Their seniors didn't even have a single golden core cultivator. How can their 10,000 Poisons sect compare to my Shang Huaming?" Gong Mingwei argued with all his might. "Alas, my disciples, you're not wrong. My Dawn Rain continent is extremely lacking in cultivation methods. The majority of sects only have one cultivation method, and these cultivation methods are divided into various grades and grades. The low-grade ones can only be cultivated to the foundation establishment and golden core stages. The mid-grade ones can be cultivated to the nascent soul and deity transformation stages. Only the high-grade ones can be cultivated to the tribulation transcendent stage and the great ascension stage. There are even more sects that have cultivation methods that can only be cultivated to the high levels of qi refinement. My Shang Huaming, on the other hand, received the legacy of my ancestor and passed down a low-grade cultivation method that can allow my disciples to cultivate to the golden core stage. In this aspect, the 10,000 Poisons sect really can't compare to my Shang Huaming." Chapter 1229. But I do have the cultivation method, but the disciples have become a problem. I Shanghuaming am a small sect. Without absolute strength, I can't compete with the big sections. I can't compete with the big sects for disciples. Compared to other small sects, Shanghuaming not only has stricter standards for selecting disciples, but we also lack spiritual herbs and medicinal pills. Compared to the 10,000 Poison sect, which is rich and has many disciples, Shanghuaming really can't compare. Then he glanced at Gong Mingwei and the other two, then at Xiaohua, and said kindly, although Yellow Flower Ridge is a spiritual vein, it's still far from being comparable to a real heavenly abode. I've been working hard to plant spiritual herbs and refine medicinal pills these years, but before I found Xiaohua, I didn't have any achievements. After Xiaohua came, I focused on taking care of the herb garden. Only then did I have the time to study medicinal pills. I have some gains, but to take out some Peiyuan pill to help you improve your magic power and realm like the 10,000 Poison sect, I still can't do it. Disciples are unworthy. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao were ashamed. Xiao Yuehong also let them take care of the herb garden, but they only wanted to practice the cultivation method and didn't care about other things. Of course, they made a mess, and in the end, Xiao Yuehong had to do it himself. There's nothing wrong with concentrating on cultivating the cultivation method. Everyone has their own fate. Even if we let Xiaohua cultivate the cultivation method, he won't be able to cultivate it. It's better to let him take care of the medicine garden. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Yes, sect master is right. Xiaohua knew Xiao Yuehong's painstaking efforts. He also practiced Shanghuaming's cultivation method and knew the problems he encountered in practicing it. He nodded in agreement. However, Xiaohua asked again, by the way, sect master, what kind of spiritual herbs are needed to refine the Peiyuan pill? Do we have them in our garden? Oh, the main ingredient of the Peiyuan pill is the absorption fruit. Although it's rare, I have it in my herb garden. That's strange. That absorption fruit, disciple has seen it before. Although it's not much, it's not little. Why doesn't sect master refine the Peiyuan pill? Xiaohua asked. Hee, you only know one thing but not the other, Xiaohua. Xiao Yuehong stroked his beard and said with a smile, alchemy is an extremely important subject. It's as important as cultivating a mental cultivation method. If you don't have profound attainments, you definitely won't be able to successfully refine medicinal pills. Have some attainments in the field of alchemy. That's why the Wuxia pill I concoct is so effective that it's only available in E-City. On the other hand, to concoct the Peiyuan pill, not only does one require profound alchemy skills, one also needs an even older assimilation fruit. Ah? Xiaohua came to a realization and asked again, then, I'm afraid that the absorption fruits in our garden have been around for 10 years. Isn't that enough? How can 10 years be enough? I'm afraid that even 20 or 30 years won't be enough. Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly. That long? Xiaohua exclaimed, then who can grow it? Hee, pitiful child. The spirit grasses in our medicine garden are only used to refine ordinary medicinal pills. The spirit grasses used to refine the Peiyuan pill are all specially planted by large sects using special methods or special places. Or, they're harvested from deep mountains and marshes where no one has ever stepped foot on them. The absorption fruits used to refine the Peiyuan pill aren't too demanding. However, the exquisite grass used to refine the foundation establishment pill requires a medicinal age of over 300 years. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. 300 years. It seems that the age of the 5 people in front of him added together is longer than that. This exquisite grass really isn't something that ordinary people can grow. Therefore, there's an old saying in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. Qi refining is easy, foundation establishment is hard. That's how it is. Xiao Yuehong sighed and said, from the late stage of Qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment, the amount of true Qi required isn't something that can be provided by ordinary refining of spiritual energy. One can only rely on external objects to greatly increase the amount of true Qi in the meridians in the body. Only then can one push one's cultivation to break through the shackles of the realm. There are many kinds of external objects like this. Taking the foundation establishment pill is the most common and most effective kind. Master, the exquisite grass used to refine the foundation establishment pill requires a medicinal age of 300 years. It's really hard to find. Is it possible that there are other things? After taking the parasol pill, Zhang Qingxiao was full of energy. Hearing her master talk about foundation establishment, her heart itched even more and she couldn't help but ask. Sigh, the exquisite grass is a spiritual grass of heaven and earth. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and grows for hundreds of years. It contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the grass and then adds other spiritual grasses to refine the foundation establishment pill. The medicinal properties of the foundation establishment pill are mild and the spiritual energy entering the body is also slow. It's precisely walking the path of righteousness. For us cultivators, it's the most orthodox method and there won't be any special side effects. As for other external objects, for example, directly taking rare and aged spiritual grasses, due to the lack of other supplementary herbs, there might be some toxicity. It might also harm the meridians. Just like ordinary people, if they eat cooked food, of course it's delicious. If they eat it raw, it might not taste good and they might even have diarrhea. Haha, Xiao Yuehong's explanation was very profound and simple, making Zhang Qingxiao almost laugh out loud. Master, you said to eat vegetables, then, is there anyone who eats meat? Xiao Hua on the side also asked with a smile. This, Xiao Yuehong muttered, looked at Xiao Hua and said, according to the sect's ancient records, a long time ago there's really people who eat meat? How do they eat it? The four people's eyes lit up and looked at Xiao Yuehong in surprise. It's said that in this world, people aren't the only ones who can cultivate. There are many creatures, such as wild beasts, trees, and so on. They all have their own cultivation methods. Since spiritual grasses can be refined into pills, those wild beasts can naturally also, Xiao Hua listened and his mouth opened wide, as if he thought of something. What's wrong? Xiao Yuehong said curiously, this is also recorded in the sect's ancient records. Master has never seen it with his own eyes. Oh, nothing. Although there was some surprise and excitement in Xiao Hua's eyes, he still didn't say anything. It said that when some people build their foundation, they use the inner cores of demonic beasts to cultivate. They can also obtain a large amount of spiritual qi from the inner cores, which can be used to advance their cultivation. However, this spiritual qi is refined by demonic beasts, which is different from what we humans refine. It's very easy for problems to arise. Therefore, over time, it gradually disappeared. Speaking up to here, Xiao Yuehong looked around Yellow Flower Ridge in disappointment and said, unfortunately, in my Yellow Flower Ridge, there are only trees and trees. I don't see any rare things. Even if Master wants to get a demonic beast's inner core to advance your cultivation, it's impossible. Xiao Hua listened and a strange expression appeared on his face. Okay, Master won't say any more. You're only at the 10th layer of qi refining, there's still a long way to go to the 12th layer of qi refining. Once you reach the peak of qi refining, Master will tell you everything in detail. If I tell you now, it'll become a burden. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said, you wait. Pack up and immediately go to the Peaceful Heart Cave on Lone Staff Peak. Xiao Hua, you also go, supervise them. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Hua bowed and saluted. Xiao Yuehong turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He frowned and asked, also, just now you said that there were several 9th layer qi refining cultivators and one 11th layer qi refining cultivator in the 10,000 Poison sect. You only 3 10th layer qi refining cultivators. How did you escape so easily? When Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao heard this, their faces changed color. Xiao Xinrui lowered her head slightly, a trace of red appearing on her face. Master were easy? Can't you see how injured your disciple is? Zhang Qingxiao braced herself and said, Less nonsense, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, you'll have to reflect on your mistakes for 200 days. Xiao Yuehong sneered. Master, it's like this. Gong Mingwei saw that Master was really angry again, so he glanced at Xiao Xianrui and said, when we were buying the Peacock Fantasy for Junior Sister, we met the young master of the 100 Herbs sect, Jiang Fan. It was because he was against us that the price of the Peacock Fantasy was raised so high. Tell me the important things. Xiao Yuehong glared at him and scolded. Yes, master. Actually, when we were fighting against 100 Poisons sect, we were at a disadvantage. But, for some reason, Jiang Fan actually led his disciples to help us. That's why we didn't suffer too much. The 100 Herbs sect? Jiang Jiantong? I've only met him a few times, and we don't have a deep friendship. Xiao Yuehong was puzzled, but he didn't notice Xiao Xianrui's blush, nor did he notice the unnatural expressions on Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's faces. Forget it, I Shang Huaming, owe the 100 Herbs sect a favor. When the time is right, I'll pay them back. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao sighed softly, but Xiao Xianrui looked disappointed. The Lone Staff Peak was a relatively remote mountain in the north of Yellow Flower Ridge. There weren't any nearby peaks, and the climate here was different from the other peaks. Not only was the wind very strong, but the temperature was also much lower. If Gong Mingwei and the other two weren't Qi practitioners of the 10th level, they would have easily reached the top of the Lone Staff Peak. Even so, when the three of them entered the tranquil cave of the Lone Staff Peak, they were surprised by the coldness and the cold wind that blew in from time to time. Xiao Xianrui circulated her vital energy through her meridians to force out the bone-chilling cold. She sighed and said, Is this a place for humans to stay? It's so hard. Junior sister, I have to stay here for 100 days. Zhang Qingxiao screamed. Senior brothers, the sect leader sent you here? I'm afraid there's a deeper meaning behind it. Xiao Hua followed the three of them into the tranquil cave. He had never heard of this place before, and had never been here before. He couldn't help but shrink back and smile. Xiao Hua, it's easy for you to say that. It's not like you're the one who's reflecting on your mistakes in the tranquil cave. Why don't we switch places? Let's see if I can make such sarcastic remarks, Zhang Qingxiao said unhappily. Little junior brother, Xiao Xianrui said with a smile. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it on Qidian. Com. Chapter 1230. Io, senior sister, please don't call me that. Sect master has never accepted me into the sect. It's not appropriate for you to call me that. Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong and immediately denied it. Father hasn't chased you down the mountain for so long. Naturally, he has the intention of accepting you into the sect. You just need to cultivate slowly. If 10 years isn't enough, 20 years and you still can't reach the 3rd level of Qi refining? So, you are destined to be my junior brother. Xiao Xianrui didn't agree. She understood that if it wasn't for the strange custom of Xiaoyu continent, Xiao Hua would have already been accepted into the sect. Forget it, senior sister. Don't say anything useless. You just say what you want to say. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. AI, it's nothing. However, it's so cold here. Senior sister and your 2 senior brothers, don't freeze. What pills do you have? Can you lend us a few? Don't, senior sister. Sect master hasn't given any orders. I don't dare to casually agree. Xiao Hua shook his head like a rattle. Stingy, Xiao Xianrui stomped her feet and stole a glance at Zhang Qingxiao. My back hurts. Little junior brother, don't you have the slightest bit of benevolence? Seeing your senior brother who usually dotes on you suffer like this? Zhang Qingxiao immediately cried out in pain. Hee, second senior brother, don't complain. I won't give you anything. Xiao Hua righteously said, If you don't want to give, then don't give. How about, you try the cold yourself? Zhang Qingxiao said angrily. Fine, aren't I right here? Xiao Hua said with a smile. At worst, I won't go back tonight. I'll just stay outside the cave with you. Ha, a gentleman keeps his word. Junior brother, let's see if you'll stay here tonight. Zhang Qingxiao felt a bit better after dragging Xiao Hua along. While the three were talking, Gong Mingwei had already looked around the tranquil cave. He walked to the entrance and said, "This tranquil cave has many depressions deep into the stone wall. People can sit in them. Junior brother, junior sister, choose one. We'll cultivate here for the next 100 days. Yes, senior brother." The two nodded and then rolled their eyes at Xiao Hua before walking away. Xiao Hua, eldest senior brother, what are your orders? Gong Mingwei took out a small silk pouch from his bosom and handed it over, saying, "There are more than 10 exquisite grass seeds in here." Exquisite grass? Xiao Huagang had heard about the building foundation pill before. Of course, he was very sensitive and cried out in surprise. "Oh, that's right. Eldest senior brother, how could I have forgotten about the seed of the exquisite grass?" When Zhang Qingxiao heard this from afar, she immediately slapped her forehead and shouted, "No wonder when Master mentioned the exquisite grass earlier, I felt that it sounded familiar. Junior brother, go quickly. Take this bag of seeds and plead with father." Xiao Xinrui was also pleasantly surprised. Oh, Xiao Hua took the bag with a smile and asked, "How should I report this to the sect head?" We also inadvertently obtained it. A mysterious destitute cultivator took this bag and exchanged it with quite a few people, but they all refused to exchange it with him. Junior apprentice sister pitied him, so she exchanged it with 3 parasol pills. Gong Mingwei spoke the truth. When Xiao Hua heard this, he frowned, but still said, "Senior brother, wait a moment." After a while, Xiao Hua returned. "How is it?" Zhang Qingxiao couldn't wait to ask. The sect head said that this thing is trash. The exquisite grass isn't grown with seeds. It's not even worth a single parasol pill. Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Xinrui cried, "We were still cheated. That person said that this was a good thing, but no one recognized it." Looking at the silk pouch that Xiao Hua handed over, Gong Mingwei said expressionlessly, "Take it." Then he turned around and found a place to sit cross-legged. He used Shang Huaming's secret heart technique and began to cultivate in peace. Seeing their eldest senior brother like this, Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui also calmed down. They each found a place to sit and regulated their breathing. Xiao Hua looked at the silk pouch in his hand, and the corner of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. Gong Mingwei and the other two, this was not the first time they had been fooled. Not only was he already used to it, even Xiao Yuehong, upon hearing about the seed of the exquisite grass, did not even open the silk pouch, and directly dismissed Xiao Hua with a single sentence. But, if he didn't use the seed to grow the exquisite grass, then, wouldn't it take 300 years? Who would do that? In any case, Xiao Hua knew that he definitely wouldn't do it. Seeing that Gong Mingwei and the other two were cultivating, Xiao Hua didn't want to disturb them. He tossed the silk pouch in his hand, caught it, and tossed it out again. Then, he turned around and walked out of the tranquil cave. Outside the tranquil cave, the cold wind blew. Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and secretly regretted it. Why is the wind on Lone Staff Peak so strong? It's not as good as Shihua Peak's weather. Why did I casually promise senior sister to accompany them here? I didn't say anything wrong. Looking around, Xiao Hua slowly walked towards the peak. The tranquil cave wasn't far from the peak. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua arrived at the peak of Lone Staff Peak. The wind on the peak was even stronger. However, standing at such a high place gave him a relaxed and happy feeling. The Lone Staff Peak was completely bare. Xiao Hua casually found a huge mountain rock and sat down. Beside the mountain rock, there were a few stalks of wild grass stubbornly standing upright, swaying left and right in the wind. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and grabbed a stalk of wild grass, holding it in his mouth. While biting the grass with his teeth, he looked around. This was also his first time coming to the Lone Staff Peak, so the surrounding scenery was still very unfamiliar. Lone Staff Peak was the tallest peak in Yellow Flower Ridge. There weren't many trees on the peak. Most of them were strange rocks. At the bottom of the peak was a wide mountain stream. The gurgling water flowed into a huge cold pond at the side. There's also a pond here? Look at this flowing water. Isn't it connected to the pond at Xihua Peak? Xiaohua saw the pond and was delighted. He threw the stalk of grass in his hand and was about to fly down. However, the grass flew with the wind and landed on his face. Just as Xiaohua was about to impatiently push it away, his mind suddenly lit up. Just now, when I took out the Wu Yao pill, why was there grass in my hand? Xiaohua recalled the scene when he took out the Wu Yao pill. I don't seem to have put any grass in my head. Thinking this, Xiaohua sat down again and closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, in his mind, appeared a space of several tens of zhang. This was Xiaohua's biggest secret. A secret that he had never told anyone. Where this space came from and how it was formed, Xiaohua didn't know at all. In any case, after he was saved by Xiao Yuehong, he discovered that there was an empty space in his mind. He could put things in this space and also take things out of it. It wasn't much different from the storage pouch that Xiao Xinrui used. Of course, what if there was a difference? He was the only one who could perceive this space. No one else knew about it. Also, this space had a ground and the ground also had soil. It was different from the soft space of the storage pouch. At this moment, Xiaohua closed his eyes and looked into the space in his mind. Other than some messy little things, there were a few sparse weeds growing on the ground. Beside the weeds, there were a few withered weeds and a few tools used for weeding. Oh, I understand. I'm afraid, when I was weeding in the medicinal field this morning, when I put the tools into the space, I also put in some weeds. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Ever since he knew that he could put things in his mind, he casually threw some tools, jade bottles and other things that he needed to carry with him. In any case, the space of several tens of zhang was enough for him to store everything. That's not right. The weeds. I accidentally put them in my quilt this morning. How could they have grown so tall? Just as Xiaohua wanted to shift his attention away from the weeds, he saw that the weeds were thriving and had a question. Could it be that they were brought in a few days ago? Immediately, Xiaohua thought again. Since weeds can grow in this space, then, what about spiritual herbs? Xiaohua naturally turned his thoughts to the silk bag in his hand. Xiaohua thought and raised his left hand to his ear. The silk bag in his hand disappeared. Immediately after, the silk bag appeared on the ground in his mind. Anyway, this is the seed of the exquisite grass. I'll plant it first. Sect master only said that it was useless. I failed and no one will know. That's not right. Spiritual herbs are different from weeds. They need to be specially planted. I can't go in myself. How can I plant it? Xiaohua looked at the silk bag and was worried. He could take things out of the space, but he couldn't plant spiritual herbs in it. That's right. How could I forget? Doesn't Sect Master have a puppet that can plant spiritual herbs? Although he didn't use it for a long time, I can still use it to try. Since I'm going to plant it, why don't I plant some of the spiritual herbs in Cherishing Flower Peak's medicine garden here and see what effect it has? Xiaohua grabbed a flying talisman from the space beside his ear. He slapped it on his body and flew toward Mindless Worship Peak. Mindless Worship Peak was the main peak of Yellow Flower Ridge. It was also where Shang Huaming's sect was located. Puppets that could plant spiritual herbs were extremely rare in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Yuehong had spent a lot of effort to exchange for it from someone else by chance. Therefore, after Shang Huaming had Xiao Hua as a servant to plant spiritual herbs, Xiao Yuehong treasured the puppet very much. When he heard that Xiao Hua wanted to use a puppet, he didn't find it strange. He looked Xiao Hua up and down and said, "Is there anything in the medicine garden that you can't handle? Why did you think of a puppet?" Reporting to Sect Master. Long ago on the road, Xiao Hua had already come up with an excuse. Senior brother and senior sister are reflecting in the tranquil cave. When I accompanied them just now, I already told them that I'll accompany them every day. With more people, wouldn't it be more lively? Moreover, I can also take the opportunity to have senior brother give me pointers on my cultivation. Lively with more people? Xiao Yuehong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 12:31. Master told them to calm down so that they could cultivate. How could there be any liveliness or loneliness? However, they are usually busy cultivating and never go to the medicinal garden, so it's not good for them to guide your cultivation. This is a very good opportunity. Apart from cultivating, they can also give you some pointers. Xiaohua, you should also work hard, okay? Hurry up and cultivate to the third layer of qi refining. You're only half a disciple. When can you truly become my disciple? Hee, aren't I working hard right now? Xiaohua laughed. In these 100 days, let the puppet do more work. You should cultivate more. Xiao Yuehong patted his storage pouch and took out a yellow talisman and a fist-sized spirit stone. Take this yellow talisman to the secret room. You've used the puppet before, so you know how to control it. Take this spirit stone and place it on the puppet's back. It shouldn't be a problem for you to use it for 100 days. Sect Master? The puppet also uses spirit stones? Xiaohua reached out and took it. He asked curiously, Child, if you don't use the spirit stones, how can the puppet move? How can it grow spirit herbs? Xiao Yuehong laughed and scolded. Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yuehong, he came to the back mountain of Mingli Peak. He arrived in front of a smooth and shiny stone wall and stuck the yellow talisman on it. A faint cyan light flashed, and a cave about the height of a person appeared on the stone wall. Xiaohua walked in without hesitation. At the end of the cave was Shang Huaming's secret room. Inside was Shang Huaming's collection of the past generations. Xiaohua looked around and saw a puppet about the same height as a person in the corner of the secret room. The puppet was lying diagonally on the ground, its back leaning against the stone wall and its head slightly drooping. Xiaohua walked over and turned the puppet over. Sure enough, there was a fist-sized hole on the puppet's back. Xiaohua took out the spirit stone and placed it in the hole. A faint white light emitted from the spirit stone, and the puppet's body, made of an unknown material, flashed slightly. The hole on the puppet's back disappeared, and the puppet stood up from the ground like a person. The puppet's limbs were the same as a person's, but the carving on its head was relatively rough. The facial features on its face weren't too similar, especially its two eyes. Although they showed a bit of spirit after the spirit stone was placed, most of them were abnormally empty. Xiaohua looked at it carefully, then reached out and stroked the puppet's arm. With a thought, the puppet disappeared and was absorbed into his mind. This puppet really doesn't have any life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to store it in this space. When Xiaohua discovered the mysterious space in his mind, he also tried to absorb some small living animals into it. The result was, without exception, failure. Not even an ant could be absorbed into it. Coming out of the secret room, Xiaohua took off the yellow talisman, and the passage immediately disappeared, returning to its original smooth stone wall. The yellow talisman also flashed, ignited, and automatically turned into ashes. Xiaohua didn't need to report to Xiao Yuehong. His figure flew up and directly flew towards the lone staff peak. In fact, according to Xiaohua's plan, he should go to the cherishing flower peak now and transplant the various spirit grasses in the medicine garden into his space. But thinking about how the space needed to be tidied up by the puppet, he could only wait until the soil was tidied up before he could plant them. While flying towards the lone staff peak, Xiaohua controlled the puppet. The puppet was driven by Xiaohua, and with the spirit stone providing spiritual energy, it automatically cleared out a large area of about 10 zhang in radius in Xiaohua's space. It was divided into several pieces and slowly tidied up, preparing to plant different spirit grasses. Time flew by. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. In the space of Xiaohua's mind, under the puppet's reclamation and cultivation, the 10 zhang radius of land had been leveled and planted with the various spirit grasses in the medicine garden of the cherishing flower peak. The seed of the exquisite grass was planted alone in one place. Of course, The absorption fruit used to refine the Peiyuan pill had also been transplanted by Xiaohua. He actually treated this space as his own private medicine garden. However, on the surface, things seemed to be progressing smoothly without any flaws. Xiaohua could vaguely feel that something was not right. But as for what exactly was wrong, he could not pinpoint it out. He only knew that there must be something that was wrong. During these 10 days, Xiaohua spent most of his time on the Cherishing Flower Peak. He didn't have much time on the Lone Staff Peak. Because Gong Mingwei and the other two were in the Tranquil Heart Cave, cultivating with their eyes closed to resist the bone-piercing cold wind, they didn't have much time to give pointers to Xiaohua's cultivation. Even Zhang Qingxiao, who couldn't stay idle the most, lost interest after telling Xiaohua a few times. After all, the cultivation method of the first layer of the qi refining realm was very shallow. Xiaohua had long since become familiar with it, and Zhang Qingxiao had already given him pointers. However, Xiaohua's inability to advance seemed to have nothing to do with his familiarity with the cultivation method. On this day, after Xiaohua finished his work in the medicine garden, he checked the half-dead spirit grasses in the space of his mind, as well as the exquisite grass that didn't show any signs of germination. His figure flashed and flew to the top of the Lone Staff Peak. The situation in the Tranquil Heart Cave was the same as before. Xiaohua said a few words to Xiao Xinrui and the others, asked a few more questions, then turned around to go back. However, when his eyes fell on the cold pond at the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but stare blankly. At this time, above the cold pond, water vapor was rising and smoke was curling up. It felt very strange. Xiaohua's figure landed on the edge of the cold pond, and a warm feeling greeted him. Xiaohua was even more surprised. Could it be that this is different from the cold pond of Cherishing Flower Peak? In the mountain stream of Cherishing Flower Peak, there was also a pond about the same size as this cold pond. The water inside was bone-chilling cold. Xiaohua had once tried to put his hand into the water, and the coldness was like a knife that pierced his bones. Therefore, he very naturally thought that the water in this pond was also cold. However, when he placed his hand into the pond, the warmth of his hand made him pleasantly surprised. This pond water was indeed warm, completely different from the cold pond. Xiaohua straightened his body, and without any hesitation, he took off his clothes. With a plop sound, he jumped into the pond water and began to swim very carefreely. In the entire Yellow Flower Peak, there were only 5 of them, Shang Huaming and the others. There was no 6th person. Now that 3 of them were locked up in the Tranquil Heart Cave, who could still come and peek at him? After playing in the warm pond for a while, Xiaohua lay on his back on the surface of the water. Above his head was the sky between the mountain peaks. The few dark clouds in the sky were blown away from time to time, but the wind in the sky was still not small. Thinking about the coldness of Lone Staff Peak and the hot spring in this pond, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh at the miraculous nature of creation. This pond is so warm, but it's very far from Cherishing Flower Peak. Little White is unlucky, and can only endure the cold in this cold pond. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Little White in the cold pond. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua suddenly felt his hair stand on end, as if he was being closely watched by some monster. He straightened up, but before he could stand firmly in the water, a white line shot out from the pond like lightning. Xiaohua was shocked at first, but when that white line flew in front of his eyes, his face revealed a happy expression. He stretched out his arm and said with a smile, Little White? Why did you also run over here?" A small white snake that was as thick as a chopstick and over 2 feet long flew in front of Xiaohua. It coiled its soft body around Xiaohua's outstretched arm and raised its oval-shaped snake head. Its slender, scarlet tongue rapidly extended and contracted. Its 2 eyes seemed to understand Xiaohua's words as it stared straight at Xiaohua. This Little White turned out to be a little white snake. Speaking of this little white snake, it was also extremely fated with Xiaohua. It was the first creature Xiaohua saw after he woke up, and it was even a bit earlier than Xiao Yuehong who saved him. That day, Xiao Yuehong brought Xiaohua back to Yellow Flower Ridge. Because Xiaohua didn't have any injuries and Xiao Yuehong was also helpless, he could only put Xiaohua in a room. After Xiaohua woke up a few days later, he didn't see anyone, so he followed the mountain path down Missing Worship Peak. Coincidentally, 2 days before Xiaohua woke up, thunder rumbled in Yellow Flower Ridge and rain fell unceasingly. The gullies on Missing Worship Peak were filled with rainwater mixed with mud as they flowed down the mountain. Xiaohua was careless and fell into the mountain stream, following the flow of the water into Cherishing Flower Peak's cold pond. Just as Xiaohua was struggling to stand up from the cold pond, he saw the little white snake. At that time, the little white snake was already on the verge of death, almost without any vitality. It was like a little white rope that was rippling along the pond. Xiaohua only thought that the little white snake was dead and didn't care. But when the little white snake touched Xiaohua's arm along with the waves, he was caught off guard and bit Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua was naturally shocked. He reached out his hand and immediately grabbed the little white snake's 7 inches, wanting to pinch it to death. But just as Xiaohua's hand was about to exert force, Xiaohua unexpectedly discovered that he could understand the little white snake's eyes. It was a kind of pitiful, helpless, pleading expression. Following the corner of the little white snake's eyes, he could actually see teardrops falling in an instant. Xiaohua's heart softened. He looked at the place where the little white snake had bitten him. There were no signs of being poisoned. He only felt that his blood was being sucked into the little white snake's body. And his own body didn't have any abnormal reaction. Therefore, Xiaohua stretched out his arm and allowed the little white snake to bite him. Speaking of which, it was also strange. After the little white snake sucked Xiaohua's blood, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it seemed to be full of vigor and vitality. It let go of Xiaohua's mouth and nodded very gratefully at him. Then, it drilled into the depths of the cold pond and disappeared. And there was only a small wound on Xiaohua's arm. There wasn't any sign of being poisoned. At this time, Xiao Yuehong chased down from the mountain and pulled Xiaohua out of the cold pond. Then, he brought him back to Minushi Peak. Later, Xiaohua stayed at Yellow Flower Ridge and took care of the medicine garden at Cherishing Flower Peak. In his free time, he would also go to the cold pond at the foot of the mountain. Every time he came, the little white snake would also appear on time. It was like an old friend, accompanying Xiaohua on the grass beside the cold pond. After a long time, one person and one snake became extremely familiar with each other. Xiaohua then called the little white snake Little White. Chapter 1232. Little White was very intelligent. It seemed to be able to understand Xiaohua's simple words. Even when Xiaohua was bored and said some random things, Little White would frequently nod its head, very much like a qualified friend, patiently listening. Xiaohua also felt strange in his heart. He once intentionally asked Xiao Yuehong if he knew that there was a psychic little white snake in the cold pond. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuehong thought for a long time and only shook his head. After a long time, he found some clues from Shang Huaming's ancient records. However, Xiao Yuehong told Xiaohua that there might be a psychic python in Yellow Flower Ridge. It had lived longer than Shang Huaming. However, it was a huge python, a python that also cultivated. It wasn't the tiny little white snake that Xiaohua spoke of. Of course, this was only a possibility. Shang Huaming hadn't seen that huge python for many generations. Xiaohua heard this and didn't take it to heart. After all, there were only 5 people in Yellow Flower Ridge. Apart from Xiaohua, the other 4 were all cultivators. Xiaohua also cherished Little White, this playmate that wasn't a playmate. However, Xiaohua had always seen Little White in the cold pond of Xihua Peak. He also didn't know that the pond of Lone Staff Peak was actually connected to the cold pond of Xihua Peak. Therefore, he didn't expect Little White to appear here. The little white snake coiled around Xiaohua's arm and looked at Xiaohua. Its small snake head slightly swayed, as if it was amusing Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and said, "The pond here is abnormally warm. You probably already knew. Why didn't you tell me?" The pond of Shihua Peak is extremely cold. There's no way to play. Next time when you come, you have to call me." The little white snake obviously couldn't speak. Its tongue flickered, and Xiaohua also treated it as if it understood. "Let's go, I'll jump down from there." Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the call above the pond. Soon after, Xiaohua slowly climbed to the call with the little white snake coiled around his arm. Without waiting for Xiaohua to stand firmly on the mountain rock, Little White's body suddenly tensed up as if it felt something. It straightened its head and looked around vigilantly. However, when Xiaohua straightened up and wanted to jump down from the mountain rock, nothing unusual happened. What Xiaohua and Little White Snake didn't know was that, far away from them, a speck of light was flying towards them at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. The light particles were extremely small and weak. Under the sunlight, they couldn't be seen. Moreover, the trajectory of the light particles was very strange. First, they flashed in the air for a moment, then disappeared into the void. When they reappeared again, they were already very far away from where they were before. Just as the light particles appeared in the distance, a bracelet-like thing suddenly appeared in the mysterious space in Xiaohua's mind. The bracelet-like thing emitted a powerful fluctuation from Xiaohua's mind and spread in all directions. The fluctuation was extremely fast, and it only took an instant for it to reach where the light particle was. The light particle was swept by the fluctuation and immediately trembled. It actually changed its direction and gradually shot towards Xiaohua. "Ha, watch me." How could Xiaohua know about the changes in his mind? He only laughed and jumped out from the mountain valley. He flipped a few times in the air and was about to fall into the pool. At this moment, the light particles were attracted by the fluctuation of the bracelet-like thing and, coincidentally, came out from the void behind Xiaohua's head. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it entered the back of his head and disappeared without a trace. The little white snake on Xiaohua's arm didn't even have time to turn around. Everything had already happened. Immediately after, Xiaohua's body fell into the pool with a plop. The light particles shot into the back of Xiaohua's head and appeared in the center of the bracelet-like thing. They steadily stopped there and didn't move. The bracelet-like thing absorbed the light particles and immediately started to spin rapidly, emitting a brilliant brilliance. Xiaohua, who was flying under the control of the bracelet-like thing, only felt that his eyes were filled with light. It was as if his entire body was immersed in the light. In his world, there was only light, a dazzling light. Apart from light, there was nothing else. Apart from being dazzling, this light also pierced his entire mind. Before he could think of anything else, Xiaohua fell into a coma. The little white snake followed Xiaohua into the pool and immediately fell from Xiaohua's arm and swam in the pool. The moment the little white snake landed on the surface of the pool, a strange thing happened. The little white snake instantly became incomparably huge. Its entire body was even bigger than a common water tank. At the same time, the little white snake also became extremely long. Its entire body coiled up and almost filled the entire pool. At this moment, the little white snake raised its head high. It didn't know what had happened to Xiaohua's body. It looked around vigilantly. Swish, swish, swish. The little white snake flicked its tongue a few times and its body expanded once again. Huge golden scales gradually grew on its snow-white skin. Below its abdomen, there were 4 places where the phantom of claws gradually appeared. The strangest thing was that the little white snake's head also gradually changed. Horns grew on its head, its eyes became bigger, and its mouth became wider. It looked exactly like a dragon's head. Kacha kacha! A burst of heavenly thunder suddenly flashed in the air above the lone staff peak. The air beside the tranquil heart cave also gradually turned crimson. Hearing the sound of thunder, the little white snake's eyes were filled with fear. It slightly shook its gradually transforming dragon head and twisted its body. With a flash of brilliance, all the illusions disappeared. The little white snake returned to its previous appearance. The heavenly thunder in the air also disappeared. The crimson color in the air also seemed to have been blown away by the wind. At first, the entire space was filled with light. Soon after, Xiaohua's eyes were pitch black. That darkness was very absolute and very still. There wasn't the slightest bit of light and there wasn't the slightest bit of movement. He didn't know how much time had passed. In an instant, perhaps 10,000 years, perhaps even longer, in this darkness, at a point extremely far away or extremely near, there was a sudden change. First, it constantly vibrated, emitting a kind of mysterious fluctuation that instantly spread throughout the entire space. Then that point turned from endless darkness to transparent. Then it turned crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, all the way to purple. Every color evolved into a kind of fluctuation that spread throughout the entire space. Finally, the purple color lasted for the longest time, and the fluctuation was also the most intense. After the purple color passed, the entire space stopped vibrating. It was only a moment of silence. All the colors just now appeared at that point, and the entire space was filled with the 7 kinds of fluctuations. At this moment, that point suddenly lit up. Unexpectedly, a ray of white light flashed from there. In an instant, the white light filled the entire space. At the same time, the chaotic fluctuations in the space also changed into an even more mysterious vibration. The vibration filled the entire space, as if the space was filled with white light. Xiaohua's thoughts suddenly flashed through the white light. The entire space immediately disappeared, and the white light also disappeared. He suddenly opened his eyes. First, a blank white light appeared in Xiaohua's eyes. Then, only then did his eyes reveal his pitch-black pupils. Looking at the long and narrow sky in the sky, as well as the clouds in the sky that were torn apart by the fierce wind, Xiaohua gradually came back to his senses. At this moment, he was floating on top of the pool. What happened? Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He rubbed his head and straightened up from the pool. The little white snake was still swimming in the pool beside him. Seeing Xiaohua wake up, it also intimately swam over, as if nothing had happened just now. What's going on? I jumped down from the mountain rock, and everything before my eyes was bright. I don't know anything? How long have I been unconscious? Just what happened? Xiaohua stepped on the water and looked around in astonishment. The pool was still steaming, and the little white snake was still coiling around his arm. Nothing had changed, as if nothing had happened. However, the scene produced by the light just now was deeply engraved in his mind. If nothing had happened, then where did this memory come from? Just as Xiaohua was looking around, trying to find some clues, a red brilliance suddenly flew down from the sky. That brilliance directly arrived in front of Xiaohua and steadily stopped in front of him. Xiaohua frowned. He reached out his hand and pinched it. A trace of magic power was transmitted over, and that crimson light broke with a poof. Xiao Yuehong's voice transmitted over, Xiaohua, quickly come to the guest hall. Guest hall? Seeing the sound transmission talisman slowly disappear, Xiaohua secretly said, It seems, this guest hall hasn't been opened yet? What kind of important guest came today? After receiving the sect master's order, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He didn't have time to look for the reason why he was unconscious. He hurriedly put on his clothes and went straight to the guest hall of Min Worship Peak. When he arrived in front of the guest hall, Xiao Yuehong was already wearing a Daoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk in his hand, standing there majestically. Why didn't you change your clothes? Seeing Xiaohua still dressed up, Xiao Yuehong frowned and said, Disciple was at Lone Staff Peak just now. After receiving the sect master's message, I immediately came here. I didn't have time to go back and change. Oh, what about the 3 of them? Are they still obedient? Xiao Yuehong's face slightly warmed as he asked casually. Yes, senior brother and senior sister are all diligent in cultivation. Presumably, after 100 days, their cultivation will definitely reach a higher level. AI, how can it be as easy as over there? How can I not know their cultivation? Without the help of external objects, foundation establishment is hopeless. Sect Master, do you need disciple to go back and change my clothes? Xiaohua respectfully asked. No need, you are also not an official disciple. Dressing up like this can't be considered treating guests poorly, Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he asked curiously, our Shanweiming Peak has never had any guests. Who came today? He, won't you know when you get there? As Xiao Yuehong said this, he waved his big sleeve. His boat-shaped magic tool fell to the ground and instantly grew bigger. When he got on the flying boat, Xiaohua also followed closely behind. With a whoosh, the flying boat flew out of the mountain and into the fog that never dispersed all year round. After flying to a spacious place at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yuehong landed the flying boat. Xiaohua looked around. This place was completely different from the surrounding mountains. Not to mention the picturesque trees planted in disorder, nor the corresponding brook, pavilion, and mountain scenery. Just by looking at the large open space paved with square bluestone and a few jade tables and stone stools on the ground, Xiaohua knew that this was probably the place where Shanweiming temporarily received guests. Sure enough, Xiao Yuehong walked down the flying boat and patted his waist. A palm-sized jade pendant appeared in his hand. He sent his magic power into the jade pendant, and the jade pendant immediately glowed with a dazzling brilliance. Seeing the brilliance of the jade pendant, Xiaohua very naturally thought of the inexplicable white light that filled his eyes just now. Seeing the brilliance, Xiao Yuehong pointed his finger. The brilliance rose from the sky, circled in the air, and rushed into the fog outside the mountain. In an instant, a spacious passage appeared in the fog. Immediately, a clear voice sounded, "Sect Master Xiao, long time no see." Following that voice, a flying boat came out of the fog passage. It flew not far in front of Xiao Yuehong and landed. 2 men and a woman walked out of the flying boat. Xiao Yuehong's face was full of smiles. He took a few steps forward and cupped his hands. "Sect Master Jiang, it's been a long time since we last met. How are you?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua somewhat understood and thought to himself, could it be? This is the 100 Herbs sect that senior apprentice sister mentioned a few days ago? What are they doing here? With this thought, he couldn't help but secretly size them up. Sect Master Jiang looked to be in his 40s. His skin was very good, and his hair was pitch black. Behind him was a young man dressed in a turquoise robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. His features were handsome, and he looked rather elegant. He should be the young sect master of 100 Herbs Gate, Jiang Fan. Next to Jiang Fan was a tall and slender woman. She was dressed in a light red robe. Her face was fair, and she had round eyes and a fine nose. Her hair was like the clouds, and there was an air of arrogance about her that was very threatening. Seeing Xiao Hua size her up, the woman's eyes slightly slanted. Seeing Xiao Hua's clothes, she already understood. She swept a glance at Xiao Hua, then looked at Xiao Yuehong. While Xiao Hua was sizing up the people from 100 Herbs Sect Master Jiang Jiantong also cupped his hands in return. Thanks to Sect Master Zhao's good fortune, I've already extinguished the desire to win these past few years. I've only stayed in the sect to train the disciples and concentrate on the sect's affairs. I've rarely seen you old friends. A few days ago, when I heard my son talk about E-City, I couldn't help but feel nostalgic. That's why I brought my son and daughter to see you old friends. As he spoke, he turned around and waved his hand, saying to Jiang Fan, come and greet Sect Master Xiao. Hearing this, Jiang Fan and Jiang In stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Xiao Yuehong was bewildered, but he put on a smile on his face and said with a wave of his sleeve, forget it, forget it. I haven't seen you for a long time. Sect Master Jiang's son and daughter are already so big. Isn't that so? This old man has seen Sect Master Zhao's beloved daughter when she was young. She's already slim and elegant now. Jiang Jiantong said with a smile, Fan, give our gift to Sect Master Xiao. Yes, father. Jiang Fan nodded and patted the storage pouch at his waist. He took out a few jade bottles and handed them over with a smile. Sect Master Xiao, this is my sect's secret Peiyuan pill, the Snow Jade Pill. Please accept it as a token of my respect. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 12:33. This. Xiao Yuehong was shocked. He waved his hand and said, Sect Master Jiang, this gift is too precious. How can I accept it? He, Sect Master Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. My 100 Herbs sect is famous for its pills. Although these pills are precious, they aren't extremely rare in my 100 Herbs sect. I brought my children here to visit, so of course I can't treat them lightly. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Xiao Yuehong gave Xiao Hua a look, and Xiao Hua stepped forward to receive it. Jiang Jiantong looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. Which disciple of Sect Master Xiao is this? Oh, this is my Shang Hua Ming's pill refinement boy. He's only at the first level of qi refinement and hasn't been accepted into the sect yet. Xiao Yuehong explained with a smile. Then your sect's disciples, and your daughter? Jiang Jiantong asked curiously. Seeing Jiang Jiantong's question, Jiang Fan's face was filled with anticipation, and he pricked up his ears. Seeing Jiang Fan's expression, not to mention Xiao Yuehong, even Xiao Hua could see some clues. This guy, could it be that he's here to see senior sister? Xiao Hua was secretly on guard. He knew that the two disciples of the sect, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, both had feelings for Xiao Xianrui. However, Xiao Xianrui's closeness to the two of them was average. It was hard to tell who was better. This matter was an open secret of the Death Flower Underworld sect. Thus, Jiang Fan's handsome appearance immediately became sanctimonious in Xiao Hua's eyes. I'm sure Sect Master Jiang knows that my daughter and disciple caused trouble in East City, so I punished them to reflect on their mistakes in the Tranquil Heart Cave. Xiao Yuehong also glanced at Jiang Fan, his expression unchanged as he said calmly. Sect Master Xiao, this is where you are wrong. I have also heard about the matter of your daughter and disciple from my son. Their performance should be praised with the word good. Why did you punish them? Jiang Jiantong was quite moved. Hearing this, Xiao Yuehong smiled and didn't say anything. He only looked around and said with a smile, This place is simple and inconvenient for guests. Sect Master Jiang, please. As he spoke, he boarded the flying boat and turned to Xiao Hua, who followed behind him and said, Go to the courtyard and pick some fresh fruits to treat the guests. While you're at it, let your senior brothers and the others come out first. Yes, sect leader. Xiao Hua nodded and stood respectfully at the side. After Jiang Jiantong's group of 3 boarded his flying shuttle and flew off with Xiao Yuehong, he cast a flight talisman and directly headed towards the Tranquil Cave on Solitary Staff Peak. When the 3 people in the Tranquil Cave heard that sect leader Jiang of the 100 Herbs Gate and his 2 children had come to visit, they all had different reactions. There was a trace of joy on Xiao Xianrui's face at first, but when she saw the gloomy faces of the 2 senior brothers next to her, she immediately restrained herself, lowered her head obediently, and did not speak. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and shouted, I'm not going. I want to cultivate here. I can't be bothered to see them. Who knows what kind of intentions they have? Looking at Xiao Xianrui's face, Zhang Qingxiao felt a chill in her heart and her voice became lower and lower. Gong Mingwei bit his lips and also saw Xiao Xianrui's expression. He sighed and whispered, Let's go. Master asked us to go, so let's go. If we don't go, we'll embarrass Master for no reason. Moreover, we still don't know why they're here. As for why they're here, Gong Mingwei did not say clearly, and no one asked. Xiao Hua followed the 3 people out of the Tranquil Cave. When he saw the 3 people's figures flying away, there was already a trace of estrangement. He could not help but sigh and went straight to the herb garden to pick some fruits. On the Dawn Rain continent, as long as one had some cultivation, they would not eat the food of the mortal world. Therefore, Hua Ming, like the other sects, had planted some spirit fruits in the herb garden. When they were free, they would satisfy their cravings and entertain guests. Xiao Hua picked some fruits that were unique to Yellow Flower Ridge. Just as he was about to fly up, he saw the spirit herbs in the herb garden and thought, I wonder how the spirit herbs in the space are doing? If it's not working, I'll take out the puppets first and leave them in the herb garden. As he thought, he looked into the space. This look was not important, but the strange scene in the space, caused him to be stunned on the spot. What he saw was a square cube floating above the space, slowly rotating. Every time it rotated, a brilliant light would shoot out from the cube, illuminating the entire space. It was like the sun in the outside world. Is this what's going on? Xiao Hua was so shocked that he asked himself more than 10 questions in a row. Previously, although the space was pitch black, it was in Xiao Hua's mind. He could sense everything in the space, and it had nothing to do with whether there was light or not. He also very naturally ignored the problem of light. After all, there was no light in the storage bag. But, now that there was light, he could see everything in the space. The spirit herbs that were standing upright, the exquisite grass that had not yet sprouted, the messy piles outside the herb garden, and the puppet standing outside the herb garden. Xiao Hua had a very familiar feeling. Why is it no different from the herb garden in front of me? Xiao Hua did not seem to understand the difference between the two. Oh, right, did something happen when I fainted at the foot of the Lone Staff Peak just now? Was it because this inexplicable cube appeared in my space that I fainted? It had to be said that Xiao Hua's guess was very close to reality, but who could he verify it with? It was already shocking that there was a storage space in the mind, and this space also had light. Even the little white snake could not casually say this, right? After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Hua did not have time to take out the puppet. He hurriedly flew up and rushed to the reception hall. The reception hall was a huge hall on the west side of the Mingli Peak. When Xiao Hua arrived, Gong Mingwei and the other two had already arrived. Shang Huaming and the 100 Herbs Gate were sitting on the host and guest seats, and seemed to be chatting happily. However, the expressions of the young disciples of the two sects were somewhat different. Jiang Fan, the young master of the 100 Herbs Gate, had a slightly flushed and excited face. From time to time, he stole glances at Xiao Xinrui, and then very carefully glanced sideways at the two elders who were talking. Jiang Yen of the 100 Herbs Gate had a curious look on her face. Her big eyes rolled around as she stared at Xiao Xinrui, carefully observing her. When she inadvertently glanced at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, a slight disdain appeared on her face. Under the bright eyes of the two people of the 100 Herbs Gate, Xiao Xinrui was both shy and slightly angry. She could only lower her head with a bashful face. Needless to say, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's faces were extremely ugly. They glared at Jiang Fan from time to time, but Jiang Fan's eyes were full of Xiao Xinrui, so how could he notice? Seeing Xiao Hua bring up the fruits, Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, "Sect leader Jiang, come. My yellow flower ridge cannot be compared to your medicine farmer peak, but we also have rare fruits. This is my yellow flower ridge's specialty, please come and have a taste." With a wave of his hand, 3 fruits floated in the air and flew in front of the 3 people of the 100 Herbs Gate. Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Yen smiled and took the fruits, while Jiang Fan was startled. Then he embarrassedly took one and put it in his mouth. After tasting the fruits, Jiang Jiantong smiled and said, "My son and daughter have never been to Yellow Flower Ridge. Please take them out and enjoy the beautiful scenery." Sect leader Xiao, what do you think? Of course, Mingwei, you 3 take young Master Jiang and Miss Jiang out and walk around. Yes, disciple obeys. Gong Mingwei stood up and bowed. Still glaring at Jiang Fan, he raised his hand and said, "Please." Xiao Hua was not Shang Huaming's official disciple, so of course he could not accompany them. He only stood behind Xiao Yuehong, waiting on the side. Seeing that all the disciples had left, Jiang Jiantong cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Xiao, this time I came to visit Shang Huaming. I actually have 2 very important matters." Please speak, sect leader Jiang. This one is all ears. Xiao Yuehong naturally knew that he had important matters to discuss. The first matter is that the war between immortals and devils has just ended. Countless immortal seniors have fallen in the war. I'm afraid that the cultivation forces of the Dawn Rain continent will undergo a great change. My 100 Herbs Gate and Shang Huaming are both insignificant sects, so it's extremely easy for us to be implicated in this turbulent situation. This one is thinking that if the 2 sects can form an alliance and combine our strength, wouldn't it be better to resist the sudden change? Here, Jiang Jiantong glanced at Xiao Yuehong's expression and continued. This one knows that 100 Herbs Gates cultivation method only allows one to cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage. It doesn't touch on how to condense a core or cultivate a golden core. This is my 100 Herbs Gates shortcoming. However, my 100 Herbs Gate has many disciples, and many of them are outstanding. We have 2 foundation establishment disciples, and Fan has also reached the late Qi refinement stage. With the support of my 100 Herbs Gates medicinal pills, rushing to the foundation establishment stage is not a delusion. Sect leader Jiang is right. Xiao Yuehong's expression didn't change as he nodded slightly. Every 1,000 years, the war between immortals and devils will cause great changes in the Dawn Rain continent. This time is no exception. If our 2 sects can work together, it'll be much better than fighting alone. Moreover, sect leader Jiang has clearly stated the strengths and weaknesses of our 2 sections. Shang Huaming, do indeed have a shortcoming of lacking outstanding disciples. Haha, sect leader Xiao, does this mean that you agree? Jiang Jiantong exclaimed in surprise. Of course. How could this one not agree to something that benefits both sides? However, how our 2 sects will assist each other in the future still needs to be discussed in detail. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Good, Jiang Jiantong raised his hand, and Xiao Yuehong did the same. The 2 of them clapped their hands together as if they were making an oath. Haha, since sect leader Xiao has agreed to the alliance between our 2 sects, then this one second matter is easy to discuss. Please speak, sect leader Jiang. If the first matter is official, then the second matter is a private matter. Jiang Jiantong said with a smile. Oh no, this guy. He's going to talk about senior sister. Xiao Hua, who was standing by the side, immediately thought. Sect leader Xiao, what do you think this is? Unexpectedly, sect leader Jiang didn't mention Xiao Xianrui. Instead, he clapped his hands, took out 2 jade bottles from his storage pouch, and handed them over. What is this? Xiao Yuehong took them curiously, opened them, and smelled them. His expression immediately changed as he exclaimed, This is a foundation establishment pill? Hee, that's right. These are the 2 foundation establishment pills that my 100 Herbs sect has collected. Jiang Jiantong said with a smile. What does sect leader Jiang mean by this? Xiao Yuehong regained his composure and returned the 2 jade bottles to Jiang Jiantong. This is a foundation establishment pill? Why are you returning something that is already in your hands? Xiao Hua looked on anxiously from the side. It's nothing. Sect leader Xiao. Jiang Jiantong took the foundation establishment pills, but didn't put them back into his storage pouch. Instead, he placed them on the table next to him, glanced at Xiao Hua, and said with a smile to Xiao Yuehong, This is my 100 Herbs sect's betrothal gift. Sect leader Xiao, please consider marrying your beloved to my son. As expected, this guy has bad intentions, using the foundation establishment pills as bait. Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, already understood Jiang Jiantong's intentions and cursed inwardly. Although he was already mentally prepared, Xiao Yuehong was still shocked by 100 Herbs sect's generosity. He didn't know how to answer. These 2 foundation establishment pills were extremely precious items. Since they were betrothal gifts, they should be handled by Shang Huaming. Xiao Xianrui was going to marry into 100 Herbs sect, so Xiao Yuehong naturally didn't need to use the foundation establishment pills. Once she entered 100 Herbs sect, she would be a member of 100 Herbs sect. Naturally, she would be given the foundation establishment pills. And these 2 foundation establishment pills should be given to Shang Huaming's Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao. Xiao Yuehong was very clear about the aptitudes of these 2 people. With the help of the pills, the 2 of them wouldn't have any problems entering the foundation establishment realm. 100 Herbs sect took out 2 foundation establishment pills at once, solving the problem of Shang Huaming's orthodoxy and creating 2 foundation establishment cultivators for Shang Huaming. How could Xiao Yuehong easily refuse? Sect leader Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. Since our two sects are in an alliance, we're like brothers. If your sect's disciples have outstanding achievements, our 100 Herbs sect will also benefit. I'm also aware of the aptitudes of your two disciples. If they were in my 100 Herbs sect, with the support of our pills, they would have already entered the Foundation establishment realm. I'm just fulfilling your wish. Seeing that Xiao Yuehong was still hesitating, Jiang Jiantong continued, ever since my son returned from E-City, he's been talking about your daughter. I think he has a very good impression of her. To tell you the truth, sect leader Xiao, in the past few days, I've also inquired about your daughter. I know that she's a good girl, as pure as ice and as pure as jade. That's why my son came to Shanghuaming to propose marriage. Moreover, based on my observation, your daughter seems to have a good impression of my son. This kind of mutual consent, as elders, how can we not accept it? How could Xiao Yuehong not know Xiao Xinrui's reaction and expression? However, he also knew the feelings of his two disciples towards his daughter. He was originally worried about how the three of them would deal with the most complicated matter in the world, but he didn't expect that 100 Herbs sect would come out of nowhere. Seeing that Xiao Yuehong's face was somewhat moved, Xiao Hua's throat almost stretched out a hand. Sect leader, please don't agree. Don't believe this guy. Perhaps Xiao Hua's prayer was effective, for Xiao Yuehong thought carefully for a moment, then his face became calm again. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader Jiang." It's easy to agree to this matter. Jiang Jiantong's face lit up. Just as he was about to get up, Xiao Yuehong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Please wait for me to finish speaking, sect leader Jiang. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1234. Hee, I've been rude. Jiang Jiantong saw that Xiao Yuehong didn't directly refuse and knew that he had some confidence, so he couldn't help but smile. Sect Master Jiang also knows that I only have one daughter, little Ru. She has been spoiled since she was young, and she lost her mother when she was young. I feel guilty towards her. This marriage is a matter of life and death. If I didn't ask for her opinion, I wouldn't dare to easily agree to Sect Master Jiang's request. Your daughter's mother's matter? I've heard a little about it. Sect Master Xiao dotes on your daughter so much that I'm not worthy of it. My daughter has been beaten quite a bit under my hands, hee. Hearing this, Xiao Yuehong nodded slightly. Since Sect Master Jiang knows my thoughts, then please, postpone the marriage proposal until I ask. Little Rui's thoughts. What do you think? Of course. I didn't think it would be so simple. Besides, I and the other elders are just thinking about our children. As for where they go, it's all their fate. This time, I brought Canine Girl with me because I wanted her to get to know your daughter. I wanted her to learn from your daughter's dignified manner, so that the young disciples of our two sects can interact with each other and have more opportunities for each other. Hearing this, not only did Xiao Yuehong's heart move, but Xiao Hua also understood. This guy knows about the matter between eldest senior brother and second senior brother. He's using his daughter as bait again. Xiao Hua didn't know what Xiao Yuehong was thinking, but looking at Xiao Yuehong's smiling face, he was afraid that it wasn't quite the same as what Xiao Hua was thinking. Sure enough, Xiao Yuehong clapped his hands and said, Sect Master Jiang is right. My three disciples haven't left the mountain for a long time and only know how to cultivate in seclusion. They have less contact with the outside world. In the future, the young people of our two sects will have to interact more. It will definitely be beneficial for them. Ah, very true, very true. Jiang Jiantong smiled and waved his hand, putting the Foundation establishment pills on the table into his storage bag. He said, Sect Master Xiao, if you have any good news, please send a flying sword message. I'll definitely rush over as soon as possible. Present this betrothal gift. Well said, well said. Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, Sovereign Jiang, please try the fruit again. No, it's getting late. I should return to Medicine Farmer Peak. Jiang Jiantong shook his head. Xiao Hua, go and call your senior brothers back. Don't tell them about this matter. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua's mouth was filled with bitterness as he bowed. After Xiaohua left, Jiang Jiantong smiled and said, "This disciple of yours is also strange. If an ordinary person is unable to cultivate, then they wouldn't be able to enter the door at all. But he, on the other hand, can easily enter the door. Why can't he make any progress?" Sigh, I don't know either. However, he is very strong and is quite polite. His behavior is very proper and his character is good. Therefore, I decided to keep him and see if there is a chance in the future. If you're still in the first layer of aura refining in another 8 to 10 years, I'll make an exception and take you in. In any case, I, Shang Huaming, am from a small sect. I have nothing to worry about. That's right, that's right. Sovereign Shao is benevolent. If it were my 100 Herbs Gate, I'm afraid we would have been expelled from Medicine Farmer Peak long ago. Jiang Jiantong echoed. Xiaohua left the guest hall and searched for a long time before he found the 5 people in a place with beautiful scenery. At this time, the 5 people were divided into 3 groups, each standing in front of an unknown flower tree. The setting sun in the west was shining on the fiery red flowers, reflecting the bright red color on Xiao Xinrui's body. Her white and tender face was pink. She was really a peach blossom beauty. Jiang Yan was standing next to Xiao Xinrui. She seemed to be very familiar with Xiao Xinrui. She whispered something to her and from time to time pointed to the flower tree and the sky. The two of them laughed like silver bells. Jiang Fan was holding a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a deity as he accompanied the two of them with a smile. Although he didn't say anything, his expressive eyes often met Xiao Xinrui's eyes. Poor Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, standing on the other side of Xiao Xinrui, they looked a little dull. Compared to Jiang Fan, they were much less elegant. Moreover, the two of them looked very gloomy, which was incompatible with the beautiful scenery around them. Xiao Yuehong was still thinking that his 2 disciples could have some kind of relationship with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan simply didn't give them a second glance. Well, perhaps her first glance was also a look of disdain. Seeing Xiao Hua flying over, Gong Mingwei's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Xiao Hua, is Master calling me back?" "Yes," reporting to eldest senior brother, "yes." Xiao Hua, of course, gave Gong Mingwei an extremely respectful answer. "Sister Yan, in this case, let's go back first. My Shang Huaming has a lot of beautiful scenery, and we can't see all of them in a short time. Anyway, now that you and I know each other, there will be many opportunities in the future. Let's look around carefully?" "Yes, Sister Rui, my Yao Nong Peak also has a lot of beautiful scenery. Although it can't be compared with Yellow Flower Ridge, it can be interesting. In the future, when I invite you, you can't refuse." "Hee, Sister Yan's invitation, how can I refuse?" Xiao Xinrui laughed. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was very satisfied and gave Jiang Fan a complacent look. Who knew that Jiang Fan only looked at Xiao Xinrui with a smile and didn't pay attention to her at all. "Let's go." Xiao Xinrui smiled, holding Jiang Yan's hand, jumped up, and went straight back to the reception hall. Gong Mingwei was very unwilling to accompany Jiang Fan behind, but his figure fell behind by a lot. Zhang Qingxiao grabbed Xiao Hua, looked at the 4 people's figures gradually disappearing, and whispered, "Little junior brother, how was it? What did Master say to old Jiang in the reception hall?" Xiao Hua calmly looked at Zhang Qingxiao, shook his head slightly and said, "The sect master ordered, I didn't dare to say anything." Zhang Qingxiao knew that Xiao Hua would do what he said, so she could only stomp her feet and point at Xiao Hua's nose, saying, "You wronged me and eldest senior brother for doting on you." Xiao Hua felt wronged. "You can ask the sect master about this matter. Why do you have to make things difficult for me?" "Of course master will tell you. I just want to see if you are of the same mind as us," Zhang Qingxiao said, and also flew back to the reception hall. Who knew? The matter was not what Zhang Qingxiao thought, and it was also out of Xiao Hua's expectations. When the 3 people of 100 Herb Hall left, Xiao Yuehong just waved his sleeve and said, The guests have left, you all go to the Tranquil Heart Cave to reflect. He didn't even say a word. Whether it was Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao, or Xiao Xianrui, they were all surprised, but what could they say? Two drooped their heads, one rolled his eyes, and all returned to the lone staff peak. What about Xiaohua? The three official disciples didn't ask. He knew the inside story, let alone say anything. This was because he had made a new discovery. While Xiaohua was on his way back to Xihua Peak from the guest hall, he unconsciously looked towards the space. The various spirit grasses that were already half dead a few days ago were now all proud and arrogant. It was as if they had just been watered with spirit energy. I understand. In an instant, Xiaohua, who was in mid-air, slapped his forehead. The spiritual herbs planted by Shang Huaming, of course, could be planted with puppets, but after planting, the matter of watering them with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not something puppets could do. And Xiaohua, after cultivating Shang Huaming's cultivation method and entering the first level of qi refining, was able to use the corresponding incantation to pour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the medicinal field. He began to use puppets to plant spiritual herbs in the space, but there was no way to use the incantation to send the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the space behind his head to water the spiritual herbs. Of course, those spiritual herbs would be half dead. Don't tell me, the light of this cube is actually the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Xiaohua inconceivably stared at the cube that was still slowly rotating above the space. He didn't know what kind of material the cube was made of. Xiaohua could perceive everything in the space, but he couldn't perceive this cube. It was as if this cube didn't exist there. But that rotation and that light reminded Xiaohua that this thing really did exist. Moreover, it also turned Xiaohua's delusion of planting spiritual herbs in the space of his mind into reality. Returning to Xihua Peak, Xiaohua looked at the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field in high spirits, and then looked at the spiritual herbs in the space. He suddenly thought of something. The spiritual herbs in the medicinal field were watered with spiritual energy every day, and in the space, that strange cube was emitting light all the time. Didn't that mean that it was watering spiritual energy all the time? In an instant, Xiaohua's spirit was greatly uplifted, but then he was suspicious again. This cube is shining all the time, then there will be a time when there is no light. At that time, won't I be unable to plant spiritual herbs? Can I not let it shine? Can I let it shine when I want it to? Unfortunately, this idea was nothing more than a fantasy. Xiaohua couldn't perceive this cube at all, so how could he control it? Perhaps I can slowly search for it in the future? As long as it's in my space, there will always be a way. Xiaohua said to himself with a smile. Then, Xiaohua tidied up the medicinal field, sat cross-legged in his small room, and began to cultivate with Shang Huaming's secret cultivation method in his meridians. Just as Xiaohua closed his eyes to cultivate, an inconceivable thing happened. Just as Xiaohua closed his eyes to cultivate in his mind, the slowly rotating cube suddenly stopped, and a magnificent brilliance flashed. The entire cube slowly trembled, expanding and contracting, like a beating heart. Along with the trembling of the cube, an extremely mysterious fluctuation gradually expanded outwards, enveloping the entire space, and then enveloping Xiaohua's mind. Little by little, it enveloped Xiaohua's entire body, as if his entire body had become that cube, faintly trembling along with the fluctuation. Then, beyond Yellow Flower Ridge, above the boundless horizon, a strange starlight suddenly appeared, covering Xiaohua's entire body. That starlight was different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It couldn't be seen with the naked eye, and it couldn't be detected by divine sense. On the surface, Xiaohua looked the same as usual, only sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the sky, but his entire body had been tightly wrapped by the starlight, turning into a cocoon. That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.